Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Rotax Max Challenge, round number 3 at Šiauliai Kart Track. We have 9 categories coming your way today, starting off with the Rotax Nanos. We'll then be following that off with our Micros, Minis, Juniors, Seniors. We have 2 DD2 races, the first of which will see the DD2s and the DD2 Masters, the second of which will see the DD2 in the Nano and Amateur Micro event. As we can see, this really nice, effectively triple left-hander that then leads into the tight left. I'm pretty sure that's through turn 5 and into turn 6. And here is the run out of turn 1 on the approach towards turn 2. And then through the long left-hander of turn 2 before hitting the hairpin of turn 3. So Valters Vasnis continues to lead. The best lap, though, of this race has actually been set by Andrais Vasnis in the 169 kart, and has actually just overtaken Toms Gruzins for 3rd position with another 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in this race. But now 4.8 seconds behind Valters Kursis, who is currently running in 2nd position. So, for those of you joining us, this is round number 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania here at the 14-corner Šiauliai Kart Track. 1,208 meters is this circuit, as we can see drivers heading into the final sequence of corners, if I'm not mistaken. So Valters Vasnis leads from Valters Kursis, then comes Andrais Vasnis. Now Valters Kursis is one of our drivers in the Nano category, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas Valters Vasnis and Andrais Vasnis are both in the Micro Club. Toms Gruzins is currently in 4th place, ahead of Pius Samuelionis. Then comes Denis Norkus, August Majors, Majos Norkus, Jonas Romanauskas, and Ignas Piragis completing the top 10. Before we have Emma Tidsen, Ralf Tidsen, Vidautas Krikshunas, and Guste Norkute. And that is our 15 kart field that has entered the final lap of the race. So our first race of the day does draw to a close. Or I should say our first heat of the day comes to a close. Andrais Vasnis was able to get through on Valters Kursis, I think. according to my timing towers. So it's now a Vasnis 1-2, the 196 from the 169, and Valtters Vasnis will take the checkered flag to take heat number 1. However, the fastest driver on the circuit is Andrais, who has crossed the line. His fastest lap was just a few hundredths quicker than Valtters. And Valtters closest in third ahead of Tom's Gruzins. Now, there is only half a second separating Dennis Norkus and August Majors in 6th and 7th position. I think that might be those two. Actually, no, that's, I think, Patrick Lapins and Emma Dietzen maybe, who are nose to tail. So Pierre Samuel Leonis is in 5th ahead of Dennis Norkus. Then comes August Majors, Majas Norkus, and Ignas Piragis in 9th. Jonas Ramanauskas will finish in 10th. And now we're just waiting for Patrick Slapins and Emma Titsen, our 2 remaining drivers who are yet to be lapped. As we see the back end of the circuit, the run towards, I think that is turn 5. So the first race of the day is complete. Our next race will be the Rotax Max Micros, or the Rotax Micro Maxes if you prefer. So we should be having our second heat of the day underway shortly. I can see the carts already in the paddock to take to the circuit and get their first heat of the day going. Just a reminder that we have 9 series coming your way today. After the Micro Maxes will be the Mini Maxes, followed by the Junior Maxes. Then we'll have our Seniors, followed by 2 DD2 heats. The Tillotson and the Baby will round us off before the lunch break, when we'll head into our second set of heats, followed by our finals. On to track we go then for the Rotax Micromaxes, their first heat of the day. And we'll be running you through their grid very shortly. But this should be a good race, a big field as well for round number 3 of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. Round number 4 for the Latvian Championship. With 2 championships coming together, you always get a lot more drivers and a lot more fierce competition on the circuit. So we'll wait for our drivers to get into 2x2 order and to get this race started. So they'll make their way through the cut through and on to through the final corner, and away we go to get this race underway. But we're going to have a race restart. So I think there was a little bit of formation breaking, and maybe our pole sitter got away just a little bit too early. The race officials have decided to just get that restarted. So we will try again. It's the 71 and the 42 on the front row of the grid. So Jonas Gelzinis on pole ahead of Gordy Dulev. So Dulev on the outside, Gelzinis on the inside. And away we go. It's a good start for Gelzinis and for Pascales, starting in 3rd position. Away we go. But on the outside, Gordy Dulev has made his way to the very front of the field. So from 2nd up into 1st position. No changes for the driver who was in 3rd. Pascales holds on to the position as Timas Rimes, I believe, is in 4th position in the number 55 kart as they begin to make their way through the next sequence of corners. And now the 67 looking up the inside. Is a late move, has to back out of it, does Thomas Norkus. So Thomas Norkus looking to find a way through on Timas Rimas, but backs out of the move and has to settle for 5th position for now, as they make their way through 8, 9, and then into turn number 10. Sorry, through 12, 13, and 14 onto the start-finish straight. Look over the shoulder for Gordy Dulev at the front. And you'll see that Jonas Gelzinis is right there as up the inside goes the 67. So Thomas Norkus up into 4th position. So good work for Norkus, and have a look at who's looking really quick. It is Pascales Bagatirius. Oh, sorry, Aras Pascales Bagatirius up into 2nd position, or searching for a way through into 2nd is the number 7. I don't think he was able to make the move that time round, or has he been able to pull it off? Both drivers in a white helmet, which from a distance makes it a little bit more difficult to spot who is ahead of who, as they head through the final corner once again to start a new lap. It is still Dulev who leads from Gelzinis in 2nd. Then it's Bagatirius. Thomas Norkus in 4th with the fastest lap of the race. So Thomas Norkus charging his way up through the field. And now Thomas Norkus is right onto the back of our driver in 3rd position. So Gordy Dulev is ahead of Jonas Gelzinis, I think. No, so Aras Pascales Bagatirius is now leading. We miss where that happened on circuit. But Bagatirius now leads from the 67 of Thomas Norkus. So we have completely missed, I think, what must have been contact between Gordy Dulev and Jonas Gelzinis. So that has happened off the camera. And it now means that leading the race is the 67 of Thomas Norkus with Aras Pascalis Bagatirius directly behind him. Fast driver on the track, Jokubas Juozaitis now in the number 16. He's currently running in third place, just ahead of Timas Rimas. There is Timas Rimas in the number 55 kart. So these top four are a bit of a group, and then it is a small gap back to Vilnius Tauros Bakutis. So good exit for Jokubas Juozaitis, who's going to go up the inside into the final corner. Jokubas Juozaitis up into second position. Really good move from Juozaitis, who now gives the old finger wag forward and says, come on, let's hunt down Thomas. But there is going to be no working together from Bagatidis. He goes up the inside. Beautiful switchback from Juozaitis to reclaim second position. And this is all allowing Timas Ribas to really close into the back of these two and allowing Thomas Norkus to pull away, who now has about 3 or 4 kart lengths over this trio of karts that is currently behind him, being led by Jokubas Juozaitis, who will not take no for an answer, has worked his way up into second place and has now pulled the gap to Bagatirius in third position. And Bagatirius, in turn, is under pressure from Timas Rimas, as there goes Rimas up the inside, gives him an almighty squeeze, heading through turn number 13. Takes the position, and now closing into them is Vilnius Tauros Bakutis. So there is Bakutis in the number 10 kart with the white helmet, red stripe down the middle of it. Timas Rimas still in 5th place, but at the front, Thomas Norkus has been reeled in by Jokubas Juozaitis. So Juozaitis in 2nd position. Can he give Thomas Norkus an almighty challenge? Yes, he can. He goes up the inside. So Jokubas Juozaitis up the inside of Thomas Norkus takes the lead of the race. There they are. It is the 67 in front. So I don't know if that was the 67 of Thomas Norkus retaking the lead, but there was definitely a move down into, I think it was into turn 5. So I think they've changed positions a couple of times on that last lap. We've still got nearly 2 minutes to go. As here we go for a move up the inside from Jokubas Juozaitis, cleanly done. And he will take the lead of this race as they head through the right-hander. So on to what I think is going to be the last lap of the race. And it is still nose to tail. Jokubas Juozaitis leads. Thomas Norkus 16 from 67. This has been one of the prime overtaking opportunities in this race. Here they head through the final chicane. Well, not really chicane, but hairpin. And into the final corner. And I think now we will be on to the last lap of this race. 1 lap to go. Up the inside goes Thomas Norkus. Fighting back comes Juozaitis up the inside. Little bit of contact between them. Jokubas Juozaitis pounces back quick as you like through that extended triple apex left-hander. And I think now Jokubas Juozaitis has done enough. Out of the final corner then, Jokubas Juozaitis will see the checkered flag. There's still one more lap to go. I'm just checking the timing screen. One more lap, we are onto the final lap of the race. And Jokubas Juozaitis has stretched out his lead. Had on my notes that it was 7 minutes and 1 lap. I think the drivers must have crossed the line to start their penultimate lap with about a second remaining. But Jokubas Juozaitis is driving this extremely well. And if anything, Domas Norkus is falling into the clutches of Timas Rimas, but there's only 1 or 2 corners left. Well, actually, just 1 corner. Through the final corner they go. Jokubas Juozaitis will take a very well-earned victory ahead of Domas Norkus, who worked his way up through the field. Fast lap of the race secured by Timas Rimas on that very last lap. Then it's Aras Pascalis Bagatirius, Rems Balads Nagrado, Benedictas Grazis, Taros Bakutis Vilius. Also, sorry, it's Pascalis Bagatirius Aras, I think. As well as Kasparavicius, Timas Dranseca in 10th. But actually, never mind. We haven't finished the race. We're still racing. My timing screen is going absolutely crazy. Oh no, they're just racing on the in-lap. Never mind. That absolutely threw me off when I saw 2 of them side by side trading positions through the final sequence of corners. But into the pits they come, and our next session will be the Rotax Max Mini Maxes. So here we go then for our first Mini Max heat. And this should be a good one. Remigius Kraušinas starting on pole. Carlis Bensons in second position at the Bačiūnai Kart circuit. Martins Lapins starts in third place. These three have had some really good battles so far this year in the Latvian Championship. This is round 4 of the Latvian Championship, round number 3 of the Lithuanian Championship. Michele Zuber starts in 4th position, the driver with the white helmet in the 1-2-1 kart, as they are being really slowed down by the leading duo of Kraušinas and Bensons. Here we go then. It's a really good start from the inside of the field. Remigius Kraušinas leads by a fair bit. Carlis Bensons is going to drop right down the order as they head through the fast-flowing turn 1 and into turn number 2. Yellow flags are being waved. Do we have a race restart? I think we might do. Martins Lapins is up into second position. No sign of our drivers slowing down as of yet. More yellow flags are being shown, which would lead me to believe that we are going to go back to a race restart. And indeed, they have done that. There is one driver who's been slightly caught out, has a look over his shoulder and realizes, right, we're restarting this. So he's got to come to a stop so that he can feed back into his position, which is 5th place. That's Oskaras Bakutis in the 149 kart. Emilis Kapkauska starting down in 7th. Ivo Oss in 8th. Maybe a little bit out of position as there's a bit of contact. I think that was Ivo Oss who started that. Ivo Oss went into the back of Taras Zimnikas, but they are really being slowed down. And away we go. Remigius Kraušinas leads. Carlis Bensons is going to lose a few positions once again. So it's Kraušinas who leads from Lapins. I think Oskaras Bakutis also gained a few positions. There goes Lapins up the inside, trying to hold the position from Oskaras Bakutis. So I think that is Bakutis up into second place. I can't quite see the number in the distance. And there up the inside goes Taras Zimnikas up into third position. More battling side by side between two drivers going through turn number 6 with following through Carlis Bensons as he tries to work his way back up to the front of the field. But it is Martins Lapins who does lead this race. Carlis Bensons back up into 5th position on the back of 4th as they head out of turn 11 and into turn number 12. So Lapins leads defensive as Bensons tries to find a way through. So Carlis Bensons is in 5th place behind Timur Babenko. So that is Babenko in the green suit. and the green card as well. We got top three, Lapin, Bačiūnas, Kapkauskas, Milis Kapkauskas. He's had a really good start. And there goes Carlos Burnton's great move up the inside into the left-hander of turn 6. There they go, through 7, and now into turn 8, past turn 8, into turn 9, and then it just gradually gets slower and slower until you make your way here into turn 11, and that's a nice attempted move from the 1-2-1. That's Michele Zuber trying to find a way through on Timur Babenko. No way through that time around. Marcus Lapin continues to lead from Remigius Bačiūnas. Bačiūnas with the fastest lap of the race, just by about half a tenth of a second. And there it's a 1-2-1. That is now Michele Zuber being overtaken by Tauras Vimnikas. So Vimnikas in the 102, and then you've got Ivanov, the driver who's got the Lando Norris replica helmet, the 163. But your biggest, your fastest starter has been Milis Kapkauskas, who I think started down in 8th place on the 4th row of the grid somewhere. By the way, Marcus Lapin continues to lead. Through turn 1 they go. Just a kink before heading here into turn number 2. Seems to go on forever this turn 2 in these mini-maxes. Marcus Lapin still coping with the pressure well, with the fast car from circuit, Carlos Burnton. But he's only quicker by about a tenth a lap, and he's going to be running out of laps soon. He needs this trio to start battling. And these four have been battling for the majority of this season. They're very closely matched in pace. To say which driver is better is a very, very difficult task. Meanwhile, in 5th position, Timur Babenko holds on to 5th from Michele Zuber and Tauras Vimnikas. Remigius Bačiūnas is starting to look more and more racy on the back of Marcus Lapin. Babenko holds on to 5th from Zuber and Tauras Vimnikas. And then it's Rotax Max up into 8th with the fast lap of the race. And a reminder as well to those of you who are watching online, you might see a QR code in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. That will take you as, speaking of taking, there goes the move up the inside. Milis Kapkauskas takes Remigius Bačiūnas for 2nd position. And there is Carlos Burnton, who has well and truly fought up to the battle for 1st. He's going to go up the inside, wasting no time whatsoever, is Carlos Burnton through the left-hander of turn number 6. Just going to defend Mick, so there's no way back through for Remigius Bačiūnas as they head down into turn 10, through 11, and now down to turn 12. Look over the shoulder for both Lapin and Bačiūnas, and they will see that it is Burnton's right there, as we've got a great little battle going on for 6th place. Babenko holding up Zuber long. Tauras Vimnikas has got through on Babenko and is starting to pull clear. So, into the final corner we go. 1 minute 15 on the clock. And it is Marcus Lapin to lead from Milis Kapkauskas, Carlos Burnton, half second separating the top 3, 7.5 tenths. separating the top four. And there goes Bernsen's up the inside of Emilis Kapkauska. So Bernsen up into second place. This is where Carlos Bernsen started the race from. It was Lappins and Bernsen on the front row of the grid. But Carlos Bernsen's on the outside, got absolutely mugged at the start. And he has had to work really hard to work his way up through the field. And now into second position. He's going to have 2 laps to hunt down and overtake Martins Lappins. What a drive this would be for Carlos Bernsen if he can pull off this race victory. Through turn 1, onto the brakes into turn 2. There is no defending from Bernsen. He knows that he just has to focus on hunting down Lappins. The new fast lap of the race for Skaras Bakutis. The only driver in the 48 is Bernsen. That's so defensive to cover off Remigijus Skriaušinas. So Skriaušinas up into third ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas. So Kapkauskas has gone from second to fourth on that last lap. And there in the back shot you can see Taras Zimnikas in a rather lonely fourth place. Then comes Pavenko, Arthur, Zuber and Bakutis. Skaras Bakutis has been putting in some stellar laps. The only other driver to get into the 48 has been Carlos Bernsen. Speaking of Bernsen, he crosses the line to start what should now be the final lap of this race. And Bernsen has closed in through the right-hander of turn 5. Into turn 6 they go. There's a blue flag up ahead. Martins Lappins is defending. And still having to defend into turn 7. Now they're going to head into race. Roll this lap traffic by any difficulties. Lappin goes up the inside. Bernsen follows through. Again, Lappin has to go defensive into turn 11. And I think Lappin has done enough. Still defensive into the final corner. No way through for Carlos Bernsen. And Martins Lappins will win. Heat number 1 from Carlos Bernsen. The Remigijus Skriaušinas from third ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas. Fifth will go the way of Taras Zimnikas, then it's Timur Pavenko, Skaras Bakutis. Ivor was in 8th position. And then it's Michele Zuber in 9th ahead of Henrys Lapse, Ricard Mednis in 11th, Martin Salma, Oskaras Freileidas in 13th, then comes Viljamas Zeliunas, pardon me. And that completes our 14-part field. So, our next heat to take to the circuit will be the Rotax Junior Maxes, which always puts on a really spectacular show. So it looks like we are ready to get underway with our first junior max heat of the day. Saw the 1 minute board being shown not that long ago, and there is the green flag, and onto the circuit go our drivers, being led by the 216 and the 296. So the 296 then the 216, I should say. A lot of weaving and heat being generated into the tyres. We head through our grid. Majas Mažinasa and Marcus Jolk on the front row of the grid. Then it's Emilis Juozaitis and Jack Collinson on row number 2. Row 3 is Joris Sigamantas Stankovičius and Rudolf Alexis. Then it's Keita Spike and Vainius Zalneravicius, I think. Oskar Spitkovas and Timur Gadzhiev are on row 5. Jokubas Vashkelis and Emil Mueller are on row number 6. Row 7 is Juris Fluxna and Adam 6. Row 8 is Patrikas Josius and Gustav Nadvais. And we are ready to go racing by the looks of things. So Majas Mažinasa, the world karting champion who won the RMC Grand Final last year, all the way into turn number 1. And he'll be continuing to lead, coming out of turn number 1 as well. Marcus Jolk drops down into 3rd position as Emilis Juozaitis moves up into 2nd. The cluster of karts heading through turns 3 and 4. Now, Marcus Jolk is up into 3rd place, going a little bit defensive with Jack Collinson. Only a car length behind him. Those two have had some great battles already this season of Jack Collinson and Marcus Jolk. So Marcus Jolk dropping down into 3rd. Emilis Juozaitis up into 2nd place. Now, Emilis Juozaitis, who, if memory serves me correctly, was racing the Mini Maxes last year. He's just made the step up into the junior category. And he's singing somewhat of a Nikita Lyubimov impression as he goes up the inside of your race leader, Majas Mažinasa. So Majas Mažinasa drops down into 2nd place. Jack Collinson up into 3rd. He has just overtaken Marcus Jolk. Jolk now going straight back up the inside of Jack Collinson into the left-hander of turn 6. So Marcus Jolk up into 3rd position, or reclaiming 3rd position. But at the front of the field, Emilis Juozaitis is clearing everyone. So Majas Mažinasa down into 2nd position. Now the question is, can Emilis Juozaitis check out? At the moment, it looks like he's going to do exactly that because he's pulled himself a rather comfortable half a second lead over Majas Mažinasa. Well, that was an on my bingo card for the opening couple of this race. Now Jack Collinson is starting to fall into the hands of Joris Sigamantas Stankovičius. And there goes Marcus Young now up the inside of Myers Maschina. So Myers Maschina seems to be somewhat struggling. Young goes defensive into the right-hand rock turn, just to make sure that Myers can't send it straight back up to his inside. All of this working perfectly for Emilis Šiauliaitis. Jack Collinson, actually I say Jack Collinson, Myers Maschina is on the back of Marcus Young. He might go for a move into turn, not being too far back. Don't discount Gigantas Stagavicius, who's on the back of this full-cut train for second, in the green and white suit, black helmet, 209. And not too far back is Rudolf Select, and Oscar Piskova. Patrick Gaziossi is also trying to work his way into this train. He's a further second behind though. Made his way up into 8th position now. Looking over his shoulder, probably Emilis Šiauliaitis as Marcus Young puts in the fast lap of the race, and he has taken a whopping 3.5 tenths out of Emilis Šiauliaitis on that lap. The gap is now 4.5 tenths of a second. And we have 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap of racing to come. So the answer to my previous question is no, Emilis Šiauliaitis will not be able to pull away from the rest of the field. Marcus Young is closing in, and it looks like the top 4 are starting to break from Stagavicius in 5th. He's now going to have to start defending from Alexis and Pitkova, who are in 7th and 8th place respectively, and Pitkova with a fast lap of the race, also 48.6. And there is a bit of a defensive line. Pitkova does not care. Pitkova will go up the inside of Alexis regardless. And Marcus Young, I think, having a little sniff up the inside of Emilis Šiauliaitis. Decides better of it. Here's an opportunity now. Young goes up the inside, and for the first time in this race, Marcus Young leads the way. Myers Maschina tries to go up the inside as well. Marcus Young took the brake, gone back up the inside. Emilis Šiauliaitis looking for the move. That's opened up the door for your pole sit. The Myers Maschina goes through, so does Jack Collinson as well. And now Stagavicius is all over the back of the Emilis Šiauliaitis. So Šiauliaitis, who started this lap in the lead of the race, has now dropped down into 4th position and is under pressure from Stagavicius, and may drop down into 5th place as well. So Marcus Young now leads from Myers Maschina, Jack Collinson in 3rd, and then comes Emilis Šiauliaitis, Stagavicius and Pitkova. So Stanis Pitkova up into 6th place, and full clear of Rudolf Select, as Marcus Young having to go defensive into turn 7. As there goes a move from Emilis Šiauliaitis up the inside of Jack Collinson. So Emilis Šiauliaitis goes through. Turn number 11, Jack Collinson doesn't lose 1, doesn't lose 2, but loses 3 places as Stagavicius and Pitkova go through as well. Young's really having to defend under pressure from Myers Maschina. They head through turns 1 and 2. The top 2 have been able to break a little bit from Emilis Šiauliaitis. After that, Šiauliaitis is overtaken there up the inside of Stagavicius, and Stagavicius is now into 3rd place. Meanwhile, I think Pitkova got overtaken by Collinson, indeed he has, and there goes Šiauliaitis back up the inside of Stagavicius. And Jack Collinson tries to follow through, makes contact with the rear end of the cart in front, is able to keep himself on the tarmac. I think that's Patrick Gaziossi. Now, Patrick Gaziossi has started his lap in 8th position, and he's gained, I think, 3 places. So Bačiūnai Kart is from 8th up into 5th in the space of 1 lap. Sorry, from 8th up into 6th position in the space of 1 lap. So that's a really good lap from Jokius. Julius Kutscher is also going into this battle, and it's Rudolf Select and Oscar Pitkova to lose places. Marcus Young continues to defend, heading through turn 6 and into 7 as well. Myers Maschina cannot fall away through, and this is going to allow Emilis Šiauliaitis to close back in. So Marcus Young is just putting on the brakes, and making sure his car is covering the inside into every single corner. This is a really impressive drive from Markus Jolt, the Estonian leading the Lithuanian, but he's moved to the inside too late. Through goes the Baltic. The Myers Meister reclaims the lead of this race from Markus Jolt, and through will continue to Uzaitis as well. So Uzaitis up in second, and just about praising Markus Jolt for his exceptional defensive driving. He just is a bit too late on the start of this race to cover off the inside, and then he had to start pushing. And that allowed Emilian Uzaitis to go straight up the inside. Now it's Jack Collinson on the back of Markus Jolt. And he's got Joris Gigamantas, Stankovičius behind him as well. Meanwhile, further down, Oskaras Pitkovas has overtaken Rudolf Alexis. We have 3 laps remaining in this race. There is 1 minute on the timer. There is Jolt, still trying to go defensive. It will be frustrating Collinson because he'll see the leading 2 pulling away. Markus Jolt clearly doesn't think he's really got the pace to break Collinson and try to close in onto the top 2. But besides that, he just wants to cement his 3rd place finish. Collinson, barely a car left behind Jolt, coming on to the start of this straight start what should be the penultimate lap of this race. And there is Jolt defensive again. Jack Collinson having a sniff, decides better of it. Fast lap of the race, still held by Oskaras Pitkovas, who was a 46.098, and there goes Bačiūnai Kart up the inside Stankovičius. Bačiūnai Kart who started the race outside of the top 10, is up into 6th place now. And now Collinson might have to defend as well as attack, heading on to the last lap of the race. Myers Meister leads from Emilian Uzaitis. Then comes Jolt, Collinson, Jokies, Stankovičius and Pitkovas. Pitkovas in the 264. The reddish helmet, no overtake into the left hand of turn 6. Defensive lines by everyone in that queue. To the final sequence of corners we go. Great move further down that was Juris looking up the inside of Oskaras Pitkovas. And Bačiūnai Kart has been re-overtaken by Stankovičius. However, over the line, Myers Meister takes the win by 0.7 of a second from Emilian Uzaitis. Markus Jolt in 3rd ahead of Jack Collinson. Then is Joris Gigamantas, Stankovičius in 5th. Bačiūnai Kart in 6th ahead of Oskaras Pitkovas, who was able to beat Juris to the line. Then Jokubas Vasquez and Rudolf Alexis complete your top 10. Peter Fight in 11th ahead of Emil Muller in 12th. Ottilia Granberger in 13th ahead of Gustav Nabais in 14th. Adam Zix completes the top 15th, then is Vainius Zalnaravicius in 16th ahead of Armand Mednis. Then comes Valeria Duleva in 18th ahead of Oskar Narumchik in 19th. Matvei Ponomarev in 20th ahead of Nicolas Dermantas and Timur Gaziev in 22nd position. Gaziev lost quite a few places in that race. So that was our junior heat 1. Now waiting for senior heat number 1. So that was an excellent race, which is kind of what we expected, really. We saw We know that juniors always put on a very, very good showing for us. That was absolutely the case again today. So we'll be having a short break and then we'll be returning with our senior masters. Onto track we go then for our Rotax Senior Maxes. Another category that always gives us splendid racing. On the front row of the grid is Carlos Kirikov and Marta Spike. On row number 2 is Marcus Hans Narusk and Artyom Destakov. Row number 3 is Linas Volungevicius and Alisa Solstermane. Row number 4 is Rodrigo Kakers and Matas Balkus. Row number 5 is Ginas Rimkus and Mariusz Karczauskas. That completes the top 10. Then it's Dovydas Vatelis and Kajos Petkus on row 6. Ilya Sheremeta and Domas Tumasonis on row number 7. Row number 8 is Kate Robiseva and Normantas Arvasavicius. Jonas Liutkauskas is in 17th ahead of Ricards Keikulis, and we are ready to start this race. Marta Spike, possibly her best ever qualifying, at least from what I've seen, starting in second place. Away we go. It's a good start for Spike, possibly only going to drop down to third. The outside is really nasty heading into turn 1, but leading the way is Carlos Kirikov, and I think that was a good start as well from Alistair Soltermane, who might have gained a few positions from what I can see. Soltermane started down in 6th out of place. The field navigate their way through turn number 6 and down towards turn 7. Everyone got through cleanly. There haven't been any major incidents to note, but is that Linas Volungevicius up into 2nd? So Volungevicius started in 5th. He had the inside of the grid and he's gained quite a few positions. Now, qualifying has been strange, and I say this because Linas Volungevicius has finally had a good qualifying performance. Usually we see Linas starting almost outside of the top 10, having to battle his way through in the heats and the finals. So now Volungevicius is starting in 2nd. Soltermane is in 2nd as well. And Soltermane has had some good races. Soltermane has been overtaken. Volungevicius up into the lead of the race. And that's the 3-5-2 of Rodrigo Kakers up into 3rd. So Kakers making good moves up to the order as well. Keep your eye out for Ginas Rimkus in the 3-7-7. He's in 5th place. So Rimkus goes up the inside of Soltermane. A robust move, a late move, but I think he made the move 6th. And it was just about clean enough as well. Rimkus up into 4th position. Volungevicius head down as he tries to pull from Kirikov and Kakers behind him. And there goes Kirikov up the inside. Kakers is going to try to follow through as well. Kakers does follow through. And Rimkus says, I don't mind if I do, I'm going to go through. And Soltermane is able to get involved in it as well. So Volungevicius just about stops himself falling down into 4th position. It is now Soltermane who is up into 4th. Volungevicius is in 3rd, and Rimkus, instead of moving up into 3rd position, drops down into 5th. But your leader is now Carlos Kirikov from Rodrigo Kakers. As we start a new lap number 4 of this race. And it is Carlos Kirikov at the front. Great opening couple of laps for Kakers as Soltermane goes up the inside of Volungevicius. Cleanly done as well. Marta Spike, the start of this race in 2nd, has now dropped down into 9th position as we've got a driver off in the tyre barriers on the approach into turn number 10. So Soltermane has Volungevicius and Sestakov right behind. Here, up the inside goes Kakers. Puts the move on Carlos Kirikov. Now, Artyom Sestakov has arguably been the best driver this season. He's put in some fantastic performances. And I know we've seen more of the same from Artyom today. Usually we see this group racing, we see the likes of Tom Starell, Fernando Paimre racing as there goes Blungevic is up the inside of Stoltenmane, and Sestakov's trying to just line up a run out the final corner, just a little bit mugged by Rimkus. And there goes Stoltenmane up the inside of Blungevic. Blungevic goes up the inside of Stoltenmane, up the inside of both of them goes Rimkus. Now Rimkus gains 2 places, also gaining a position is Sestakov. Stoltenmane has lost quite a few places in the process, as that is Kilikov ahead of Rodrigo Kakers. So Carlos Kilikov has retaken the lead from Rodrigo Kakers. Rodrigo Kakers in the Saudi suit, Kilikov in the Latvian suit. Well, this is shaping up to be really good. Sestakov gets a good run through turn number 11 and somehow is far enough ahead that he's able to take the racing line through 12 and get back ahead of Gilles Rimkus. Now this is an opportunity for Artyom Sestakov to put in a clean lap without having to do any defending and try to hunt down Blungevic, and I think if the two of them can get together, I don't think they'll battle. I think they'll try to close into the leading duo of Carlos Kilikov and Rodrigo Kakers. Because if they battle more, these two at the front are going to check out. After the final corner they go once again, 4.5 minutes on the clock. Fast lap of the race, Thomas Karlovicius, although that's just been beaten by Artyom Sestakov. We said Sestakov has clean air, let's see what he can do. And he puts in a 45.31, only marginally quicker than the 3 in front of him, who are also lapping in the 45.3s and the 45.4s. A very even pace across the field. Stoltenmane up into 6th position now. Will be trying to break clear of Nados behind and has done so as well. Let's see what the laps are this time. Do we have any 45.2s? A 45.1 for Sestakov, 45.1 as well for Stoltenmane. Sestakov and Stoltenmane are on a bit of a charge. There's also a 45.1 for Linus Blungevic, who is now 7/10 behind the leading duo. He gains another 2/10. This trio, they are catching. The trio of Blungevic, Sestakov and Stoltenmane as well. Yellow flag still out through that. The entry into the final sequence of corners. Over the line 1-4, what's the pace like? At the front of the field, they cross the line with 45.3s. There's more 45.1s for the group behind. Stoltenmane, quickest driver on the circuit again with a 45.0. The only driver to get into the 45.0s, who might even see a 44 as well before this race is done. Kakers, for now, patiently just sitting behind Kilikov, but maybe doesn't actually have the pace to throw a move on Kilikov. He's going to have to get on with this soon, because otherwise he's going to have Blungevic behind him. And then Kakers will be in a bit of a sticky spot where he has to both attack and defend. And that is Stoltenmane, who has pulled off the move on Artyom Sestakov, and there is Rodrigo Kakers going up the inside of Carlos Kilikov, who's taking the lead of the race, and he's done it not a moment too soon, because Linus Blungevic has just turned up on the scene. Defensive line from Kakers, and there goes Kilikov trying to go up the inside. Kakers slams the door shut. Go through 10, 11, and now into 12. Alisa Stoltenmane, still on the fast lap of the race, 45.0. Last lap, 45.1 for Stoltenmane. gaining a lot on this group up ahead, and Sultan managed through on Volungavicius, who now has to defend from Artem Sestakov. Gilles Rimkus not too far back either. He could pick up the pieces if any of this leading quintet trip over each other, as there up the inside goes Silas Kidikov to retake the lead of the race. So Kidikov now leads from the two solis of Kaken and Stolzermane. And Stolzermane now goes up the inside of Kaken. So Alice Stolzermane up into second position. Well, Stolzermane has pulled off a drive and a half in this race. And if she can pull off the win, that would be quite something. There's 20 seconds on the clock, which I think means that we are going to see only one more lap. We might just get 2 laps. But it's going to be a little bit tight as to whether they get one more lap. As there's Artem Sestakov on the outside, no way through on Kaken, who's just been overtaken by Volungavicius. Volungavicius leads the front by a tiny bit. It was somewhat forced over by Kaken, who holds on to the position, and through on the pair of them goes Gilles Rimkus. I said you can't count out Rimkus. Volungavicius back up the inside of Rimkus to retake the position. So we've got this lap and one more lap. Alistair Stolzermane needs to hook up these final couple of corners if she wants to be able to challenge Silas Kidikov for the race win. That is the 3.95, I think. 3.35 of Nadas closing in. There is Volungavicius behind Sestakov, and ahead of Sestakov is Kaken. But here are your leading two. And it looks like Stolzermane is going to run out of laps. There's very little pace-wise to separate these two. Stolzermane was about a tenth a lap quicker. A tenth a lap was not enough. Silas Kidikov, excellent drive as he rounds the final corner to win the opening heat for the senior maxes. Great drive by him. Alice Stolzermane will finish in second position ahead of Rodrigo Kaken. Then it's Artem Sestakov and Linus Volungavicius in fifth. Matas Bačiūnas in sixth ahead of Gilles Rimkus. And Marta Snaruski in 8th ahead of Marta Spike in 9th. Marta Spike started the race in 2nd. Still a good result for Marta. Maria Starchauskas in 10th ahead of Kaya Petkus in 11th. Then comes Adrian Castillon, Thomas Karalevicius and Laurinas Karalevicius. They are your highest placed senior club drivers. Thomas Sumasonis in 15th ahead of Martin Valls. 16th, then comes Ilya Sheremeta in 17th, Jonas Liastauskas, Richard Kekulis, and completing the top 20 is Kate Robiseva. Dovydas Gudalevicius down in 21st. That is not what you'd expect to see from Dovydas Gudalevicius, a very, very quick driver. Well, his pace was a 45.084. He was the second quickest driver on the grid. So Gudalevicius down in 21st. We'll have to watch out for him in future races. Normantas Arvasovicius in 22nd, then comes Dovydas Vaselis, Kristen Huvain in 24th, then Rem Smith, Ugne Puskuriute in 26th, Maya Gomberg, David Paulina Staselaita in 28th, Eva Bilauskite in 29th, and 2 DNF of Kaspar Klapp and Augustas Mikavicius. So that brings our senior race to a close. Now I'm going to take a short before we return with our DD2 and DD2 Masters. Well, our carts have been recovered and our DD2s have taken to the circuit. This should be a good race. We've seen some good DD2 battles, but this season has so far been in the DD2 category a case of a couple of drivers really starting to step up and taking a challenge to Edgar Vilkan, who starts on pole ahead of Andreas Oskal in second place. Then it's Joel Kasper Juepere in third ahead of Roman Rodionov in fourth. Then comes Thomas Rudolkas ahead of Tonis Johannes Tomingas in sixth. Nojas Gerolaitis in seventh ahead of our highest placed master, which is Nicolas Manchinas in eighth. All masters on row 5, Ricard Cantins and Rudis Klavins. Then comes Ares Jankevicius and Kajas Butkevicius in 12th. Eke Paul Betlem in 13th ahead of Rodrigo Frams. And completing the field is Ivazus and Juris Zalitis. Now, Joel Kasper Juepere has been very close to Edgar Vilkans on pace this year, but always finds himself dropping down the order because he's starting in second. Now he starts in third, directly behind Vilkans. How does this go? Well, again, it's not the best of starts for Juepere, I don't think. Has he managed to get up into second position? I don't think he has. So Oskar will hold on to second, I believe, with Edgar Vilkans at the front of the field. Edgar Vilkans, who has always been very quick in these DD2 cars, was the representative at the RMC Grand Finals last year and did a very, very good job as well. Here they go through turns 10 into 11 before they can start to lean on the throttle a bit more into turn 12 and onto the start-finish straight. Edgar Vilkans will lead. Look over his shoulder and directly behind him. Who is that? Who is going to be behind him? It is Joel Kasper Juepere. So Juepere up into second, and Juepere looks over his shoulder and we'll see Oskar there as well. Oskar, who's having a bit of a battle with Rudokas. I think Rudokas has actually gained the position. So up into third place is Thomas Rudokas and Andres Oskar down into fourth with Roman Rodionov in the red suit and silver helmet in fifth position. We know Rodionov can be very quick on his day. And there is a 4-2-6 of the driver, Thomas Rudokas. Onto the start-finish straight we go. No looking over the shoulders this time from our top two. Fastest lap goes away of Tonis Johannes Tomingas, the Estonian driver, down in sixth position. However, only the third highest placed Estonian at the moment because Juepere and Oskar are currently occupying second and third place. There is Tomingas at the back end of this train, running in the blue and white Estonian colours. Amidst this sea of red carts, with the exception of Thomas Rudokas in that black suit. Over the line we go to start a new lap, fast lap of the race this time. Ricard Cantins with a 45.6, 10 quicker than 45.7, which was set by all of the top 7 on that last lap. Rodionov right on the back of Thomas Rudokas. Came into the left-hander of turn 6. Now through 8 they go. And everything Vilkans just getting his head down. Not worrying about anything behind him. Fast lap of the race that time, Thomas Rudokas. 45 fours and 45 fives from all of the top 5 on that lap. And we tend to see this in the DD2 that the pace will improve as the session goes on. I don't know if that's the case of them getting heat into their tyres. do know that these tyres can fall off over the course of a race day, and once you get to the final, they just start to lose a little bit of life. And I'll probably be running them at quite low pressure to avoid wearing out the tyres as much as they can. And by running low pressure, sometimes that means that they take a lot longer to warm up. Edgar's Vilkas fast lap of the race is 45.2. Well, he's 2 to 3 tenths quicker than everyone else on circuit, and you can see the gap is full to Joel Kasper Juepere. And this is just that little extra that Edgar's Vilkas has over the rest of the field. And we've not seen anyone being able to bridge that gap. Roman Rodionos has come close on a couple of occasions, as has Juepere. So Vilkas always seems to have something in store for them. At the moment, Rodionos is down in 5th position. Juepere is in 2nd, but is falling into the clutches of the group behind him. Last time round, Edgar Vilkas, well, a slower lap by his standard, I'm sure, 45.3, but still quicker than everyone else on circuit. By, well, a tenth really, as the rest of the group behind him doing 45.4. That being said, Noyes Gerolaitis managed to come in at 45.3. He's the driver behind Solis Johannes Domingas. You can see him there, closing into Domingas. The driver in the blue suit is Domingas. Reminder, this is round number 3 of the RMC Lithuanian Championship, round number 4 of the Latvian Championship. Yeah, at Bačiūnai Park Circuit. Any moves? No, not this time round. Defensive line coming in for the driver who was in 3rd, Andreas Hofgau. Making sure that there is no way through for Thomas Rudoka. Now on the clock. They're going to cross the line with just over 3 minutes remaining. Edgars Vilkas continues to lead. He put in a fast lap of the race last lap, fast lap of the race this lap. And he extends his gap to nearly a second over Juepere. Juepere is starting to fall clear of Andreas Hofgau. No overtakes has been attempted in the last 5 or so minutes. Hofgau is somewhat sticking with Juepere, and it is Rudokas who is under pressure from Rodionos, Domingas, Gerolaitis behind him. Look over the shoulder for Edgars Vilkas. You're fine, Edgars. 45.1 for in that time round. I wonder if now the point where Vilkas says, right, I pulled out a gap, let me just preserve my tyres somewhat. Another 5 2 from your top 2. Oldcap struggled a little on that last lap with a 45.4. So he's got 2 tenths to the two ahead of them. So through the final corner they go. Less than a minute on the clock. We're going to have 3 laps left in this race. 45.1 for your race leader to continue to extend his lead to well over a second now. 45.3s and 45.2s being set by the drivers behind. But Edgar Zilkan continuing to show his pace, his class, his excellence. The 4.67 rounds the final corner. Starting new lap. What's the lap time looking like? 45.193. 45.5 from Ovcal. He's going to be putting into the clutches of... oh, what's this? Uefere has dropped down the field. So, your Casper Uefere, now I did not see this off the camera, but your Casper Uefere has dropped down into 9th position. He's lost 6 seconds on that lap. Now, on count, his lap was okay. There doesn't seem to be anything suggesting that there was foul play, but Uefere, well, that is absolute disaster for him. We've got a bit of a battle going on behind. That looks to be Gerolaitis trying to defend, or trying to battle his way through the field. Gerolaitis and Rudolkas, as Olkaf has Rodionov directly behind him. So Ronas Rodionov now battling for second place. Then comes storming us ahead of Rudolkas and Gerolaitis. Defensive from Olkaf. Pace has dropped off a lot now. We're lapping in the 46s. Edgar Zilkans has backed off as well. He's doing 45.9, so I don't know whether he's chosen to back off or if the pace has just dropped off in general. Well, there's the checkered flag. Edgar Zilkans wins the race ahead of Andres Ovcal. Then comes Roman Rodionov. Thomas Johannes storming us in 4th ahead of Thomas Rudolkas. Nois Gerolaitis is in 6th ahead of Ricard Kanzims. Then comes Mikolas Mancinas, so Kanzims wins in the master category ahead of Mancinas. Then comes Uefere down in 9th place after running in 2nd for pretty much the entirety of it. Kaius Butkevicius, pardon me, is in 10th ahead of Judis Alice, who's in 11th. Paul Eker Bethlen is in 12th ahead of Rudis Klavins, Ivers also, and Rodrigo Frams down in 15th position. Ades Jankevicius is our only DNF. So with that brings our DD2 race to a close. 3 more races to go before the lunch break. So we've got our DD2 Club race next, followed by the Tillotson, and then the Baby. So we'll be back in a few minutes once the next heat begins. On to circuit we go for the DD2 Club and the DD2 Heavyweights there opening heat for the day. So we will run you through the grid order. Carlis Brisis on pole with Edmund Zusevics alongside him, both club drivers. Marcus Speakers is the highest placed heavyweight driver ahead of Armin Stanks. Then comes Endais Vasnis in 5th place ahead of Kristaps Smitnik. Yuri Speakers is in 7th ahead of Arturs Janis. And completing the field is Antonevics Dimitris. So Marcus Speakers is your highest placed heavyweight driver, followed by Smitnik, then Yuri Speakers and Arturs Janis. The front row of the grid are both club drivers. So here we go then. Carlis Brisis starts on pole. And he gets away pretty well, as does the driver in 3rd position, which is Marcus Speakers. So Marcus Speakers up into 2nd. And he's going to be hoping that he can just tag along with Carlis Brisis and pull away from the rest of the field. And they have already pulled a very large gap as well. I think that's Edmund Zusevic, already under pressure from Armin Stanks. They make their way through the left hand of turn 8, down into turn 9, through 10. And into 11 and the final corner of turn 12. Look over the shoulder for your race leader, Carlis Brisis. Well, Carlis, who races in the Latvian Championship, normally races in top category, but he races alongside the main DD2 races, and usually does quite well. Oh, sorry, no, he does race amongst the heavyweights, pardon me. Carlis Brisis is being kept honest here by Marcus Speakers. Speakers gets a really nice run through the final corner. Again, Brisis is just checking over his shoulder just to see what the gap is. Does he need to defend heading into turns 2 and 3? The answer is no. But Marcus Speakers is right there as the driver in the orange helmet. Fastest driver on the circuit though was Edmund Zusevic. You can just see him in the corner of your picture. He's a further second behind these two. They make their way out of turn 11. Again, Marcus Speakers looks like he gets such a good run through that final corner. Absolutely nails the apex. And visibly you can see him closing in through the corner. This is starting to look like a case of when, not if, for Marcus Speakers, because he's looking very quick. Last time around he was 700 slower than Carlis Brisis, but that's absolutely nothing in it either way. You can see that tight line that Speakers is taking through turn 9 and 10. And here comes Speakers, he's looking up the inside, has to back out the move through 1. Now they'll head through turn 2, no way through. Speakers is just pointing his car, waiting for an opportunity, praying that there'll be some little slip up by Brisis. Don't forget, Marcus Speakers is in a higher weight category, so it'll be a little bit slower out of the corners and a bit slower when it comes to top speed. Well, this is the biggest gap that Carlos Brisis has been able to have over Marcus Speakis so far in this race. 46.9 for the top two, 46.7 for Edmund Zusevic. Edmund Zusevic, who, if I recall correctly, started this race in second position. Well, we've got just over 5 minutes remaining in this race. Let's see what the lap times are looking like for the top three. Fast lap of the race by Carlos Brisis, 46.6, 46.9 for, 46.6 from Brisis, 47.0 and a 47.3 for Speakis and Zusevic respectively. So the gap has ballooned quite drastically on that last lap. I think Carlos Brisis has gotten into his stride. We've got Kristaps Smiltniks and Endais Vasnis very close to get together in the battle for 5th place. They are in different categories though, let's not forget. That's them there on your screen, in the centre of your screen, and then just behind them is Zenis Dimitris and Speakis. Yuri Speakis though down in P9 currently. .46.8 for all of our top three on that last lap, 1.8 seconds separating the leading trio. Still plenty of time to go in this race. So last lap, 46.7, 46.8, 46.9 for the top three, in order of pace as well. Carlos Brisis, who was under a fair bit of pressure from Marcus Speakis earlier, has started to find his mojo, started to find his groove, his rhythm. There is Marcus Speakis. Just under 3 minutes as they cross the line. Well, new fast lap of the race for Carlos Brisis at 46.576. And 46.533. Again, new personal best for Brisis and a new fast lap of the race. 46.9 for the drivers behind him. 1.6 seconds is the gap from Brisis to Speakis at the front of the field. So through 2 and 3 they go. the gap now at the front of the field, just tipping over 2 seconds. Another fast lap off the race from British, 46.5. Half a second gain to the duo behind, who put in 47.0s. For Marcus Bleak was 47.000, which is quite an impressive lap. Bang on the dot. We will have 2 more laps remaining, because there is 40 seconds as Carlos Brissis comes over the line. And Brissis has just put in a new fastest lap of 46.4. So Carlos Brissis continuing to find more and more pace. And as per usual, we're seeing that Carlos Brissis just does not have any competition in the DD2 Club category. So we are on to the final lap of the race, so it's another 46.5 for Carlos Brissis. Well, a slow lap for Edmund Zusevic, who put in a 47.9. So he really struggled on that last lap, but he's still got 4 seconds to Armand Tank behind him. So he will hold on to that overall third. So over the line comes Carlos Brissis to take the checkered flag. In second place will be Marcus Speakis, who puts in a very good 46.8. Edmund Zusevic crossed the line. 48s are really struggling for pace in those dying moments. Armand Kanks in fourth ahead of Krzysztof Smitnik. Then comes Endais Vatnes, Antonevics Dimitrais in seventh. Then it's Arthurs Zgenis and Juris Speakis in ninth. And that completes our 9 kart results for our DD2 Club and DD2 Heavy drivers. Next up will be the Tillotson T4s, followed by the baby category. We are green for our Tillotson T4, and there's no surprise to see who is on pole. Daniel Petris Berzins almost becoming Mr. T4. Christian Zlazdans lines up alongside in second with Artur Skorenko in third. Then comes Ralph Igals in fourth. On row number 3 is Miroslav Novik and Maris Lazdans. Row 4 is Christopher Lakis and Ralph Legends. Row 5 is Kirill Dimitrievs and Ingos Just. And then moving on to row number 6 is Toms Rudolfs Berzins and Marco Vidniks. Then comes Kirill Savins and Dase Grosberga on row 7. And on row 8 is Edvards Jimenez and Ricard Ozons. Here we go through the cut through. Get our race started. Daniel Petris Berzins and Christian Zlazdans on the front row of the grid. And it is getting ready to go. We are going, and it's a decent start for Berzins. Over to the inside goes Zlazdans as he tucks in behind Artur Skorenko. So Skorenko up into second immediately, which is kind of what we expect to see here at the Bačiūnai Kart circuit. So Berzins leads, and from what we've seen from Berzins over the course of this year, and indeed on previous years, you might just check out up at the front. Good move though for second as the 985 of Lazdans tries to reclaim second position. I think there was a move for fourth place as well from the 907 Maris Lazdans, who started down in 6th place, dropped to 7th at the start, working their way back up to the order. So Maris Lazdans, gained a few positions from what I can see, but Berzins leads then from Gorenko, still in 2nd place. Gorenko started this race in 3rd, moved up 2nd at the very start. Then it's Christian Zlazdans followed by Maris Lazdans. So Maris Lazdans has gained a number of positions up into 4th. Again, started in, I think it was 6th, dropped down to 7th, then worked their way back up to 4th place on the opening lap. As there is the 965 of Kirill Dimitrievs trying to make a move. Lap number 2 of this race. Gorenko still in second ahead of the two Lazdans. Whether they're related, I do not know. But it is Christian Zlazdans ahead of Maris Lazdans currently. A little look over the shoulder. Artur Skorenko puts in the fastest lap of the race, and it's not a bad fastest lap either. It's 4 tenths quicker than Berzins, so Berzins might have his work cut out today. So through the final sequence they go, and visibly you can see Christian Zlazdans has reeled in Artur Skorenko once again. Let's see what the lap times are looking like this time around. I think Christian Zlazdans might get the fast lap of the race. No, actually, it's Ralph Legends in 5th. It's in a 51.672, almost identical to Daniel Petris, but it's 52.0, 51.9 for Skorenko and Lazdans respectively. The 907 of Maris Lazdans is now under pressure from Ralph Legends, who did just pick up the fast lap of the race. There's one thing to have quick pace, it's another thing to find the overtake. They navigate their way through 11 or 10, 11 and into 12. So through turn 1 they go. As Artur Skarenko with the fast lap of the race at 51.576. He's kind of yo-yoing in pace. One lap he catches up to Bertins, another lap he loses a bunch of time to Bertins. So, just under 3 minutes to go, as there is the 919 of Daniel Bertins with Artur Skarenko behind him, and Skarenko is certainly making a charge. Bertins looked over his shoulder, and we'll see that Skarenko has really closed in. But as mentioned before, it's one thing to catch up, it's another thing to overtake. Slightly earlier entry from Bertins, which I thought might have been a bit of a defensive line, but he actually gains a bunch of time by doing it. So maybe with Skarenko running slide on entry, missing that turning point by a minor amount. Here he goes. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the move down into turn 10. Again, just has to decide against it. 51.5 on his last lap. That was fast lap of the race by nearly 2/10 over anyone else. This time, 52.5 for the top two. That's going to allow Christian Slasdans to close in. Marius Slasdans was overtaken by Ralph Slayens on that last lap. And you can see that Daniel Bertins has started to pull a bit of a gap. Ralph Slayens all over the back of Christian Slasdans in the battle for third place, just in the corner of your shot. You can see those two separated by about a kart length. Bertins has started to pull out a bit more of a gap over Artur Skarenko now. Over the start-finish line once again. Artur Skarenko dropped about a tenth on that lap to Bertins. Three tenths separating them. We should get 3 more laps of this race, including this one. About 2.5 laps remaining now. They'll make their way out of 6th. Into turn 7, then through 8, and now into 9 they go. Then comes 10, 9 and 10, kind of a double apex, one long corner almost. Through 11 and into 12. Bertins, I think it's been closed in just a tiny bit by Skarenko. Skarenko gets a really nice line through that final corner, slightly later apex than Bertins. And that seems to just settle him a little bit more, allows him to get on the power that bit earlier and carry more speed out of the corner. And there is Slasdans and Layens battling for third position. Last lap. 51.7, 51.6 at the front of the field. Slasdans and Layens, 51.8, 51.7. There is Slasdans and Layens. They're struggling to find a way through currently. As Bertins does the old pump shuffle forward. here is Ralph Leyens entering onto the last lap of the race. Will he go for the move into turn 3? No, he'll sit behind once again. Trying to think where the best opportunity for an overtake might be. Well, they head through turn number 6. Turn 7's usually a good spot. No chance this time round for Ralph Leyens. He's a little bit squirrely on the exit. He can't go for the move into 8. Through 9 and 10 we go. This is the last overtaking spot. No attempt from Ralph Leyens. Out of the final corner, though, comes Daniels Petres Berzins, who will pick up yet another Tillotson T4 heat victory, ahead of Artur Skorenko in second. Then comes Christian Slasdans in third. Ralph Leyens has to settle for fourth, ahead of Kirill Dimitrievs, with Marius Slasdans dropping down into 6th place. Miroslav Novik in 7th, ahead of Edvard Skimenis in 8th. Then comes Kirill Stavins, Ralf Igals, Christopher Salakis, Marko Pridniks in 12th. Then comes Rudolf Toms Berzins, Dasik Rosberger in 14th, Ingus Just in 15th. And our final driver, who should be crossing the line shortly, is Ricard Oswalds. Well, that brings our first T4 race to an end, which is technically our final opening heat of the day. We will be having the babies taking on to the circuit shortly. Actually, the babies is a race as well, so it's a 10-minute race. They had their first race yesterday evening, actually. Oh, sorry, no, they had their first race just before the Nanos took to the track for their opening heat. So our next session is scheduled to start at 1:58 local time. Sorry, 11:58 local time, not 1:58. So that'll be in about 5 minutes' time.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've all had a wonderful lunch break. We're making our way into our second round of heats, starting off with our Rotax Nanos, along with the amateur or club micro and minis out on circuit, which should be getting underway in under a minute's time, actually, in under 10 seconds time, because our carts are heading out on to circuit now. So we can run you through the grid shortly for the starting order for this heat. And we did see a decent race with these drivers, as I can see Lightning McQueen waiting in the paddock to get underway. We'll be seeing that car out in the Micromaxes shortly. Very easily identifiable what Micromax car is that. So the grid for this race is going to be August Matthews on pole, with Patrick Lapin starting in seconds. Vytautas Kristiūnas in third place, ahead of Ignas Piragis in fourth. Then it's Toms Gruzins in fifth, ahead of Majas Norkus in sixth. Walter Skursis in seventh, ahead of Krista Norkute. Emma Tietzen, Ralph Tietzen on row 5. Jonas Ramanauskas and Dennis Norkus on row 6. Pius Samulionis and Andris Vasnis on row 7, then Valtis Vasnis in 15th. Watch out for Pius Samulionis coming through the field. He is a quick driver, starting, I think, a little bit out of position, but here we go. Madges and Lapins on the front row of the grid, and we have gone racing. That might get restarted with a false start, because there was a little bit of weaving, but it looks like we are good to be going racing, and it is a big gap for Valters Vasnis at the front of the field, and I think Valters Kursis also might have gained a position. The red flag is out, and as I think we suspected, that's going to be a race restart. I don't think there was an accident to warrant the red flag, and I think we're getting a red flag over just a standard restart, because I think these drivers had something similar in their first heat of the day, so the race officials just want to give them a proper talking to about race start etiquette. It always tends to happen, especially with some of our younger drivers being a little bit too eager to get on the throttle through the final corner, because they think they're out of the final corner so they can go. But they have to remember, you know, you've got a whole field behind you, so you've got to keep it nice and tight, nice and bunched up, so that when we go racing at the start, we've got a close pack and good racing heading into turn 1. We have seen as well in the past, if they can't get it right, sometimes they give them a standing start as well. I think we've seen that once before. But that is at the organizer's discretion. We've got a van out on circuit, so I wonder if there is more to this red flag and the meets. Yeah, maybe there was an incident at the top end of the circuit. I can't see any carts out on circuit currently. Well, if there is a driver that was involved in an incident, hopefully they are okay. So from what I can see of vehicles on circuit, I do think there was an accident, and the grid is now being reordered back into the starting position. And once all the cars are back into their starting position, we can get another rolling start underway. So it looks like everyone is into the correct orders. Now I'm not seeing a kart 9 on the grid. So that's Vytautas Krikskiūnas. And I think Krikskiūnas started a little bit higher up the field. I'm not sure if they were maybe involved in the incident. Now the van has returned to the pits, and I'm seeing a mechanic running out with a wheel. So I wonder if there was maybe a puncture or something that might have happened to Vytautas' kart. But it looks like, I think if that is Vytautas, he will be able to rejoin this race. And yes, indeed it is. That is Vytautas' number 9 kart. Now, I don't know if there is damage to the tracking on the kart as well. The mechanic's been given some information, presumably about race starting procedure. I think that chassis is bent. I think there's been an accident. It's bent the chassis. The front right tyre might have gone into a tyre barrier. Now, Vytautas is going to be able to get into the car, so that's excellent to see that Vytautas is going to be able to still race. So we will have 15 karts on the grid for the second race start. And I think that car is damaged. They'll have a proper repair once this race ends. They'll have an hour or so before the next Nano race, which is going to be at 3:45. So they'll have about 2 and a bit hours to repair that car, as there is Vytautas. I think might have to start from the back of the grid. So as our drivers make their way through turns 4 and 5, and then 6, they will get into 2x2 fashion as the 51 does not get on the brakes and rear ends the 5. That was Dennis Norkus, well, giving Patrick Lappins a bit of whiplash there. Poor Patrick. Right, we are almost ready to go racing. Our drivers are making their way down towards turn 9, and then they'll make the cut through, so they don't have to take turn 10 and 11. They'll go straight to turn 12. Was that a spin for the number 9 of Vytautas, who started the race in 3rd, had that incident. Now he's starting from the back of the grid. So keep your eyes out for Vytautas to try to work his way back up through the field, but we're green and we are racing. We've got some karts that are 3 abreast out of the final corner. But away we go into turn number 1 with about 5 minutes on the clock when the race started. And leading the way, just trying to see the number, I think that was 196 of Valdas Vasnis. So Vasnis leads. And then it's a number 4 of August Majors in 2nd. And that's a nice move up the inside of the 16. So I think that's a 169 of Andris Vasnis going up the inside of Toms Gruzin. So Andris Vasnis, who started from, I think it was down in 8th or 9th. He crossed the line in 7th at the start of the race, or at the start of race start number 2. Pio Samuelionis, who started down in 14th place, is already up into P5. So an excellent start for Samuelionis. We did say he was a driver to watch out for, the number 99. There are your leading 2. We have a yellow flag out as the drivers make their way through turn number 6 and then towards 7. That's August Majors trying to hunt down race leader Valters Vasnis. And Fire Samuel Leonis at the back of this train. There he is. You can just see him trying to close in on Tom's Gruzins. Fast lap of the race is a 53.5, now 52.9 by Valters Vasnis. That's just been beaten by Andrais Vasnis, who is up into second position. Then is August Majors, followed by Tom's Gruzins and Fire Samuel Leonis. So Majors, Gruzin, Samuel Leonis, a three-way battle for the Rotax Nano victory. But just behind Samuel Leonis is Valters Kurstis as well, so a four-way battle for the win. We'll keep an eye out for Andrais Vasnis as well, because he was nearly a second quicker than Valters Vasnis on that last lap. You can see those two in the corner of your shot. Tight line being taken by Tom's Gruzins, heading into turn 11. And Gruzins is onto the back of Majors. Another fast lap of the race by Andrais Vasnis, as he takes another 9/10 out of the race leader. Meanwhile, August Majors leading in the nano classes. For a second, I thought we saw Gruzins running very right. So Gruzins has got past Samuel Leonis on this lap, and is now trying to charge his way onto the back of this leading duo, at least leading in the class category. So the two Vasnis at the front of the field, and the amateur mini-max category. There you can see them in the corner of your shot, as we have one of our drivers being lapped. That might just cost Tom's Gruzins a bit of time as he tries to go around the outside of the final corner. 2/10 between the top two. Not a new fast lap, but another 67/10 gained by Andrais Vasnis. The 169 behind the 196. Andrais trying to search for a way through. You can see from just height alone that Andrais is the older of the two Vasnis. So this is a big moment for Valters if he can keep his, what I'm assuming is his older brother at bay, as Valters sends it up the inside of a back marker. Two minutes 30. That's a long time for Valters to keep Andrais behind, but he's certainly going to try. And in the back of your shot, you could just see Tom's Gruzins still hot on the heels of August Majors. Through the right-hander of turn 5 they go. Now through 6. And into 7. Still Valters leading from Andrais. Valters just getting his head down. He's not even been looking behind him. A lot of time you see, especially with the younger drivers, constantly looking over their shoulders. But not for Valters. He's kept his head really cool. And he's just focusing on the drive in front of him, which is excellent to see. Still, Andrais not able to find a way through. Meanwhile, behind, still looking at 2 seconds separating 4 drivers. Majors, Gruzin, Samuel Leonis and Kursis. As that was a nice move up the inside into turn 11 from Andrais Vasnis. So Andrais Vasnis now leading the way from Valters Vasnis, but can Valters fight back? Will be able to sit behind, at least for a little while, as they go up the inside of a back marker into turn 3, but that's really caught out Valters, who loses a lot of time trying to find a way through on Vitautas. I think it was Vytautas anyway. But Vytautas really struggling, I think, does have a damaged car or maybe a little bit shaken up from whatever the incident was on the first race start. There are your leading two through 10, 11, and now into turn 12. They're going to cross the line to start their final lap of the race. And it's nearly a new fast lap of the race for Andrejs Vaznis now that he's got clean air in front of him. The gap has spread out in the battle for third, so August Majors now has a nearly 1 second lead to Samuel Leonis, who in turn is 2 seconds clear of Valters Kursis. Now, Majas Norkus has dropped down the order a bit. Toms Gruzins is also 3.5 seconds behind Valters, so something's happened to Toms Gruzins that has cost him a lot of time, not on this lap, but on the previous lap, I think. Meanwhile, out of the final corner comes Andrejs Vaznis. He had to work for this win, and it's a good win for him, ahead of Valters Vaznis, who will take second in the Minimax category, the amateur Minimax category. August Majors will finish in first in class, just ahead of Samuel Leonis in the amateur nanos, or just in the nano category, actually, I should say. Valters Kursis will finish third in the nano category ahead of Toms Gruzins. Now comes Denis Norkus, Majas Norkus, and Jonas Ramanauskas. Ignas Piragis will be in 10th ahead of Patrick Lapins. Then it'll be Ralf Tietzen, Emma Tietzen, followed by Gustin Norkute, and Vytautas Krikskunas was 1 lap down. Or actually a couple of laps down, I should say. So there is confirmation of your overall top 3. Andrejs Vaznis ahead of Valters Vaznis and August Majors in 3rd place. Majors winning in the nano class. Our next race out will be the Rotax Micro Maxes. So here we go for our next race. I didn't see the karts actually head to the circuit, but we have got a race restart. Rodrigo Lapins will be starting this race on pole ahead of Aras Pascalis Bagatirius. Then it's Taurus or Vilius Taurus Bakutis. Timas Transeca in 4th ahead of Jokubas Jozaitis. David Vladsen in 6th ahead of Azuolas Kasparavicius. Rems Balods Nagrado in 8th ahead of Mark Klavins, with Gordi Dulev completing the top 10. Timas Rimas in 11th. Watch out for Timas coming through the field. He's usually a very quick driver. Benediktas Grazis ahead of Thomas Norkus and Jonas Gelzins, with Karim Skukidis and Oskaras Bakutis completing the field. As I sneeze. So, Karim Skukidis down in 15th. Normally, you'd see him much further up the order, so try to see him down in 15th. He'll be another driver to watch out for. So this is divided into the Rotax Micromaxes and the Rotax Micros under 9s. Here we go for the race start, Lapins and Bagatirius, and again, we're going to have another restart. So, red flag is out. That is what normally happens after 2 full starts, because the organisers need to have a chat with the drivers and say, look, guys, you need to get it right. And what the race organisers will tell the leading 2 drivers, normally the leading driver, is slow it down, don't go so early, you know, wait until you're properly out of the final corner, and don't break the tram lines. Those are the 3 things that are said. However, as we've mentioned before, especially with some of the younger drivers, they get very excited to get underway. So we do see these mistakes, and that's part of growing in racing. It's not just racecraft, but it's also, you know, starting procedures and the likes that need to be sorted out and improved. Now, I have seen Karim Skukidis has gained a position. Now, he tried to wave the driver behind through. You can see him still doing it and saying, look, you go in front of me. You're meant to be starting in front. But the driver hasn't done so. So Karim's, I think, might just start a place higher up. Although I think the officials are just making sure that everyone is going to be in the right positions now to get this race underway. So there is the 42. So that's a 42 of Gordi Dulev, who is starting in 2nd. But on my timing screen, it says that Gordi Dulev is starting down in P10. So I'm not really sure how, but that's what my timing information is telling me. We've also got the 55 of Timas Rimas starting in 4th place, and my thing says that Timas Rimas is starting down in the 11th. So Timas Rimas is in 4th. So it is Rodrigo Lapins on pole, then it is Gordi Dulev, then it's Aras Pascalis Bagatirius, and then it's Timas Rimas in 4th. So Bagatirius in 3rd, Bagatirius in 4th, with Rimas behind him, and Rodrigo Lapins in pole. Sorry, Bagatirius in 3rd, and then in 2nd it is Gordi Dulev with Timas Rimas behind him. I'm not sure what the order is of drivers further down the field. I can see the 67 and is that the 15 or the 12? I think it's Jokubas Jozaitis who is starting in 5th or 6th place. And Thomas Norkus is starting this race from 6th position. Here we go then. So Jokubas Jozaitis is in 5th. Rodrigo Lapin starting on pole with Gordi Dulev alongside him. That's a much better start, even if they do break the tram line somewhat. Away we go, Gordi Dulev, I think it's going to hold on to 2nd, heading through turns 1 and 2. He might even have a look up the inside. We've got one driver going a little bit wide, but they are able to stay on the track. And leading the race is not Jonas Gelzins. Surely not. That must be... No, it is Gelzins. So Gelzins is leading, and then comes Gordy Dulev in second. Then it's Aras Pascalis, Bagatirius, and Timas Rimas, I believe, although there has been a change because up the inside has gone Jokubas Juozaitis, or is that Domas Norkus? I think that might have been Domas Norkus in the 67. That is the white car up into third position. Indeed it is. And then comes Aras Pascalis, Bagatirius in fourth place. So Bagatirius in fourth, and into fifth position, that looks to be Patrikas, sorry, not Patrikas Georgios, Jokubas Juozaitis. I always get those two mixed up. And then it sees Timas Rimas, who is in sixth position, who's not had the best of starts. So Gordy Dulev is all over the back of Jonas Gelzinis. The Gelzinis in the 71 with the white helmet. And then you've got the Senna Esk helmet of Gordy Dulev. And that's a really nice move up the inside from fourth place from Aras Pascalis Bagatirius. However, it's not over yet, because straight back up the inside goes Domas Norkus to reclaim the position. They're now side by side, and that's going to give the opportunity for Jokubas Juozaitis. The two make contact, and around goes the 67. Domas Norkus' race comes to a bittersweet end. It's not over. There's still time to go, and he can try to work his way back up through the field, but it has ended any chances that he had of fighting for the race win, or even a podium, and even now a top 10, to be honest. So contact between Juozaitis and Norkus. I'm sure that's one that the stewards will look at, but up at the front is still the 71 of Jonas Gelzinis ahead of Gordy Dulev. Then comes Aras Pascalis Bagatirius. Jokubas Juozaitis now about a second behind, courtesy of that incident that occurred with Domas Norkus. And he's ahead of the 55, that's Timas Rimas in fifth place. And just behind Rimas is Vilias Tauras Bakutis. So Bakutis currently running in sixth position. It doesn't look like Gelzinis is starting to pull a bit of a gap to the duo behind him, Dulev and Bagatirius. With 4.5 minutes on the clock, give or take. There they go through turn 2, and then hard one to the brakes into turn 3. Keep it over a little bit to the left. You swing it through 4, through the fast right-hander of 5. Now the left hairpin of 6. And then you'll have also the hairpin of turn 7, but it's more of a double apex hairpin, much longer corner. Now through turn 8, then another 90 left for turn 9. Pull it back left for turn 10, into the hairpin of turn 11. One of the slowest corners on the circuit alongside turn 3. Onto the start-finish straight, your top 3 separated by virtually nothing. In the background you can see Juozaitis, Rimas and Bakutis separated by 9/10 of a second, the 3 of them. The top 3 separated by half a second. Now it looks like Juozaitis and Rimas have pulled away. Rimas up the inside of Juozaitis. Juozaitis going to fight this one back. He gets a run out of 11, takes a wide line through 12, holds on to the position. Timas Rimas almost up into 4th place. Now these two had just started pulling away from Bakutis. I don't think they're quick enough to catch up to the top 3, who are not fighting or squabbling amongst each other. Driving very calmly and very well at the front of the field is Gelzinis, Dulev and Bagatirius. Now the question is, does Gordy Dulev have the pace to go for a move? Or is he just sitting patiently behind, waiting for maybe the last couple of laps, a little bit sideways as he goes into turn 11? That'll cost him a bit of time. And that's why a kart length or 2 has opened up between himself and the race leader of Jonas Gelzinis. Fastest lap though goes to Aras Pascalis and Bagatirius. 51.197. The pair of them close in onto Jonas Gelzinis once again. You can see the slightly defensive lines from Jonas Gelzinis going a little bit tighter into turn 7, just to dissuade Gordy Dulev from going for the overtake. To head through 9-10, this is where Dulev sometimes makes that mistake, and there again you see he's just trying to turn in from a little bit too wide. I don't think the grit's quite there for Gordy Dulev. It's costing him time, and it's costing him the exit or the run through this final sequence of corners. Still got, I think, 3 laps to go, including this lap that has just been started. Dulev is all over the back of Gelzinis. Fastest lap of the race for Dulev. And I think if Dulev can sort out that entry into turn 11, if he just turns in a little bit earlier, he'll find himself maybe even another 10 a lap. We'll have another look this time round. So watch when they go through turn 10, that left-hander. You'll see that Gordy Dulev, compared to the driver in front and indeed behind him, he tries to pull the cart to the left for the right-hander a bit too much, and that seems to unsettle the cart. Not that time round, and that was, I think, much better from Gordy Dulev. I think Gordy Dulev realised the mistake that was being made, although that being said, it was still a fantastic run from Jonas Gelzinis. Gelzinis is really nailing that final sequence of corners, and it's making it much harder for Dulev to be able to challenge Gelzinis, because the prime overtaking spot is here into turn 3 after the fast double left-hander of turns 1 and 2. Now, what is Bagatidis going to do? Because he's running out of time. He needs to go for a move soon as well. For now, Dulev, I think, still is looking forward rather than looking behind him. Bagatidis doesn't have to worry about anything behind him. He can just watch this all unfolding in front of him. Here we go to start the final lap of this race. In the background, you can see Uozaitis pulling away from Rimas in 4th and 5th place, respectively. Surely Dulev goes for it. Oh, again, he's just too far behind. Same for Bagatidis. These three have just been nose to tail for the majority of the race. There haven't been any overtake attempts. This might be it, though. Dulev up the inside, and he does it into turn 6. And following through, I think, might be Bagatidis. Bagatidis goes up the inside as well. No, he doesn't. He's not able to make the move work. So, Gordy Dulev up into first. Gelzinis drops down a position. Now, Dulev just has to hold it for a couple of corners. Great move up the inside from Bagatidis. So, Bagatidis up into second place. That's going to leave Gordy Dulev free to take the race win out of the final corner. He did it on the last lap of the race. Gordy Dulev with an excellent heat victory. And Bagatidis is well happy as well with his second place result. Jonas Gelzinis picks up 3rd ahead of Jokubas Uozaitis. Then it's Timas Rimas in 5th ahead of Vilius Tauras Bakutis. Rems Balos Negrado in 7th ahead of Timas Transeca. Thomas Norkus in 9th. Then comes Karim Skukitis in 10th. Marko Klavins is in 11th ahead of Benediktas Grazis. Then it's David Vladsen and Azuolas Kasparavicius. Rodrigo Lapins in 15th. Also, shout out to our under-9 class victors, which is Vilius Tauras Bakutis and Rems Balos Negrado in 1st and 2nd place, respectively, for their categories. And Karim Skukitis, who rounded out the podium in the under-9 section. So, our next race out is going to be the Mini Maxes, which always does deliver. So we are ready to go racing then for our mini maxes. The grid, Tauras Simnikas and Oskaras Prileidas are on the front row. Then it's Ricard Mednis and Martin Sarma on row 2. Martin Slapins and Michelis Zuber. That is not right. I don't think that is the actual grid. So we'll have to wait because I can see in third place is Lapins. So I'm not sure. I think Remigius Klausinas leads from Martin Lapins. Carlos Bensons is in third position, though he's dropped down a few places. So Bensons is down the order, but I think it's Klausinas who leads from Lapins. Apologies for the issues that we are having with the timings for the grids. But there goes Lapins up the inside of Klausinas. That's Zimnikas, I think, in the 141. No, sorry, Similis Kapkauskas behind in the 141. He gets absolutely mugged off, though. Well, that is not what Kapkauskas needed. He's lost about 4 positions in the space of a couple of corners. So he's dropped down to about 7th or 8th position. He's got a lot of work now, does Emilis Kapkauskas, but leading the way is Martin Lapins. He's overtaken Remigius Klausinas on the opening lap. Then we've got the 197 in third position. That's Timur Babenko up into third place. So Timur Babenko in third with Michelis Zuber in fourth place, directly behind him. Here is Zuber. He's going to look for a move and he's going to go up the inside. Beautiful move on the 197 of Babenko. So Zuber up into third position. And now closing in is Carlos Bensons. And we know Carlos Bensons loves a dive and a half. And there goes Bensons, wasting no time at all. So Carlos Bensons up into fourth position. And now to hunt down the front 3. So your order over the line at the start of the lap was Lapins from Klausinas, from Babenko. Never mind, we've got to move the 141 up the inside of the 197. Kapkauskas not wasting time. He's carving his way through the order. The 102 tries to hang around the outside of the 197. That's the 102 of Tauras Zimnikas. Zimnikas, though, I don't think made the move work. Emilis Kapkauskas' aggressive move from earlier on. He does make this move work. And at the front, Klausinas has closed in onto Martin's Lapins. So Remigius Klausinas is challenging Lapins for the victory. And there goes Carlos Benson up the inside of the 121. Great move on Michelis Zuber, who's still trying to fight Bensons for this position. Meanwhile, Klausinas has taken the lead from Lapins. So while we were watching the battle for third place, Remigius Klausinas moves to the front of the field ahead of Martin's Lapins. It's almost a complete reversal of what we saw in Heat 1, where it was Klausinas who led for a large portion of it, and then Lapins was able to get through, along with quite a few drivers followed him through. But Klausinas now ahead of Lapins as they go through turn 1. Through turn 2 and into turn 3, will Lapins fight back? No, he won't go for the move this time around. And Carlos Benson's closing in, dragging Zuber alongside him. So Michelis Zuber still in fourth place, but look at Carlos Benson's really quick, fast lap off the race as well. Carlos Benson's, I mean, all of these drivers are certainly drivers to watch out for the future, but there's something about Carlos Benson's that I really enjoyed watching from my first race covering him. He almost has no filter. He just goes for whatever it is coming his way. Now, sometimes that ends in disaster. It ends with him dropping down the field and not picking up victories, not picking up podiums, but it means that we always see a spectacular race, and I think we're going to be seeing that again today, not just here in heat number 2, but in the final as well. Klausinas leads from Lapins, then it's Bensons and Zuber. Let's not forget Remigius Klausinas. This is his first year in the Mini Maxes, whereas for the drivers around him, I believe the likes of Lapins and Bensons, this is their second year in Mini Maxes. So Klausinas is doing a really good job. It's either Klausinas or Kapkauskas who are in their first year of Mini Maxes. I think it's Klausinas, and he's taken the fight up to these drivers who've been in the category for a year already incredibly well. I can't remember though if it is Klausinas or Kapkauskas, one of those two for sure. And whichever one it is, they are doing a really good job to keep the rest of them honest. Meanwhile, in the background, I just saw Kapkauskas having a look over his shoulder, seeing Tauras Zimnikas there. But I think he's got his head down. He's trying to close in onto this group up ahead. But they've got a big gap, a big deficit to bring down. About a second Now, Bernsons has closed in onto Lapins. He's dragged in Zuba along with him. When will Bernsons go for the move? I thought he might have had a think up the inside of the right hairpin of turn number 7. Sides against it though. Kriaušinas looks calm, he looks composed, but we've seen overtakes on the last lap of a race before, and we've seen grid orders just getting completely shuffled. You can be leading, and then the next lap you can be down to 4th or 5th place. So Kriaušinas needs to also be thinking about if at some point Lapins goes up his inside, maybe not to fight it too hard, just slot into 2nd rather than try to fight for the lead and then drop down into 4th. Drop down to 2nd and then try to fight it back at a later corner. Otherwise you'll find yourself with 3 karts up your inside. But at the moment, Kriaušinas isn't worried too much about that. He's just putting in the lap, and these are really good laps as well. Carlos Bernsons, you can see he's poising his car. He's thinking about going for an overtake, but he just cannot find the right opportunity. And while Bernsons might be an aggressive driver, I don't think he's a careless driver. I don't think he'll go for a crazy move if he doesn't genuinely think it's on. Here we go, start another lap, 1 minute 15 as they come over the line. Remigius Kriaušinas with the fast lap of the race, and you can start to see the gap that is forming in behind him. The 48.9 last time round from Kriaušinas. He went from Lapins right on his tail to pulling a couple of kart lengths on that lap. And it was good laps for the drivers behind as well. They didn't have shabby laps. They all put in practically their personal best. It's a great move up the inside from Michele Zuba, up the inside of Carlos Bernsons into 3rd position. Now that has given a bit of breathing room to Martins Lapins. Meanwhile, it looks like Kemilis Kapkauskas, Tauras Dimnikas, they're putting in good times, 49.1, 49.0. They're matching the pace of the leading group. The issue is they're just too far behind, and what was a 9/10 gap about 3 minutes ago is now a 1.1 second gap. We'll see this time as they come over the line, it's now a 1.4 second gap. So the gap continues to expand, but it's only by about a 10th a lap. If they were a bit close at the start of the race, they probably would have been able to stay within touching distance. It's 48.9 for both Kriaušinas and Lapins. Lapins with a new fast lap of the race, but it is only half a 10th quicker than Kriaušinas up ahead. So we're going to be heading on to the last lap of the race very shortly, and it looks like Kriaušinas has a bit of a gap. Michele Zuba, though, is seemingly closing in onto Martins Lapins. Look over the shoulder from Kriaušinas. Fast lap of the race, Zuba, no surprises there, 48.8. He's gained a 10. Lapins closing in onto Kriaušinas with the toe, heading into the triple left-hand of 1, 2, and 3. Kriaušinas still needs to hook up the rest of this lap as they go through the hairpin of turn 6. I think Kriaušinas has done enough. It's been an excellent drive from Remigius Kriaušinas. 2 more corners to go as he navigates turn 11 and now into turn number 12. Remigius Kriaušinas will take the victory in heat number 2 ahead of Martins Lapins. Michele Zuba in 3rd position. Then comes Carlos Bernsons, Tauras Dimnikas and Emilis Kapkauskas in 6th. Timur Babenko, Oskaras Bakutis, Ivos and Oskaras Prieleidas in 10th. Then comes Martin Sarma, Henrais Lapsa and Viljamas Juseliunas in 13th. With Ricard Mednis completing the field in 14th place. So that brings an end to heat number 2 for our mini maxes. Next up will be the junior maxes in about 4 minutes time. We are ready to go racing for our Rotax Max Juniors, who will be taking to the circuit very shortly. And that looks to me like a Marcus Jolk will be starting in second alongside a certain Myas Majinas. I think that was Jack Collinson. He'll be in third. So that grid is not correct. We're not going to go by the grid that is being showed on screen because that is certainly wrong, and I know it's wrong. So timings are playing with us. Myers Magina starts on pole with Marcus Jolk will be starting in second. Now Jack Collinson's fourth. I'm not sure who that is starting in third place. I think that might be Emilius Jozaitis, potentially. Is that Oskaras Pikovas, maybe? I think it might be. Where is also Patrikas Josius? He might be starting up the order. Because he had a... Oh, I'm not sure. Emilius Jozaitis should be up there. I'm just trying to remember in general from who was high up the order in the last race. Anyway, we're ready to go racing. Majinas Jolk on the front row of the grid. And away we will go. It's a good start from the inside as per usual. We wait for the timing sheet to update to see who is actually leading this race. But it is certainly Myas Majinas at the front of the field. And we've got a yellow flag out, so that's going to be a race restart. So the race will be restarted for presumably going a little bit too early. So Myas Majinas is going to have to slow the field back down so we can get this race underway once again. I can't quite tell who that is starting in third place. I think it's either going to be Oskaras Pikovas or Patrikas Josius. Could be Adam 6, potentially. I can't quite see the number. But anyway, here we go. Attempt number 2. Much slower, much better from Myas Majinas. Marcus Jolk immediately trying to go to the inside, but is immediately covered off. Emilius Jozaitis, that is, up into second place, having started this race from third. And Jozaitis goes up the inside of Myas Majinas. Marcus Jolk follows through, so does Jack Collinson. So that is not the greatest of starts for Myas Majinas. You'll go from first down to third, but we saw something similar before as Jolk goes up the inside, almost contact with Emilius Jozaitis, who acted around the outside. Jack Collinson now goes up the inside of Marcus Jolk. So Jack Collinson up into second place. Marcus Jolk drops down into third, ahead of Myas Majinas, and then comes, is that Joris Digamantas Stankevicius? I think it might be Rudolf Alexis, Keith Spike, Oskaras Pikovas, Vainius Zainarevicius, I think, complete your top 10. Jokubas Vaskelis is then at the back. There you can see Jokubas Vaskelis in the white and green car as they head into the fast left-hander of turn 1. Jack Collinson right onto the back of Emilius Jozaitis. Then comes Jolk, then comes Majinas, and then comes Stankevicius. So it's Stankevicius in the green and white suit as there goes Majinas. There goes Jolk up the inside of Jack Collinson. Really good move. And Jolk is going to defend. Jack Collinson was pointing ahead, but we've seen Jack Collinson do that before. Points ahead, and then the driver, tries to get the head down and drive, but Jack Collinson sends it up there inside. So, no offense, Jack, but no one's going to trust you anymore in these races after what happened a month ago, I think it was. It was absolutely excellent racing to witness, though, regardless. Emilius Jozaitis leads from Marcus Jolk, then comes Jack Collinson. Then it's a little bit of a gap to Myas Majinas. Jack Collinson, is he going to go for the move, or will he be happy to sit behind? It seems like he's going to be happy to sit behind for now. If these two battle for too long, that would allow Emilius Jozaitis to pull away. So maybe Jack Collinson is well and truly saying, let's work together. However, Myers Mašinas could not care less about that. Myers Mašinas is going to go up the inside, going to cover off the inside heading into turn 6, and Myers Mašinas will now be taking that final podium spot. Then it's Jack Collinson, then it is Joris Digamantas Stankovičius. Keep your eyes out for in the background though, because Oskaras Pitkovas has closed in. So Pitkovas is showing really good pace. There he is in the white and black cut with a red helmet. So Pitkovas working his way up. Patrikas Josias up into 7th ahead of Jokubas Vaškelis. So Patrikas Josias doing a good job now. Patrikas Josias, if I remember correctly, was a mini max champion from last year. Or was that Jokubas Vaškelis? It was one of the two. As I said before, I get those two mixed up a little bit too frequently. I will double check that on my notes. However, your top 4, well, it's not your top 4 because your leader's running away with this. Emilius Juozaitis has checked out. Now, Juozaitis did something similar in race number 1, but Mašinas was able to reel him in. This time, it looks like Emilius Juozaitis has enough to be able to pull this gap and maintain it. But here comes Myers Mašinas on the back of Marcus Jog, not going to go for the move. And he'll sit behind for now. There goes Mašinas up the inside of Jog. A bit of an aggressive move. Jack Collinson tries to follow through, and Mašinas ends up dropping about 3 places. He's going to go straight back up the inside of Pitkovas as up ahead. Collinson goes up the inside of Jog, and following Collinson through is Stankovičius. So Joris Digamantas Stankovičius is up into 3rd position. Really nice move by him. And now Stankovičius having almost a little look up the inside of Jack Collinson, but these guys really need to get their heads down if they want to catch up the race leader, because Emilius Juozaitis is 2.3 seconds up the road. I think they're going to give up. I don't think there's any chance that they're catching Emilius Juozaitis. They have to just fight for second, which essentially means Jack Collinson is your battle leader, if you will. Now, it was Jokubas Vaškelis who represented Lithuania in the mini-maxes last year at the RMC Grand Final. So Jokubas Vaškelis, who is currently in 8th position. So Patrikas Josias was in the juniors last year. So great to see Jokubas Vaškelis, getting his way up through the field, despite this being his first year in the juniors. And we spoke about drivers going up from micro to mini maxes. It is a step, not a huge step. Going from minis to juniors, that is a big step and a half, and then going from the juniors into the seniors as well. However, a really nice move from Myers Mašinas up the inside of Marcus Jog into the left-hander of turn number 6. Then they go through 7, and now through 8. Emilius Juozaitis is absolutely gone. He doesn't even need to put in good laps. He just needs to put in decent laps. Just lowish 47s will see him to the end of this race comfortably. You can probably even do, well, I say that, he's just put in the fast lap of the race by 1/1000th of a second over Jack Collinson. So 46.749. Emilius Juozaitis is pushing, and he's continuing to show his talent up at the front of the field. Collinson and Stankovičius trading times pretty much, both in the 46.7, but here comes Myers Mašinas. Now, I don't know what happened between Mašinas and Stankovičius, but there was actually it was between himself and Jog. They had a bit of contact, then they had contact with Collinson. Collinson was able to go through, so was Stankovičius, and Mašinas dropped down to about 6th position as a result of it. Actually, I think it was 7th because he was behind Pitkovas as well. Pitkovas now ahead of Marcus Jog. Juris Pluksna is involved in this too. Jokubas Vaškelis is at the back of this train of carts. He's a driver with the gold helmet. Also, it's Patrikas Josias who's back ahead. So Patrikas Josias is ahead of Jokubas Vaškelis once again. And there, up the inside, is a really nice move on Jack Collinson by Joris Digamantas Stankovičius. Stankovičius going to defend from Collinson. That's just going to help Mašinas close in. Pitkovas is here as well. He could take second in this race. Marcus Jog maybe a little bit too far back to get involved with this group as Collinson goes straight back up the inside of Stankovičius into turn 11. The positions continue to chop and change in heat number 2 for our Rotax Junior Maxes. And there in the back of the shot, closing in slowly but surely, is Patrikas Josias and Jokubas Vaškelis. Majas Mažynas not going to go up the inside into turn number 3. However, he will go up the inside into the left-hander of turn number 6. Oh, contact, that's a 251. That is Jokubas Vaškelis, isn't it? No, it's Patrikas Josias. So Josias goes off. Josias has a moment. He'll drop down the order, which will promote everyone else up a few places. There's Majas Mažynas, who we had seen overtake Stankovičius into turn number 6. We still have a couple of laps to go. Majas Mažynas could yet pick up second in this race, as Jack Collinson takes the fastest lap of the race by a tenth over Emilis Juozaitis, who's now nearly 3 seconds up the road. He's probably going to win this race by over 3 seconds, because Jack Collinson is going to have to start defending from Majas Mažynas on the final lap of this race. And there is a rather defeated Marcus Jolk. So Marcus Jolk, we know how quick Jolk is, had contact with Patrikas Josias. The two of them drop down the order. Marcus Jolk is going to be starting, presumably, outside the top 10 for the final race of the day. Not where he wanted to be. 2 laps to go then. Fast lap of the race, no surprise, it is Majas Mažynas, and he's fast lap by 0.2 of a second. Emilis Juozaitis leads by 2.7 seconds. Then comes Collinson and Mažynas, who are practically nose to tail. These races aren't determined by who's quickest out on circuit. They're not determined by who's the fastest. It's determined by who has the best racecraft. And at the start, that was Emilis Juozaitis, and he's going to reap the fruit. He's going to reap the rewards of his efforts in the opening 3 minutes. Races can be won in the first few laps, and that is something that Emilis Juozaitis has been able to do. Can Jack Collinson hold on to second position? Majas Mažynas, a little look over the shoulder, wants to see the gap to Joris Zigomantas Stankovičius, and he does have enough of a gap. He knows he can go for a move without being punished too hard if it doesn't work out perfectly. Fast lap of the race goes to Juris Fluxner in P6. Now these are the overtaking opportunities. Mažynas can't go up the inside into 6. What about into 7? No, he's too far behind. Collinson looks over his shoulder, still decides that he wants to go defensive, and he's got this covered surely. There is no way for Mažynas to take this position. Maybe into turn 11. Speak of turn 11, here is Emilis Juozaitis. What a drive from Emilis Juozaitis. He'll be hoping he can do the same in the A final. Emilis Juozaitis will cross the line to take the checkered flag. Jack Collinson takes second ahead of Majas Mažynas in third place. Then it's Joris Zigomantas Stankovičius in fourth, ahead of Oskaras Pitkovas, who picks up the fastest lap of the race. Joris Fluxner is in sixth ahead of Jokubas Vaškelis. Then it's Rudolf Alexis ahead of Adam Six and Keeper Spike in 10th. Vainias Zalnarevičius in 11th ahead of Emil Muller. Then comes Patrikas Josias recovering to 13th. Oskar Navumčik in 14th ahead of Gustav Narveis in 15th. Ottilia Granberger in 16th ahead of Nicolas Hermentas in 17th. Matvei Ponomarev in 18th ahead of Timur Gajiev. Then comes Armen Smednis and Valeria Duleva. Our one and only DNF was Marcus Jolk after his incident with Patrikas Josias, with about 3 or so laps to go when they were battling for, I think it was about P6, P5. So unfortunate for the pair of them, but a great, great race that was. And really well driven by Emilis Juozaitis to pull off that kind of performance. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time with our senior Heat 2. We are green then for our senior maxes to take to the circuit. Now, I'm not sure how accurate the grid would be for this, so we'll just stay away from the grid. I can see Linas Volungavicius in 5th place. I think that's Alice Stoltermane in 6th position. The pair of them have quite easily identifiable helmets. I've seen them race for long enough to have been able to spot them. Who else are we looking out for? Oh yes, so we saw Dovydas Gudelevic have a terrible opening race. Watch out for him. Laurinas Karalevic is another quick driver. Where's Artyom Sestakov in this? Sestakov starting in 4th position. I'm trying to figure out who that is who's starting on pole. I'm not actually sure. Is it Kirikovs? Either way, we are pretty much ready to go racing. And away we will go. Now we're going to have another rolling lap. I think it's the 337 who's starting in 2nd place. You know what? I think I've got enough time just about to go and pick up the starting grid for this race. The starting grid, heat number 2, seniors. Great. So we've got on pole the 309 from the 337. So on pole is 309. Where is 309? That is Karlis Kirikov. So Karlis Kirikov is on pole. Ignore the graphic. The graphic is wrong. So Karlis Kirikov is on pole, and it is Marta Spike who is in 2nd. According to the official document, it says the 337 of Marta Spike is starting in 2nd place, which is what we saw actually in the previous race. So Kirikovs and Spike on front row. Here we go. We are green and we are racing. Good start from Marta Spike. Marta Spike got to go to the lead of the race through the opening corner. Well, as long as I've been commentating on the series, I've not seen Marta Spike leading a race. So this is a huge achievement for Marta Spike. Now the question is, can Marta Spike deal with the immense amount of pressure that is going to be forming up behind Alice Stoltermane diving to the inside? Aggressive move, fantastic move. As Stoltermane moves up a position and slams the door shut in Kirikov's face through the opening corner. Now Sestakov in 4th ahead of Linas Volungavicius in 5th position. And, there's a move going up the inside of Volungavicius. I'm not sure. I think that might have been Rodrigo Kakad who went for the move. We'll have to wait. It could have been Marcus Hans Naros as well. I think it might have been Naros who did go for that move. As I can see some darts to the inside through the opening corner. Now Marta Spike, well, we know Marta's got pace as there goes Kirikov. Sorry, not Kirikov. There goes, Kirikov's up the inside of Alice Stoltermane. Sestakov's just behind. Then comes Volungavicius. Then it is indeed Rodrigo Kakad as Volungavicius goes up the inside of Artyom Sestakov. Well, this is all getting really, really crazy. And I think that's Ginas Rimkus as well, who's gained a position. He's just overtaken Rodrigo Kakis as well. There's Stoltermane going back up the inside of Karlis Kirikov. Kirikov's up the inside of Stoltermane. The two make contact. And well, there's a very quick look over at each other. Stoltermane gives a little thumbs up. I think that's to the Masters initially. I thought it was a sarcastic thumbs up to the driver that she had collided with. Well, this is all going the way of Marta Spike. What is this battle for 2nd place? Artyom Sestakov's move to the front of this about 20-car battle for 2nd place. Artyom Sestakov in 2nd position ahead of, I believe it is, I'm not sure who it is. I've got no idea what the order is from, I think it's Ginas Rimkas or Rodrigo Kakis. And Sestakov has an issue. Sestakov has gone wide, he's still going wide. Does he have a puncture? I think Sestakov has a puncture or something's going wrong with his car because he's just tumbled down the order. So Artyom Sestakov is done and dusted from this race. It looks like he's going again, so maybe his car comes out momentarily. Wow. What a race. Marta Spike leads from Rodrigo Kakis. Then it's Ginas Rimkus in 3rd place ahead of Matas Balshus. Linas Volungavicius in 5th. Then it's Ilya Shedemeta in 6th place. Well, this is one of the best results we've ever seen from Shedemeta. As we've got another move, that's Matas Balshus up the inside of Rimkus. So Matas Bačiūnas in the podium spot. Again, something I've seen before. Bačiūnas in the top 3. I have completely lost my voice in this race because this has been absolutely crazy. Well, Charles Kirikov having that incident with Alita Stolzenmano after the two of them had got to the front of this train and I think had just about started to put in the laps to hunt down Marta Spike. Well, Stolzen is going to be getting a kind of maiden heat victory. I don't know if Rodrigo Kakers has won a heat before. I'm pretty sure Linas Volungovicius must have. Artyom Sestakov is in 8th. He's only 3 seconds off the race lead. We've still got 6.5 minutes to go. Well, let's see what happens. But at the moment, it looks like the underdog story is going to be a big one. As there we've got a battle for, I'm not sure, I think that's 6th position. But Artyom Sestakov, Linas Volungovicius are kind of the more decorated drivers in this grid, in the top 10, along with Rodrigo Kakers as well. But everyone else, they're looking at what could be a huge, huge result for them. Linas Volungovicius with the fastest lap of the race in 4th place as he tries to catch up to Matas Bačiūnas. 45.4, that's half a second quicker than Marta Spike. Everyone behind Marta Spike is quicker all the way down to about P12. Marta Spike is going to have to deal with a lot of pressure on the last couple of laps of this race. There could be a bit more tension and there could be a bit more drama yet as well. Linas Volungovicius has Ginas Rimkas behind him. Is it Ginas? I don't know. But Linas Volungovicius goes up the inside of Matas Bačiūnas. Excellent overtake. And Rimkas is trying to follow through. Rimkas not too far behind. And Artyom Sestakov's down in P8 trying to recover after whatever bizarre incident befell him. And behind Sestakov is Markus Hans Narus, the Estonian driver. There is Volungovicius, and up ahead we've got a battle for the lead. Marta Spike and Rodrigo Kakers. Well, as a neutral, you've got to get behind Marta Spike. Well, Rodrigo Kakers doesn't want to be behind Marta Spike anymore. Kakers is through and will go a little bit defensive to stop Marta Spike going for the send into the hairpin of turn number 7. Volungovicius is here. We've still got ages to go in this race as well. The best part of 5 minutes left in this race. Volungovicius is here too. Well, I think Marta Spike at this point, she's just going to be really happy, maybe with a top 3. Maybe she'll be a little bit disheartened having lost the lead of this race, but Marta Spike clearly has pace, otherwise she wouldn't have been starting on the front row of the grid. She must have nailed qualifying to a T. But she needs to nail her next few laps. Sandwich between two very, very good drivers. And maybe the favourite for this race right now could be Volungovicius in 3rd. Dovydas Kudilevicius has the fastest lap of the race. He's down in 13th, having started from pretty much the very back of the field. Alisa Stolzenmane is working her way back up through the order in P26 now. There is a chance for Stolzenmane to maybe work her way up a few more places. It'll be very hard though, as I've missed this while I was looking at the timing tower. Volungovicius has taken 2nd place. So Volungovicius up into 2nd, now trying to hunt down Rodrigo Kakers. Dovydas Kudilevicius with a new fast lap of the race. And there he is, I think, at the back of this train in P11. Just outside of our shot. So the back of this train is Hans Markus Narus. And then 3 or 4 positions behind is Dovydas Kudilevicius. 3 positions behind is Kudilevicius. So 1, 2, 3. There's Dovydas Kudilevicius, blue helmet, dark red car. And he's just put in another fastest lap of the race, or matching his fastest lap of the race pretty much, at 45.2. Dovydas Kudilevicius could have a good top 10 result. If he has that, he might be only starting just outside of the top 10 for the final. Now, last time round, Volungovicius was a 10th slower than Rodrigo Kakers. So Rodrigo Kakers, well, he's trying to prove me wrong. He's saying, no, I'm the favourite for this race. I've got the pace over Volungovicius. Now, Linas Volungovicius, I'm sure he'll be well aware of where everyone finished and know that if he holds on to this 2nd place result or wins this, I think if he wins, he's guaranteed starting on pole for the A final. which after the season that Volungavicius has had a season of terrible heat, or, well, god-awful qualifying, decent heat, and then really strong finals, but he's had to start the finals from really far down the order. So today, it looks like he's going to be starting the A final from, at the very least, the front row of the grid. I cannot remember how Rodrigo Cakes did in this race. Rodrigo Cakes started this race in 17th. Wow. Well, that's according to the timing screens, which we know is not necessarily accurate. So I'm not 100% sure if that's correct, because it's saying that Martin Spike started down in P12. So do not believe how many positions the graphic says have been gained, as fast laps being set by pretty much everyone. Artem Sestakov's really getting the hurry up, or giving himself the hurry up, as he closes into the back of Matas Valchus. Remember, Sestakov's had a really good race one. I'm trying to remember, I think Sestakov's did win the opening race. So if he can get himself into the top three, Sestakov's will be starting on pole, possibly from Cakes, and then Volungavicius in third. There goes Sestakov's up the inside of Matas Valchus. Lovely move. Now next up is going to be Marius Karshauskas. And then after Karshauskas comes Marta Spike, who has been overtaken as well. So next up is the 3 to 8. So Valchus and Sestakov have both overtaken Spike and Karshauskas. Well, I think it's Karshauskas now just on the back of Spike, looking for the overtake. There's been so many changes of positions. It's so hard to keep track of what's going on. And is that car going slowly? Who's that going slowly? They've been overtaken by about 5 or 6 cars. They're still going slowly. That's the 3-2-6. So I think that's just the driver being allowed. That's Augustas Mikavicius. So Mikavicius getting well out of the way of our leading group of drivers. Dovydas Gudalevicius fast lap of the race down in P9. Well, he's on the back of this train that goes all the way up to Linus Volungavicius in second. We've got 2 laps to go. Rodrigo Cakes crossed the line just before it hit 0. Well, Matas Valchus has closed in onto Volungavicius, and Sestakovs is right there as well. I think Sestakovs and Gudalevicius have looked to be the 2 quickest drivers today. Gudalevicius, though, just has been starting on the back of the grid. Sestakovs, on the other hand, has had, well, an incident, let's say, a couple of incidents. He didn't have the greatest of starts, and then he had whatever cost him loads of time. It was almost like he had a long lap penalty. Oh, beautiful move from Sestakov up the inside into the final corner. We've not seen that overtake yet today. Inside of the last corner, however, fighting back is Valchus up the inside into turn 1. He's not going to take this line down. Sestakov needs to bounce back, and he needs to bounce back fast. Marius Karshauskas not too far behind. Gudalevicius is gone and will hold on to second. Dovydas Gudalevicius is up into 8th position. You know what? Gudalevicius could win the A final. He's going to have monumental effort to do, but he's got the pace, he's got the ability. It just depends where does he start and if he can get a good opening lap. But here is your race leader, Rodrigo Cakes, who has driven this superbly, supremely well. Rodrigo Cakes out of the final corner will take the checkered flag for heat number 2. Volungavicius takes second. Matas Valchus holds off Sestakov, reclaimed third from Artem Sestakov. Marius Karshauskas in 5th ahead of Skinas Rimkas. Then comes Marcus Hansnarus, followed by Dovydas Gudalevicius. Ilya Shedemeta in 9th ahead of Martin Spike in 10th. Kasper Kiskuela in 11th ahead of Martins Valls. Then is Tomas Tumasonis in 13th. Thomas Karalevicius in 14th. Then comes Kate Robiseva, Laurinas Karalevicius in 16th. Dennis Kayas Petkus, Adrian Tions, Carlis Kirikovs in 19th, Normantes Arfas Savicius in 21st, Ricard Skakulis in 22nd, Ugne Pusporiute in 23rd, Dovydas Vaselis in 24th. Then comes Rems Smits, Alice Stolzermane comes home in the next position. So Drobiseva completing the top 15, as you can see on your screen. Dovydas Gudalevicius with the fastest lap of the race. And as we said, Alice Solzermane in 26th ahead of Paulina Staseleita in 27th position. Well, that was a crazy race and a half. So I'm going to take a quick water break and we will be back shortly with our DD2 and DD2 Master Heat number 2. So it looks like we are ready to go racing for our DD2 Master race. We have 3 more races after this before we head on in to our finals. So looking at my screen, it's the 467 and the 407 on the front row of the grid. The 467 is Edgars Vilkans. No surprises there. Andreas Opkalp is in 2nd position. Then it's a 429 and the 456, which is Joel Kasper Juepere in 3rd, followed by the 456, which is Romans Rodionovs. So Rodionovs 4th, Juepere in 3rd, Opkalp in 2nd, Vilkans in 1st. I'm just trying to see the highest place master driver. Might be a bit difficult because we've got the race about to get underway now. So you can see Opkalp on the right, Vilkans on the left. Nice and slow, and away we go racing. Edgars Vilkans keeping it very slow for quite a while, but away we go. Really nice start. Juniors, take a note. That's how you start a race. Edgars Vilkans doing it inch perfect to the letter, and it's a good start as well for him as he leads the field through the opening 3 corners. And then behind him is, I think that, is that Juepere? It might be Juepere up a position, although I think it is Opkalp who still holds on to 2nd position. Trying to spot where Romans Rodionovs is. I think he's dropped a couple of places there. He is actually behind Tomingas. So Tomingas has gained a position or 2, and Tomingas has gone up the inside into 11. And now the 509 being pushed along. That's the 509 of Ricard Calcims being pushed by Rodionovs, but Calcims decides to lift and yield. So Thomas Rudokas is in 3rd place, Juepere is in 2nd, Edgars Vilkans already stretching out a gap at the front of the field. First get a light is in 4th ahead of Andreas Opkalp. So Opkalp started in 2nd, has dropped to 5th on the opening lap. This is normally the kind of treatment that Juepere gets when he starts in 2nd. Maybe it's just the Estonian curse for race start. Maybe they should introduce a new rule in karting where 2nd can decide to start 3rd if they want instead. Fast lap of the race, picked up by Tomingas in 6th. Rodionovs has found a way through on Calcims on that last lap. And is now trying to close into that white and blue suit of Tomingas. There's pretty much nose to tail, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Then it is a kart length or so to Tomingas, followed by about half a second to Rodionovs. A good move up the inside from Rudokas, but bouncing straight back is Juepere. So Juepere reclaims a position, and it's a good run out of the final corner by Nois Gerolaitis. And here comes Rudokas having a little look for a move. Now Tomingas has gained a position. I think it's Opkalp who's dropped back a few more places, because Opkalp had Gerolaitis on his inside coming out of the final corner. There's less than a tenth between them when they came over the line. Rodionovs with a fast lap of the race, 4 tenths quicker than anyone else on track. And he's right behind Tomingas now as well. Highest placed master driver, Ricard Calcims, followed by Mikolas Mashinas, and then Ivers Us. Ivers Us, who started from dead last, working his way up through the field. So Nois Gerolaitis is currently in 4th ahead of Tomingas. Then comes Rodionovs and Opkalp. A little think from Tomingas, but the inside was covered off really well by Gerolaitis. Again, Opkalp looking for the inside, but Gerolaitis sticking to that defensive line through the two hairpins. This has allowed Juepere and Rotax to pull away somewhat. Ivazus is right on the back of this train of carts that goes all the way up to Nicolas Majinas, who's second in the Masters category. It doesn't look like Gerolaitis has been able to pull a bit of a gap to Tomingas. Still has Rodionos and Opka pretty much directly behind him. Here they go through turns 2 and 3. Edgars Villikans with a fast lap of the race now of 45.4. Over the line comes Edgars Villikans to start lap number 8. 4 minutes 30 remaining. So the top 3 all matching lap times on the last lap. 45.3 for all 3 of them. 45.5 for the group behind. Ivan's also now up into 11th as he continues to try to close in onto Nicolas Majinas. He's about 2 seconds behind Majinas though. As Tomingas is coming under a little bit of pressure. And as we come over the line, Roman Rodionov's now ahead of Tomingas. This is the move that we had just seen. Now Tomingas has Andres Opkap directly behind him. Juepere still has Thomas Rotax right behind him. Over the line again, Edgars Villikans 45.2, 45.3, 45.2 for Juepere and Rotax. New fast lap of the race, Roman Rodionov 45.1. He's now in a bit of clean air, has been hunting down Noia Skerolaitis. He's only a couple of tenths now as they come over the line. You just see that dual part to the corner of your shot. Rodionov tries to work his way up into the top 4. We're seeing Juepere still ahead of Rotax, and there is Skerolaitis ahead of Rodionov. Over the line we go. Juepere and Rotax, second and third. start-finish straight once again. And Vilkans leads less than a minute as they came over the line. 45.0, new fast after the race for Vilkans. Rodionos has dropped back a little bit from Noise Gedolaitis on this lap. But it looks like no one seems to have that little bit extra to go for the move. Tominga still has Ovkalp behind him. The battle for second best of the Estonians is the battle between Tomingas and Ovkalp. For a second, I thought we were going to see an attempt from Rotax. Definitely more defensive lines being done by Jolkas Juefere. That's actually allowing Thomas Rotax to close in. See the pair of them behind. We're about to head on to the final lap of the race. Where that's Tomingas behind these two. Light is defending from Rodionos. Is that Rodionos up the inside? Can't quite tell. Edgar Vilkan starts the final lap of the race. 1.5 seconds clear at the front of the field. Still Juefere ahead of Rotax. Second and third. Here they are. And there is Rodionov still searching for a way through. Gerolaitis goes defensive, parks it on the apex. There's no way through for Roman Rodionov. Meanwhile, entering the final corner is your race leader. Edgar Vilkans will take another checkered flag ahead of Jol Kasper Juefere. Then comes Thomas Rotax, Nois Gerolaitis in fourth ahead of Roman Rodionov. Then Estonis Johannes Tomingas ahead of Andreas Ovkalp. Ricard Kalsims wins in the Masters category ahead of Miklas Mažinas. Paul Eke Bethlehem in 10th. Then it is Rudis Klavins in 11th ahead of Kaius Butkevicius. Judis Salitis in 13th ahead of Ivers Us and Rodrigo Frams. And our one DNS not starting the race was Aras Jankevicius. Fast lap picked up 5. Edgar Vilkans at 45.0. I don't think we've seen a 44 yet from our DD2s. We've had 45.0s, I think, in both Heat 1 and Heat 2. Romans Rodionos, really good drive from 12th up to 5th. And I think he should be starting probably on the third row of the grid for the final. So, again, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back in about 5 minutes' time with our DD2 Club and DD2 Heavy race. We are green for heat number 2 for the DD2 Club and Heavies. On the front row of the grid, it's a 5-2-2 and the 5-5-1, which is the 5-2-2 of Carlis Brisis and the 5-5-1 of Edmunds Zusevics. So Brisis and Zusevics on the front row of the grid. Then it's a 5-2-3 and a 5-9-5, which is Marcus Spikis, one of our heavyweight drivers, the leading heavyweight driver, from the 5-9-5, which is Armand Kanks. Then it's a 5-3-3 and the 5-2-9 of Endais Vaznis and the 5-2-9 of Kristaps Smilnik. But it is this is who is on pole. Zusevics alongside. And then you can see just behind Marcus Spikis in the 5-2-3 with the red helmet. We're green and away we go. Good start for Spikis. So Marcus Spikis up into second place. And right behind Carlis Brisis as well. Really good start for the heavyweight driver. Question is, can he find any way through on Carlis Brisis? I don't know if it's Brisis or Brisis. So through the final couple of corners they go to complete their opening lap, and well, Marcus Spikis looks super fast. Right on the back of Brisis as they start lap number 2 of this race. Then it's Zusevics in third ahead of Armand Kanks, and then it's the heavyweights of Artus Jenis, Kristaps Smilnik and Antonevics Dimitris, followed by Endais Vaznis and Yuris Spikis completing the field. Up the inside goes Marcus Spikis to take the lead of the race. Can he get the drive on exit despite having those extra kilos on board the cart? And the answer is yes, he can. So Marcus Spikis, the heavyweight driver, has done a really solid job to take the lead of the race on lap number 2, and now will try to break clear of Carlis Brisis. Bit like Freddie Mercury, he wants to break free, and I think, judging by things at the moment, it looks like he's poised to do that. He's already pulled the cart length, which isn't a huge amount, don't get me wrong. Brisis is going to have the weight advantage on his side as well as Slipstream. So far, so good for Spikis. Now, Edmunds Zusevics has had a bit of a slow last lap, so he's dropped to the back of the field. Fast lap of the race, Edmunds Zusevics with a 47.1 as he tries to work his way back up through the large train of carts in front of him that goes all the way up to Artus Jenis in 4th position. Marcus Spikis just put in his personal best of the race. You can see he carries so much corner speed, even though he turned in earlier. I don't know if that's just a better line for Marcus Spikis. Whereas Carlis Brisis behind, trying to take a wider line in, which would make more sense. He sacrificed more through the previous corner to open up the left-hander, but it didn't matter. So Edmunds Zusevics has gained 2 places on that last lap, up into 7th position, and on the tail of Kristaps Smilnik as well. So don't be surprised if you see Zusevics back into the top 5 in a couple of laps. There is that group of carts, and there you can just about see the gap that has formed from Zusevics to Spikis and Vaznis behind. Speakies continues to put in these good laps, continues to stretch out the advantage to the driver behind him. Not by a huge amount, but by enough, another half a tenth gained by Speakies. What about Zusevics? How far has Zusevics got up through the field? He's gained another place, so he's through on Smieltniks. Another good time, 47.5. Might not even be fourth that he goes for. He might be able to catch up to Armin Kanks for what would be second in the club class. It's starting to look like Speakies pulling further and further away. That's where Speakies takes that slightly different line into the left-hander of turn 8. And I think visibly that gap is probably extended a bit. Actually, it's quite close. No, a bit of time gained by Brisis, who puts in his personal best of the race and the fast lap of the race, 46.9. Speakies had just done his personal best. Let's see how the fast climbing Zusevics is getting along. So he's right on the back of Antonevic Dimitris. And there is the 551 of Zusevic, searching for a way through on Dimitris, and then you've got Artur Zagenis just in front. No way through this time round into turn 11. He'll have to sit back, and for the first time, we've had 2 laps in a row now where Zusevic hasn't gained a position, but he's got the run out of the corner. Zusevic is already up into 5th, actually over the line, so he did gain a position technically on that last lap. I think the weight advantage would have helped him a little bit to get that drag to the line going. 47.1's up at the front of the field. Zusevic now closing in onto Dimitris. Or is it Dimitris? Oh, very nice run from the 551 Edmund Zusevic up the inside of Dimitris through the final corner. And now Zusevic finally has clean air in front of him. Sure, Zusevic wouldn't want anyone in front of him. But he'll be somewhat content with the pace that he's shown, his good effort through the field. Another fast lap of the race from Carlos Brisis, 46.961. The gap is 1/10 of a second between the top 2. Oh, 529 contact, and there's more contact behind. These 2 drivers are interlocked, completely interlocked. And that is the 529 of Kristaps Smieltniks, and I think the 534 of Yuri Speakies. So Endais Vassilis is going to gain a position. Carlos Brisis is also going to gain a position. He goes up the inside really nicely into turn 7, and he's been able to pull a gap as well. 2.5 minutes to go. There is time for Marcus Speakies to come back. But great work from Carlos Brisis to reclaim the lead of the race that he lost about 4 or 5 minutes to go. So Edmund Zusevic, 46.7 fast lap of the race. He's just taken a second out of Armin Kanks. He's 1.5 seconds behind. I think he's got 3rd place in this race, does Edmund Zusevic. He's certainly got the pace for it. And it looks like Carlos Brisis is pulling the gap on Marcus Speakies as well. So over the line they go. 3 laps remaining. Edmund Zusevic, well, let's see what the pace is like. Surely it's going to be another really quick lap. It is indeed a 46.8. Another second gained on Armin's Kanks and only half a second behind. So he's going to be right on his tail when they start the next lap, which is the penultimate lap of the race. So Armin's Kanks is going to have to defend this overall third place for the best part of 2 laps. There is Brisis out of the final corner to start the penultimate lap of this race. There's a fast lap of the race as well for Brisis, 46.661. Let's see about Zusevic. Zusevic is already through. So Zusevic up into third place. He wasted no time with that at all. Well, it'll be interesting to see Edmund Zusevic against Carlos Brisis, because their pace has been, well, actually, I'd say it's been slightly in favour of Zusevic, really. But their pace is still relatively even between the pair of them. And here comes Zusevic. Oh, sorry, Brisis around the final corner. And he will start the last lap of this race. Another fast lap, 46.643. Let's see about Zusevic. He's had clean air again. Can he match that kind of pace? 46.7, he's only a 10th off, you know. Brisis, Speakies and Zusevic are all very closely matched pace-wise. The gap from second to third is 8.5 seconds. But here is Carlos Brisis through the final corner. And now just a run to the line. Brisis will take the checkered flag and win heat number 2 ahead of Marcus Speakis. And in third place is surely going to be Edmund Zusevic. Indeed it is. Then it's Armin's Kanks, Antonevic Dimitris. In 6th is Artus Genis, and then Endais Vajnis. And a lap down is Kristaps Smiltniks with a DNF for Juris Speakis. So Juris Speakis very unlucky. Fast up the race, 46.643 by Carlos Brisis. So that brings an end to the DD2 Club, DD2 Heavy race. Next up is going to be the Tillotson T4s. So we are green for our second Tillotson T4 race of the day. On the front row of the grid, it's the 919 and the 985. The 919 being Daniel's Petter's Bernstein's, and the 985 being Christian's Lasdans. Those two were quite closely matched, if I recall correctly, in race number 1. Then it's the 944 and the 999. The 944 is Gorenko Arturs, and the 999 is Rals Igals. Row number 3 is the 908 and the 907. The 908 being Miroslav Novik, and the 907 being Maris Lasdan. But that front row of the grid of Berzins starting on pole, and alongside him, Lasdans. So Berzins and Lasdans, Christian's Lasdans, not Maris Lasdans, so Christian's Lasdans in second. Out of the final corner we go. We are ready to go racing, and away we shall go. It's a good start, as expected, from the inside of the grid. Christian's Lasdans dropping down into third place behind Arturs Gorenko. So Arturs Gorenko in the black suit with a black helmet, as that has been a poor start. I think that's from the other Berzins. So that would be Rudolf Thompson Berzins, who has had that poor start, I believe. A little bit defensive though from Daniel Pettelis Berzins into turn number 1, and he's got a stream of 3 carts directly behind him of Arturs Gorenko, Christian Lasdans and Raul Sigals. Raul Sigals in the blue suit with the yellow helmet. Berzins still going defensive, even though he's got a bit of a gap. That's a really nice run though for Lasdans, who tries to go up the inside of Gorenko, can't make it work, and that's compromised him on the exit. Raul Sigals will get through. Sorry, it's not Raul, it's Maris Lasdans. So Maris Lasdans will get through on Christian's Lasdans. And actually, no, he's backed out of the move, has Maris Lasdans. So I don't know if there's some Lasdans helping hands being set, and Maris saying, you know what, you hold on to the position. But I don't think they've traded spots, and there's been an incident further down. That's the 999 of Raul Sigals, who started this race fairly high up the order in 4th place. So Raul Sigals is out of the count. Daniel Pettersburg defending hard, and through goes Lasdans with the 944 of Arturs Gorenko, now down to 3rd place. All in black, men in black. The All Blacks New Zealand driver. He's not from New Zealand, but Gorenko is in 3rd place. That's an attempted move for 4th place. Maris Lasdans trying to get through on Kirill Dmitriev's, but I don't think he's able to make it work. That has to bail out of that move. And there's some pointing and tapping on the helmets, but there isn't much working together, as I think Berzins has been overtaken. Yes, he has. So up into the lead of the race is the 985. Christian's Lasdans, and straight back through goes Berzins. Now, Berzins is saying, let's work together. I don't think Lasdans cares one bit. I think Lasdans shouldn't care at all. My philosophy would be, well, if you want to work together, you can work together behind me if that's so important to you. Through 1, 2, and 3 they go. Behind them is Arturs Gorenko, but nonetheless, still a great move from Daniel Pettelis Berzins to reclaim the lead in the final couple of corners. Next time, Lasdans is going to have to make the move and cover the inside and be a little bit more defensive until he can break clear. So 1, 2, 3, and then it's Kirill Dmitriev and Maris Lasdans in 4th and 5th. Dmitriev's white helmet, blue suit. Lasdans also in the blue suit, but with the more kind of yellowy helmet on the side. This is looking like a really good run for Arturs Gorenko. not going to go for the move, and Bertensins is pulling away up at the front of the field. The new fast lap of the race, 51.9. Well, Bertensins has been closed back in. And Lasdan's going to make sure he gets a good run out of this final corner. Tuck right into the slipstream of Bertensins. Little look over the shoulder from the pair of them. To the outside looks Skorenko. Again, there won't be any way through into turn 2. What about into turn 3? No. Stay all in order. Lasdans looking quick again, goes to the outside, Bertensins covers off the inside, Lasdans will get a good run coming out. Skorenko, they're just waiting for something to occur in front. Bertensins again covering off the inside, Dimitriev's also now involved in this battle for the lead. Again, defensive from Bertensins, heading down into turn 9 and turn 10. Five-way battle for the lead of this race now that Dimitriev's and Maris Lasdans have closed in. Bertensins right in front of Christian Lasdans as we start lap number 8. Lap number 7 of this race. And the top 3 again start to just stretch away from 4th and 5th once they stop battling. Definitely have a slight pace advantage over the duo behind them. But Lasdans needs to find a way through. And he needs to do it quickly as well. Bertensins covering off the inside into pretty much every overtaking opportunity. Lasdans can't go for a wide line because if he does, that's going to open up the door for Artur Skorenko. Again, Bertensins covering the inside into the final corner. Through turn 1 they go practically nose to tail. But at the top end of the straight, looks like Bertensins is just able to get about a kart length or so over the driver behind, which is making it quite difficult for Lasdans to go for an overtake. Again, Bertensins with the defensive line. Still got a couple of laps to go in this race. More than a couple, a few laps left. And if you are Christian Lasdans, where do you go for this overtake? It's a good run for Skorenko, who looks to the inside of turn 1. But Lasdans just takes his racing line. And Skorenko has to back out of it. And that's wide for the 907 of Maris Lasdans, who now comes under pressure from Rudolf Tomsberg to loses the position as well. I think through as well went Miroslav Novik. And I think we're going to have 2 more laps. They're going to cross the line just before the timer hits 0. It's very close. 2 laps to go in this race. Heading down towards turn 7. Still Bertensins covering off all of the opportunities for Christian Lasdans. No way through as of yet. Again, defensive from Bertensins. Lasdans will get the switch back out of the corner. going to try to keep Berzins tight into the last corner. But where do you go? Switchback attempted for Lazdans. He's not far enough alongside though. And Berzins is going to be able to cover off the inside going into turn 1. Certainly a good try for Lazdans. Just needed that tiny bit more speed. Rusev once again, last lap of the race. And Berzins has done a phenomenal defensive drive. He had to get past Lazdans as well at one point, but he has defended supremely. Daniels Pesidis Berzins will take heat number 2. It's going to be a drag to the line for second. That is won by Christian Lazdans. Artis Gorenko in third ahead of Kirill Dimitrievs. Then it's Christopher Zlakis. Rudolf Berzins in 6th ahead of Maris Lazdans. Miroslav Novik. Then comes Edwards Kimenis and Kirill Savins in 10th. Dace Grossberger in 11th ahead of Marko Pridniks and Just Ingus in 13th. Ricard Oswald will take 14th ahead of our DNF finishers, Ralphs Igals and Ralphs Leyens. So with that, we're going to take a bit of a longer break this time because our next race is going to be our baby race. So this is the last time that we'll be seeing the babies out on the circuit. Just a reminder as well that the competition is free for drivers to enter. The only thing that they have to pay for is for the karts, and it's an excellent way for young karters to get involved in motorsport on the same day as potentially some of their older siblings, or just on a day where they get to watch some of the more experienced drivers racing and get themselves into the atmosphere of karting without it being, you know, a huge budget breaker. So we'll be seeing the babies out on circuit shortly, and then after that we'll be back for our first of our 8 finals with the Nanos on track. Okay, everyone, we are good to go for our first final of the day, the Nano Micro Final. Having a quick look at the grid, we've got the 196 and the 169 on the front row of the grid. The timings are working. Huzzah! So, Valters Vasnis and Andrais Vasnis are on the front row of the grid, with Valters Kursis and Pius Samuelionis on row 2, Dennis August Majors and Toms Gruzins on row 3. Dennis Norkus and Majas Norkus are on row 4, ahead of Jonas Ramanauskas and Ignas Piragis. Ralf Tietzer and Gustav Norkute are on row 6, ahead of Vitautas Krikskunas. That name, I'm slowly getting there. Vitautas starting in 13th, ahead of Patrick Slapins, and Emma Tietzen is in 15th. So we are pretty much ready to go racing then. The Vasnis brothers on the front row. Now, we did see Valters almost beat his older brother Andrais in one of the heat, and he's starting ahead of him for this final. So Valters, can he beat Andrais? That would be a big result for him. And let's not forget as well, in the nanos, Valters Kursis starting ahead of Pio Samuelionis, who was starting so far down the order in the heat. So Pio Samuelionis has a good opportunity here. Now, I have a feeling that this race might get restarted, because the nanos tend to get restarted after their first go. But we'll see if there are any yellow flags. There are no yellow flags, so we are good to go racing. And it's been an excellent start from pole for Valters Vasnis. So Valters is kind of 10% on his way to beating Andrais today. However, Andrais up the inside into turn 2 past Pio Samuelionis. Moves up into second overall. Samuelionis in first in the nano category. Now let's see how quickly he can close in onto Valters. It should be a good battle in both the mini category and in the nano category. So as they make their way through the final couple of corners, let's have a look at the timing tower. Valters Vasnis leads ahead of Andrais Vasnis. Dennis Valters Kursis ahead of August Majors. Dennis Norkus in 5th ahead of Pio Samuelionis. So Samuelionis hasn't had a good start. I thought he had moved up into 3rd overall, but he hasn't. He actually got down to 6th. I must have mistaken his helmet with that of Valters Kursis. So Kursis leads in the nano category. We'll keep an eye on this gap at the front of the field as well. There goes Kursis and Majors. Then after Majors is Norkus and Samuelionis. Pio Samuelionis has had a lot of success recently in the Rotax Max Latvian Championship. But here today at Lithuania round 3 and Latvia round 4, he's been struggling a little bit more, where he seemed to be somewhat unbeatable a few weeks ago. Over the line we go then, and a couple of tenths gained by Andrais. Samuelionis is half a second behind Majors, who is in turn 2 tenths behind Kursis. So those three have just gone through your screen, and that is your three-way battle for 3rd overall and for the lead in the nano category. So Samuelionis at the back of that 3. That's Valters August Major, sorry, with the green helmet. And Valters Kursis is at the front of that train. He's being closed in. You can just see on the top of your screen. And there up the inside goes Andrais Vasnis. So Andrais Vasnis takes the lead of the race from Valters Vasnis into turn number 11. Really good move from Andrais. But the question is, can he pull away? And that we will have to wait and see. Pio Samuelionis, the quickest of the 3 in the battle for the nano category. And here they come. Oh, someone's gone a little bit wide. I think that was Samuelionis. Made a little mistake. He's going to get a nice run, though, coming out of turn 4. And then they head into turn 5, through 5, and now into the left hairpin of turn 6. Toms Gruzins is closing in as well. Don't count him out of this battle. He's got the fastest lap of the race in this category. There is Andrais ahead of Valters. And Major's under a lot of pressure from Samuel Leonis. Defensive line into turn 11 means that Samuel Leonis can't go for the overtake, and he has to sit behind, but Samuel Leonis definitely losing time now as Valters Kursis is pulling ahead. And here goes Samuel Leonis up the inside into turn 1. Turn 1 flat out for these nano carts. And then turn 2, I think, is also probably flat, or maybe a little left on the brakes into 3. And also, Majors has been overtaken by Tom Gruzin, so Majors really falling off a cliff now in terms of pace. He drops down into 5th position in the space of a couple of corners, and there is Samuel Leonis challenging Valters Kursis for the position. Meanwhile, Andrijs and Valters are nose to tail heading through the final sequence of corners. And there is Theo Samuel Leonis right behind August Majors. No attempted overtake into turn 11. We know the place where he's good is out of the final corner and trying to pull alongside. That's how he was able to get past August Majors, and he's going to do the exact same thing as he goes up the inside of Valters Kursis. So Theo Samuel Leonis now leads in the nano category, and they're still battling. Oh, great move up the inside, and Samuel Leonis has been re-overtaken. He's got to drop back down into 2nd place in the nano category. Valters Kursis reclaims the lead of the nano class. That was an excellent move. At the front of the field, Valters Vasnis has taken a 10th out of Andrijs, so he's brought the gap back down to 0.3 of a second. You can just see them making their way out of the shot. Now, Theo Samuel Leonis has a little bit of work to do. He's got a bit of a gap back to August Majors, who's back ahead of Tom Gruzins. Then comes Dennis Norkus and Myers Norkus. Here they come over the line. Andrijs and Valters trading top at the front of the field. But Theo Samuel Leonis on that lap, not his best of laps. There are the two Vasnis brothers. And here is August Majors ahead of Pierre Samuel Leonis. Never mind, it's Pierre Samuel Leonis ahead of August Majors. So I'm not sure where Pierce did that move. It might have been out of the final corner once again, but Samuel Leonis leads the way, and there was Valters Vasnis having a little look at the inside of August Vasnis. Sorry, not August Vasnis, Andrijs Vasnis. August Majors is down into 4th, having just been overtaken by Pierre Samuel Leonis. We've got 3 minutes and 40 seconds left as Andrijs Vasnis comes over the line. Actually, he's already over the line. It's Pierre Samuel Leonis who just crossed the line, getting the 2 black suits mixed up. But Pierre Samuel Leonis looking to pick up yet another Rotax Max Challenge Latvia victory, as well as a Lithuania win as well. .51.5, 51.4 at the front. Really good laps being done by Andrijs and Valters Vasnis. Here comes Samuel Leonis to start his new lap. And he's pulled out an 8/10 gap now over August Majors, who's in turn 2 seconds ahead of Tom Gruzins. Then comes Valters Kursis, a further second behind. Now we've got blue flags being shown, and we know that Andrijs is sometimes a little bit calmer through the traffic, and that can really help Valters Vasnis out. Let's see the order when they come over the line. Andrijs is now 1.3 seconds ahead of Valters, so Andrijs got the best of the traffic this time round. He's pulled out a second to Valters Vasnis with only about 3-4 laps remaining in this race. So let's see what the pace is like from Valters Vasnis this time around. So here is Andrejs Vasnis coming over the line. He's done a 52.2, Valters Vasnis 53.5, Andrejs 53.2, so the gap has opened up to 1.6 seconds now. And meanwhile, Pio Samuelionis 1.5 seconds ahead of August Majors. Then Tom Gruzins is ahead by half a second over Valters Kursis. Dennis Norkus and Majas Norkus separated by just 1 second. So we are about to hit our final lap point. Last time round, identical times for Andrejs and Valters pretty much. So we are on to the final lap of the race. 1.6 seconds is the gap at the front of the field. Andrejs Vasnis, well, he had to get past Valters and he was able to get through the traffic as well, incident-free. And he's going to come across the line to take the checkered flag and win the Amateur Rotax Mini final ahead of Valters Vasnis by about 1.7 seconds. Pio Samuelionis is going to continue his streak of victories in the Rotax Nano category. Here comes Samuelionis, fist in the air. He's happy with it. Samuelionis takes the win in the Nano class ahead of August Majors. There is August Majors, who has, well, dropped a fair bit back from Pius over the last few minutes. 5.8 is the gap between them. Then come Toms Gruzins and Valters Kursis, separated by 0.3 of a second. Here is Dennis Norkus coming over the line, followed by Majas Norkus. Now we wait for Jonas Ramanauskas, our last driver, to finish on the lead lap. Patrick Slapins, Emma Tietzen, Ralf Tietzen, Gusten Norkute, Ignas Piragis and Vitautas Krikskunas were all lapped. So with that, we will be back in a few minutes' time with our Micromax final. We are green for our Rotax Micromax final. And let's run you through the grid for this event. The last time that we're going to be seeing the Micromaxes taking to the circuit this weekend. Jokubas Juozaitis starts on pole with Aras Pascalis Bagatirius in second. Then it's Timas Rimas and Tomas Norkus on row 2. Gordi Dulev starts in 5th position ahead of Rems Balots Negrado. Vilias Tauras Bakutis starts ahead of Jonas Gelzinis. Then it's Benedictas Grazis and Marco Klavins. Karim Skuktis ahead of Timas Dranseika, as well as Kasper Avicius in 13th ahead of David Vladsen, with Rodrigo Lapins completing the field. Watch out for the 42 of Gordi Dulev. He started on the front row in the heat. Had a bit of bad luck also, the driver. So that's the driver in 5th place with the Lewis Hamilton helmet. But Jokubas Juozaitis starts on pole with Bagatirius alongside. And it looks like we are going to be having another rolling lap. The driver is very quick to give the old finger wag signal, say that we are going round again. Your highest place under 9 driver is Rems Palos Negrado and Tauras Bakutis Vilius. Actually, I think it's Vilius Tauras Bakutis. So those two are starting alongside each other in 6th and 7th position. But definitely keep your eyes out for Gordi Dulev and, of course, your top 3 very quick. I think Jokubas Juozaitis as well, particularly, has been quite good today. Hence why he is starting on pole, is Jokubas Juozaitis. Well, here they come around the final couple of corners. So into the final corner we go then to start our Micromax final. Hopefully they'll be a bit more orderly. That is a much nicer start from our grid. It's a very good start from second and fourth, because Jokubas Juozaitis has been swallowed up on the inside of the grid. He's gone from first down to third, and it is Bagatirius and Norkus who lead the way. So Aras Pascalis Bagatirius and Domas Norkus are now first and second. Here though, up the inside, oh, great move from Jokubas Juozaitis. Domas Norkus makes a little bit of contact with the rear end. Well, I'm sure the stewards will look at it to see who was at fault, but from what I was able to see, I think it was a good move from Jokubas Juozaitis, even if a little bit robust. He's up into second place now and hunting down Bagatirius. That contact has also allowed Gordy Dulev to gain a position, so Dulev in that Ayrton Senna helmet is up into third position now. So Dulev hunting down Juozaitis, who in turn is hunting down Bagatirius. Will they work together? Will they fight? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Domas Norkus down into fourth position as they make their way through the opening sequence of corners. Look at Gordy Dulev closing in through turn 2. He tries to go up the inside, and slamming the door shut is Jokubas Juozaitis. So Juozaitis not phased by Dulev having a little sniff up the inside. And I'm sure Juozaitis knows what the aim is. It is to hunt down Bagatirius as a good move from Domas Norkus, who goes up the inside of Gordy Dulev. So Domas Norkus up into third place ahead of Gordy Dulev, and then just behind them is Timas Rimas, followed by Rems Balod Negrado. Start a new lap, fast lap of the race. Aras Pascalis Bagatirius is put in a 51.7. However, there was a bit of battling going on behind. There might be more battling as well, because Juozaitis gets closed in so much down the straight, presumably from the toe effect. The slipstream all the way up through turns 1 and 2, and a very long straight as well. But this time he doesn't have to defend. Double send from Gordy Dulev up the inside. It's not going to work out for him, because it's a switchback for Juozaitis, and Domas Norkus just follows through. Well, that could have been the overtake of the day. Gordy Dulev overtakes 2 people up the inside into turn number 7. And sadly for him, he does not get the exit that he would have wanted. Now he's being attacked by Timas Rimas in the 55. Look over the shoulder from Dulev after the contact between the pair of them through turn 11. Wow. Well, Gordy Dulev went for an absolutely crazy overtake. Timas Rimas has now dropped down to 9th from 5th, so not the lap that Timas Rimas would have wanted. All of this has worked out beautifully for Aras Pascalis Bagatirius, as these 3, now these 2, fight for second place. Jokubas Juozaitis isn't going to give up second without a fight, and it looks like Domas Norkus is desperate to get ahead of Juozaitis, which is just going to be good news for your race leader Bagatirius. Now, this lap, Juozaitis has not been challenged. He's had a full clear lap without having to defend or without having anyone go up his inside. So let's see what his pace is like versus the race leader. Bagatirius last time round was a 51.7. This time round, here comes Aras Pascalis Bagatirius over the line. It's a 51.4, 51.3 for Jokubas Juozaitis. It's not a lot quicker, but it is faster. Here comes Domas Norkus up the inside. That's a clean move, but Juozaitis tries to go back up the inside. Contact between the pair of them, and this time Gordy Dulev goes through without any issue. Well, I think that time around, that might have been on Jokubas Juozaitis. It looks like he just understeered a little bit at turn 3 and made contact with the side of Domas Norkus' car. But again, we'll leave that for the stewards to decide either way. Good news for Gordy Dulev, who is up into second place. And keep your eyes out for Jonas Gelzinis. He's got the fastest lap of the race, and we know that Gelzinis is quick in that 71 car. He's right behind Jokubas Juozaitis. Look over the shoulder from Aras Pascalis Bagatirius. He'll see that it's Dulev behind him. This is where Juozaitis is weak. Surely Gelzinis is going to go for the move between 2 and 3. No, he's going to sit behind actually this time. I think maybe if you are Gelzinis, as long as you can see that Dulev isn't pulling too far away, you don't have to get too worried. However, Bagatirius 51.3, Dulev also 51.3. Fast lap of this race is a 51.0. That was set by Jonas Gelzinis last lap. Well, I guess I should say 2 laps to go. Jokubas Juozaitis, just look at the tyre marks on the side of his car. He has been in the wars. Complete focus from Aris Pascalis Bagatidis. He puts in another 51.3, 51.1 for Dulev, 50.9 for Jokubas Juozaitis. Our race is not over yet. 4.5 minutes to go. That is about 6 or 7 laps. 2/10 a lap. Dulev will be able to close in. The gap is 1.4 seconds. However, if Jokubas Juozaitis fights with Gordy Dulev, and I'm talking about even one attempted overtake, I don't think they'll catch Bagatidis. They have to work together. They have to put their differences aside. To try to hunt down the race leader, Aras Pascalis Bagatidis. Bagatidis 51.1, Dulev 50.8, 50.9, 50.8 from Juozaitis and Gelzinis. This is good pace. Now, Gelzinis, I think, had a little sniff up the inside of Juozaitis. I wonder if he'll go for the move. I wonder if he thinks that he's close enough now to Gordy Dulev that he can afford to go for this overtake. Bagatidis is putting in decent lands, but the 3 behind him just keep on improving by more and more. Same for Tomas Norkus. Tomas Norkus also with a 50.899. Really good pace from Norkus. He's not that far behind. Tomas Norkus could have something to say in this race. Rems Palos Negrado leads in the under-9 category. Vilias Taurus Bakutis is about 1.5 seconds behind. This time around, 51.0 for Bagatidis, 50.8, 50.6 for Dulev and Juozaitis. Right, Juozaitis is onto the back of Gordy Dulev. What does he do? Does he push Dulev along? Does he fight for the position? The gap is only 1 second now, and they've only got about 4 to 5 laps remaining in this race. They're closing by about 2/10 a lap to Bagatidis. Is it going to be enough? Well, I don't know what the correct strategy is here. And I think it's one of those that hindsight will be a great tool. But for now, Juozaitis has not had the opportunity to go for an overtake. If he did, would he go for it? That is a big question. Over the line, 51.0 for Bagatidis, 50.7 for Gordy Dulev. Another 3/10 gain. The gap is just under 7/10 of a second. They are closing in. They just need to be patient. They cross the line with about 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. I think they've got 4 more laps in this race. And I think within 2 laps, they're going to be within a few tenths. Gordy Dulev is already almost as close to Bagatidis as Juozaitis is to Dulev. At the end of this lap, we've pretty much got a 4-way fight for the lead. These 3 have worked really well. They put in some cracking laps to close into your race leader, Aras Pascalis Bagatidis. But will it be enough through the final corner? As we look to start lap number 11, a look over the shoulder for Aras Pascalis Bagatidis, and he will see 4/10 behind is Gordy Dulev, with Juozaitis just behind him. Now we're at a point where Jokubas Juozaitis might say, right, we've caught up to the race leader, now I can go for an overtake. This is the same for Jonas Gelzinis. But again, if these guys fight, that might allow Bagatidis to get away. If they don't fight, Dulev might go for the move as he's going for now. Oh, there's contact between the 2 of them. That could be really good news for Juozaitis. Defensive from Dulev. Juozaitis almost still looks to go for the overtake. Backs out of it, but we've already had contact between Bagatidis and Dulev. Dulev just having a look up the inside. He thought there was space. Contact between them again. No idea who was at fault for that small bit of contact. I think that might just go down as a racing incident. Another look over the shoulder for Bagatidis as we go through turns 1, 2, and 3. We do not have long left in this race. 2 more laps. And surely there's no working together now. Now it's just send it as hard as you can, no matter who you are, no matter where you are. Here we go, Uozaitis goes up the inside. It's an aggressive move. He misses the apex, and Dulev just about avoids making contact with Uozaitis. It was a late move, super aggressive from Uozaitis, but he is up into second place, but he's lost a lot of time to Bagatinius, and Dulev trying to avoid the incident from Uozaitis, outbreaking himself, has dropped down into 4th position. Well, Dulev had two choices. Avoid the incident, drop down to 4th, or, well, get hit. And now there's a little finger wag. It's the last lap of the race. There ain't no working together, Jokubas. Jokubas, he's close. Can he go for the move into turn number 3? No, he cannot, but we know that these Micromaxes like to make their overtakes into the hairpins. Turn 7 and turn 8. Or turn 6 and turn 7. Here we go. Into the left hairpin. Uozaitis sends it. He goes a little bit wide coming out of the corner. Pascalis goes for the switchback, but it's Uozaitis who still has the apex. He's gone wide through the next corner. Can he go up the inside into the left-hander? No, he cannot. And it is Anas Pascalis Bagatinius holding on to the lead. Great move up the inside from Dulev. Contact from Uozaitis, the 71, looks for the switchback on the pair of them. And well, it's going to be Bagatinius who wins, but who will take second place? Side by side round the final corner. It's a drag race to the line. Dulev's in it as well. And there is frustration all around. Anas Pascalis Bagatinius takes the win from Jokubas Uozaitis in second. A 10th ahead of Jonas Gelzinis, and then 700ths further back was Gordi Dulev. Tomas Norkas a further 800ths behind. Timas Remas in 6th place ahead of Timas Dranseka. Then it's Vilius Taurus Bakutis and Rems Balots Nagrado in 9th with Rodrigo Lapins in 10th. Marco Clavins in 11th ahead of Karim Skuktis and Benedictas Grazis in 13th, as well as Kasparavicius in 14th and David Vladson in 15th place, completing our grid. And congratulations as well to our under 9 winners, which is Vilius Taurus Bakutis, Rems Balas Nagrado 2nd, and Karim Skuktis 3rd. Well, that was a crazy, crazy race. A little bit of contact, a little bit of drama. I think Adas Pascalis Bagatinius stayed drama clear. He had some very, very good battles, very good defending, very clean as well. However, in the battle behind, between Uozaitis and the rest, well, that is going to go down to the stewards because there were a lot of incidents, particularly that at the very, very end. Gordi Dulev went for an audacious move on Uozaitis. Was it fair? Possibly so. But then that incident between them, we're going to see that on the replay here. Watch this on the highlight screen. So here was the first move up the inside of Uozaitis. Uozaitis ended up fighting back. Really, really great battle. I think Uozaitis went a bit wide, tapped the 67, and that caused the incident. Here was Gordi Dulev going up the inside, trying to take the lead, made to contact with the number 7. That dropped him back. There wasn't anything too crazy about that. Here it was Uozaitis who went up the inside. Gordi Dulev then dropped down the order. Uozaitis went up the inside of Bagatinius, and then it was here where Uozaitis went a little bit too wide. Bagatinius took the win. Gordi Dulev a little bit late with that move. There was contact, then there was more contact, and then that allowed the 71 to get involved. I think it was all just about fair. I think it was all just about fair. Maybe the initial incidents with Uozaitis at turn 3, that might have been a bit on edge, but I think everything else was pretty much hard, good racing. I think Dulev was maybe a bit late with that overtake on Uozaitis. But again, we'll let the stewards determine it. They'll be able to slow down the footage, look at GoPro angles and all sorts. But we're going to take a little break before we return in a couple of minutes' time with our next final, which are the Minimaxes. We are green for our Minimax final. Martin Lapins will be starting this race on pole ahead of Remigius Kraušinas. Karlis Bensons and Tauras Zimnikas are on row 2. Emilis Kapkauskas starts in 5th with Michele Zuber alongside. Timur Babenko is in 7th ahead of Oskaras Bakutis. Ivo Was in 9th ahead of Henry's Lapse. Oskaras Vileidas in 11th ahead of Martin Sarma. And Viljamas Juseliunas ahead of Ricards Mednis. This should be a good one. Karlis Benson starting in 3rd. Expect him to be 2nd out of turn 1. And then him and Lapins are going to have an almighty battle. And don't forget, Kraušinas has been so quick today, as has Kapkauskas. Zimnikas has been up there as well. Michele Zuber has put in some really good laps. So there's at least 6 drivers that are capable of winning this. And just to clarify from earlier, Emilis Kapkauskas, who was in his first season of Minimax racing, was in Micromax's last year. So I think he's a year younger than everyone else. Is the driver starting in 5th position. We are ready to go racing then. The Lapins leads us away. We are green, and I think it's an okay start as well. Bernstein's already up into 2nd. It's a really bad start from Remigius Kraušinas, who's dropped down a number of positions. He's dropped down all the way into 5th position, as there goes the 1-4-1 of Emilis Kapkauskas from 5th up into 3rd place. And as expected, it is Lapins who leads from Bernstein's. Benson's with a look over his shoulder. You'll see the gap that he's got behind him to Kapkauskas, and Remigius Kraušinas is getting absolutely eaten alive. He started in 2nd. He's dropped down to about 8th position on this opening lap. But Karlis Benson attempts to hunt down Martins Lapins at the front of the field. It's good pace behind as well from the likes of Emilis Kapkauskas and Tauras Zimnikas. Tauras Zimnikas, the driver in the green suit with a white helmet, the 197. So, no, that's Timur Babenko. It's Timur Babenko who is up into 4th place. So Babenko had a great start. He started in 7th place and is up to 4th. So all of the drivers who started on the inside of the grid have gained a number of positions. Now Babenko is trying to go up the inside of Kapkauskas. There's contact between the two of them. That's going to allow the 1-0 of Zimnikas to go up the inside. Zimnikas up into 3rd place. That's the driver in the blue helmet, the white and red suit, and indeed the white and red cart. As Bensons has closed in onto Martin Lapins. Really good driving from Tauras Zimnikas, as that is, I think, Ivo Os out of the kart. So really bad news for Ivo Os. He's out of this race. Lapins leads from Bensons. Then comes the fast-charging Tauras Zimnikas in 3rd position, followed by, I believe it's Timur Babenko ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas. We'll check. Emilis Kapkauskas is ahead, actually. No, sorry, it's Timur Babenko, who's got the white helmet. Then it's the green helmet of Emilis Kapkauskas. And then after Kapkauskas, it's Remigius Kraušinas, who started this race in 2nd. He's down into 6th place. Nice move up the inside from Kraušinas. 1 position gained for the 199. So Kraušinas up into 5th place ahead of Kapkauskas. And now he's hunting down Timur Babenko in the 197. Kapkauskas has a bit more pressure behind him. Now it's from Michele Zuber, and Bakutis is just behind as well. Now, where are your leaders? Just trying to see if I can spot them. A little bit over the curb from this group of drivers. Kraušinas still closing in onto Emilis Kapkauskas, nose to tail now as they exit onto the start-finish straight. Here comes Kraušinas up the inside of Kapkauskas into turn number 1, and have a look at Tauras Zimnikas, fastest lap of the race. He's onto the back of Karlis Benson. Through turn 2 they go into 3, and for a second I thought Zimnikas was going to go for the move. Decides against it. Zimnikas really showing up in this final. Benson's looking to the inside. He's going to go for the move as well, hanging around the outside is Lapins. Lapins gets an almighty squeeze, as Benson has the right to do. And, well, I think Martin Lapins called Karlis Benson's bluff, only to realise that it wasn't a bluff. There's a red flag being ready. The red flag is out now. This is bad news for Karlis Benson's, because Benson's, yes, he overtook Martin Lapins, but at the end of the previous lap, he was in 2nd place. So this means that on the race restart, I think he'll have to start in 2nd. Which, if he's on the outside of the grid, that is bad news for him. Hopefully, though, whoever's been involved in an incident is okay, though. Now, we saw Ivo Os earlier. He was fine. So this means that there's been another incident since then. It's not involving any of our top 7, 149s, 178 there is there. And the 114's there. So it has to be Jose Leonas, Sarma, or Prieleidas who have been involved in this incident. And hopefully the driver is okay. But I'm not sure if on the race restart they're going to take their current positions, go back to the positions at the end of the previous lap, and if they do restart the race, whether it will be single file or 2 abreast. Bernsson's will be hoping that if he starts in second, it will be single file. Here is a replay of the race start. And just watch the inside. 1, 3, 5, 7 all move up to 1, 2, 3, 4 through the opening corner. So it's just a really good start from Martins Lapins and the drivers behind him. That was a nice move up the inside of the 141 of Emilis Kapkauskas. I do believe there was contact somewhere. That was Kriaušinas past Kapkauskas into 4th position. And there was Berntsson giving Lapins a squeeze, forcing Lapins to back out. And Zimnikas was almost able to take advantage of that. And we can see that Berntsson has been pushed back into 2nd place. So Martins Lapins will be starting in 1st. I don't think Berntsson has won a round yet this season. I could be wrong. He's always been up there. I think he's been beaten by Lapins on a couple of occasions. Another time, I think it was Kriaušinas who ended up winning with everyone else fighting. Also for Tauras Zimnikas, I don't think Zimnikas has won a race this season. Neither has Kapkauskas, I don't think. But I think in terms of raw pace, you're looking at the top 3. Zimnikas, Bernsson's, and Lapins seem to have that little pace advantage over everyone else. I think if Kapkauskas is there and Kriaušinas, if Kriaušinas is there and Kapkauskas, I think they can stick with them. Kriaušinas probably has the pace to stay with them. He's just been in traffic, so we've not really been able to see his pace in this race as of yet. But I think Kapkauskas is maybe lacking that 1 or 2 tenths compared to those quickest 4. And don't count out as well Michele Zuber. He had some really good pace in, I think it was Heat 2 today. We'll see whether he can recreate that here in the final. So we will have a little bit of a delay and a break now while we wait for this red flag incident to be cleared up. And then we will be going racing again to complete this final. Right, so our incident has been cleared up, which means we're ready to go racing once again. Well, let's see how this all unfolds. We're going to have about 6 minutes on the clock when our drivers start the race. So that is a good 8-9 laps left in this. Actually, to be fair, it might be a little bit over 6 minutes. So, here they go then, down the hill into turn number 9. Skip 10 and then 11 into... Actually, no, they will go through this sequence. It'll be a single file start. Martin Lapins will lead Carlis Bernsons, followed by Tauras Zimnikas and Timur Babenko. Zimnikas looks the quickest of the three, at least by lap time. Here we go. Bernsons went to the outside. Bernsons been caught napping. Bernsons was confused. Bernsons thought that they had to go into 2 abreast, and that has caught him out a little bit. Has it allowed Zimnikas through, though? Yellow flags are out. Are they going to be restarting this? Can't see any more yellow flags at the moment. Nope, more yellow flags. So they're going to be restarting this. They're going to be bringing them back into one long single file. Some drivers are slowing down. Some drivers are being caught out. So we'll go once again. Martin Lapins leading. We will... I don't think we're going to go 2 abreast. Now, I'm sure the race directors have had the conversation with the Lapins beforehand about where they need to go and whether it is 2 abreast or single file. It is single file. That's what it looks like the drivers are poising towards. We're going to try this. Bernsons. Oh, Bernsons try to go through the cut through. So Bernsons try to go through the cut through. And is he going to reclaim his position? He needs to get a move on. He really needs to get a move on. He's down into 4th place. So Carlis Bernsons try to go through the cut through. He's then pulled back in, and now he's down into 4th place. So this has allowed Zimnikas to move up into 2nd place. Well, that is more drama. Well, that's twice in a row that Carlis Bernsons has got it wrong. He's gone up the inside into turn number 3. So he's up into 3rd place. He's with the lead group once again, but unfortunately, that's on Carlis, I think. He can't really blame anyone for that. He's gone straight up the inside of Tauras Zimnikas, and well, whatever, I think Bernsons lacked on that race, he's made up for it with an incredible opening lap. He's gone from 4th to 3rd, 3rd to 2nd in a matter of corners. Carlis Bernsons, you cannot doubt his racecraft and his pace. Up the inside goes Remigius Klausinas. Really nice move, really leaning on the 197 of Timur Babenko. And Babenko forced to yield. Remigius Klausinas up into 4th place. He can now try to hunt down this leading trio. And I think Martin Lapins will have a bit of a shock when he looks over his shoulder and see that it's Carlis Bernsons who's right behind him. Bernsons, will he go for the move? We've seen how quickly he's carved his way past other drivers. Can he do the same on Martin's Lapins? He got past Babenko as if Babenko wasn't there. He did the same thing with Tauras Zimnikas, but now that he's up into 2nd, he's just not quite showing that same pace. And Zimnikas is pointing for he's saying, come on, Carlis, just get on with it. Come on, you came past me like a flying rocket. How are you letting Lapins gap you now? And I'm sure Bernsons will be saying, all right, I'm getting on with it. Calm yourself down. Don't get your knickers in a twist. Through turn 12 they go. Martins Lapins has a lead of a couple of kart lengths. Keep your eyes out for Remigius Klausinas. You cannot discount this driver. Bernsons and Zimnikas are trading gestures, and I think that is let's get the driver up ahead. I think that's what they're saying. Whether they stick to that principle, we'll have to wait and see. But Bernsons is on to Lapins. He's going to go up the inside. Oh, it's a late move. And, well, the space is left by Martin Lapins. That's very fair by Lapins. And Bernsons slots in behind once again. Look over the shoulder from Zimnikas, and you'll see Remigius Klausinas is closing in. We did say to watch out for Klausinas. Any of these 4 could take the win. As there, up the inside goes Tauras Zimnikas, and Bernsons will be thinking, whoa, what happened to the working together? And Tauras Zimnikas, I'm sure, will say, well, you were sleeping, you were taking your sweet time, so I'm going to take 2nd and lead this charge. Little look over the shoulder. Here's Remigius Klausinas. Klausinas probably won't waste any time. He's going to go for the move on Carlis Bernsons if he gets an opportunity. The top four make their way through the opening sequence of corners. Fastest lap of the race, picked up by Tauras Simnikas. 48.8 is the best time that we've seen in this race so far. But Remigius Kraušinas, now that he's been unlocked, expect to see some really good pace from him. He's just done a 48.9 on his last lap, which is much quicker than the three in front of him, particularly Martin Lappins, who did a 49.3 in clean air. So he was 4/10 slower than Remigius Kraušinas. Now to the final corner they go. 1 minute 20 on the clock. We are entering the final 3 laps of this race. And look at Simnikas, he's all over the back of Martin Lappins. He's on the inside. Oh, he loses the rear end as he gets on the brakes a little bit too aggressively. No overtaking to turn 3 this time around for Tauras Simnikas. That was a golden opportunity for Simnikas. It looked like he lined it up beautifully. There goes Berntsens up the inside, being pushed along by Remigius Kraušinas. Look over his shoulder for Simnikas. Don't worry, Tauras, there is no one behind you. You can fully focus on working your way back up through this quartet of karts. Kraušinas just pushing Berntsens along. There is no ego for Remigius Kraušinas at all. He knows what the target is, which is get in front of Martin Lappins, and then Kraušinas will go for the win. That, or maybe he's just going to put one on Carlos Berntsens going into turn 3. It's all the changes for second place. It's never the change for first. Here they go through turn 2. No attempted overtakes. Nose to tail, bumper to bumper. Through that sequence of corners, less than a kart length between any 2 drivers. As they make their way through the left hairpin of turn number 6 towards turn 7, Berntsens having a sniff, more than a sniff for Simnikas. He goes up the inside of Kraušinas. He makes the move work as well. Kraušinas back up into 3rd place. We're going to be heading on to the last lap of the race. Berntsens really needs to get on with this because Martin Lappins is about to make this a flag to flag. And I'm sure Berntsens will be feeling a bit aggrieved about that red flag that came out when he was leading the race. Well, Berntsens is going to have to do it again, and he's not close enough to do it into turn 3, surely not. It is the last lap of the race. 12 more corners to go. Simnikas almost went for the move onto Berntsens into turn 3. He's had to slot in behind. Carlos Berntsens, can you make the move? Where do you make the move? Well, it won't be into the left hairpin. Kraušinas back up the inside of Simnikas. It's all about the battle for first now. Kraušinas is too far back. Berntsens looks to be too far back. Martin Lappins has held on to this pressure. He's held on to the lead phenomenally well since the red flag. Berntsens is too far back. There's no way through. Martin Lappins, look over the shoulder. He knows he's got it. It's just the run to the line. Fists in the air. Martin Lappins takes the checker flag ahead of Carlos Berntsens. Remigius Kraušinas in 3rd ahead of Tauras Simnikas. Emilis Kapkauskas in 5th place ahead of Timur Babenko. Denis Oskaras Pakutis ahead of Martin Sarma in 9th ahead of Ricard Mednis. Williamas Juseliunas in 11th ahead of Michele Suba. And our DNFs will be Oskaras Prieleidas and Ivo Os. I think I heard the Martin Lappins fans in the background cheering as he came around the final corner. Whether that was family mechanics, but definitely very happy sounds from the Lappins camp. Martin Lappins, well, he's done it again, and he's just shown his fantastic class that he has to beat Carlos Berntsens once again, to drive in a way that makes Carlos Berntsens think that he can't go for an overtake is something quite special. Well, Berntsens, he did the hard work numerous times. He was leading at one point, and yeah, he'll feel a bit hard done by that. For the red flag restart, he got dropped down to 2nd, but it is what it is. Martin Lappins dealt with the ensuing pressure that came really well. Maybe Kraušinas Simnikas might have had a better chance of it, but they were never able to stay in 2nd place for too long. There was Simnikas going up the inside of Berntsens, and I think that's when 2nd to 4th decided to fight. That was the opportunity. That was it for Simnikas, where he went for the move and then he decided he just had that split-second hesitation, went on the brakes really hard to avoid running into the back of Lappins, as he just ran out of confidence to go for the overtake. And then after that, he never had a chance again to go for the win. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time. Actually, I say a couple of minutes' time. I think we're going to be back right now because we are onto the circuit for our junior maxes. I'm going to have a quick drink of water before I run you through the grid. Right, let's speed run this. Emilis Juozaitis is on pole ahead of Majas Mašinas. Then comes Jack Collinson. He'll be starting this race in a third position. Juris Zigamantas Stankovičius in fourth ahead of Oskaras Pitkovas. Juris Pluksna in sixth ahead of Kita Spike. Then is Jokubas Vaškelis in eighth ahead of Markus Jok. Watch out for Jok starting from ninth place. Rudolf Alexis is in 10th ahead of Adam 6. Then comes Patrikas Josias ahead of Emil Muller in 13. Gustav Narvais ahead of Otilia Granberga in 15th place. Then comes Vanios Zalnaravicius, Oskar Navumchik, Matvey Ponomarev, Armand Mednis, Mikolas Zermantas, Valeria Duleva, and Timur Gadziev. Right, let's go. Keep your eyes out for Markus Jok, the green helmet, the full green helmet starting a little bit down the order after his incident that he had. Actually, there's no Markus Jok on the grid, so Markus Jok has not been able to get his car fixed. Well, that is really, really heartbreaking to see for Markus. Juozaitis Mašinas on the front row of the grid. Away we go. Good start for Collinson. He's already up into second place. Here's Majas Mašinas tucked into third place as we head into the opening sequence of corners. Jack Collinson will not be able to go for the move into turn number 1, but Emilis Juozaitis leads. What a start this is for Emilis Juozaitis. He is driving the wheels off his kart at the moment. And it's been a really good day as well for Juozaitis. And let's not forget as well, Jokubas Vaškelis, the driver who was in Mini Maxes last year, his first year in Junior Maxes, and he's starting to do a really stellar job in these karts. Jack Collinson under a lot of pressure from Majas Mašinas. So he needs to be careful, otherwise he's going to have Mašinas straight up his inside. Emilis Juozaitis is driving away with this. We saw this in Heat 2 from Juozaitis. He gapped the rest of the field. Majas Mašinas, I think, has the pace to hunt him down, but can he get through on Jack Collinson? And then just behind Mašinas is Stankovičius. Stankovičius also been very quick today as well. Let's not forget Juris Pluksna up into 5th place on this lap, as there goes a move. Stankovičius up the inside of Mašinas. We saw this as well in heat number 2. Very similar scenario. Stankovičius just covering off Mašinas heading into the hairpin of turn number 7. They head through turn 10 and then into 11. Stankovičius surely is going to put the move on Collinson as they hunt down Emilis Juozaitis at the front of the field. Well, the gap at the front, only 0.3 of a second between your top two. Closing in as well, Juris Pluksna is looking quite fast. Couple of kart lengths behind Majas Mašinas. Jokubas Vaškelis is there as well. And up the inside, there goes Stankovičius. Up the inside of Collinson, exactly the same as what he did on Majas Mašinas. And then he covers off the inside, heading into the right hairpin. That is the 2-2-1 that has spun. Who is that? That's had the incident. That's Matvey Ponomarev. He was running at the back anyway, so I think he was trying to work his way through the order. Speaking of working their way through, there goes Jack Collinson. Back up the inside of Stankovičius. This is all working into the hands of Emilis Juozaitis as through goes Majas Mašinas up into third place. Jack Collinson's waving his sanity, saying, look, we've got to catch up to Emilis Juozaitis. But I don't think Stankovičius or Mašinas really care. They'll be saying, well, if you want to catch up to him, let me through, I'll lead the charge. And it's the old kind of ego battles in karting. No one's right, no one's necessarily wrong either. But look at that gap that Emilis Juozaitis has pulled out. I don't want to say this too early, but I think he might have won this final already. It's what we've seen so far today. We've seen it in other races as well. It's always the change for second, never the change for first. Now, Jack Collinson, he's got clean air. If he doesn't hunt down Emilis Juozaitis now, he has no excuse whatsoever, because this is all raw pace. Fastest lap, Jack Collinson. However, that's beaten by Patrikas Josias, who did a 48.9 actually on the previous lap. So this time round, 47.1 for all of our top three. Now, let's see what Juozaitis, Collinson and Mašinas can do, because all of them are in clean air. They are not being pressured. They do not have to drive defensive. All they have is them and the track to show their pace, and it's easiest here for Collinson and Mašinas. Uozaitis has no one in front to hunt it. And it's that psychological advantage that you get when you've got a driver in front of you, someone to chase down. It just helps you settle in, make less mistakes. So if Emilius Uozaitis can match what Collinson and Mažynas are doing behind him without having that target in front to chase, 46.9 for Uozaitis. That's beaten by Collinson, which is also beaten by Mažynas. So they are hunting down the race leader. And now, 10 gap. Mažynas is onto the back of Collinson. Do they fight? Surely, if you're Mažynas, you can see, no, never mind, he's going to send it up the inside. He knows that he wants to lead the charge, but the question is, does Collinson fight this back? Mažynas up into second position. He is the quickest on track at the moment, and he has fully backed himself. He's overtaken Collinson. He's pulled the gap to Collinson as well, and now he can lead the charge up to Emilius Uozaitis. I was thinking it might be a bit risky to overtake Collinson because Collinson might then want to get one back on Mažynas. But it looks fine. Mažynas, this is going to be a big lap. 46.399. Another 3/10 gained over Emilius Uozaitis. Collinson is onto the back of Mažynas. Will he push Mažynas along? Will he try to go for the overtake? Now, we've seen the big overtaking opportunities into the left-hand hairpin of turn number 6. Here they go into 6. No overtakes made from either Collinson or Stankovičius. That has been the big overtaking spot for both Mažynas and Stankovičius, not just this race, but across the entire day. Mažynas is pulling Collinson along. And in turn, Collinson is pulling the likes of Stankovičius, Pluksner, Rudolf Alexis along as well. Here they come over the line. This train of cars goes all the way down to Oskaras Pitkovas down in P9. Emilius Uozaitis surely is your favourite to win at the moment. 49.4 for Uozaitis, 46.4 for Uozaitis, 46.3 for Mažynas and Collinson. The gap is 0.8 of a second. They need a few more laps of this, but they've got plenty of time to go, as that is a spin for Rudolf Alexis. He was in 6th position, and he's going to drop all the way down to P12 behind, I think, Oskar Navumchik. Out of the final corner then, let's have a look at the lap times. Mažynas and Collinson pulling away from Stankovičius and Pluksner. Emilius Uozaitis 46.4, 46.2 for Mažynas and Collinson. The gap is down to 0.7 of a second. Mažynas and Collinson have seemingly reached an agreement of let's not ruin each other's races and let's try to hunt down Uozaitis. Although I don't know if that from Collinson is that him actually agreeing to do that or him not actually being quick enough to get past Mažynas, although that is a dangerous statement to say this early into the race. At the moment, it looks like Mažynas has the measure on Collinson. It looks like if there was no Emilius Uozaitis, Mažynas could keep this gap to Collinson. But that might just be a case of Collinson maybe just sitting back a tiny bit, not trying to put too much pressure on Mažynas. It is a thing where if you are pressuring the driver in front, they can just make a few more mistakes. Well, it's a 46.1 for Collinson and Mažynas, 46.2 for Uozaitis. Uozaitis is putting in really, really good laps. For not having a toe in front of him, for not having anyone to hunt down, it is really good pace from Uozaitis, but it is still half a second separating them, and that half-second gap is going to drop down very quickly, and then we're going to have a battle very soon. And it's not going to be a short battle. We're going to have a good 3 minutes left in this race when Mažynas closes in onto the back of Uozaitis. And once they do, Stankovičius, Pluksner, Vaškelis, they're all going to be closing in. And there you can see Stankovičius and Pluksner. There's a bit of a gap back to Vaškelis. So this is going to become a three-way battle. 46.3 for Uozaitis, 46.1 for Mažynas and Collinson. At the end of this lap, you have to think Mažynas is going to be onto the back of Emilius Uozaitis. And then it's only going to be a couple of laps before Stankovičius and Pluksner close back in as well. And Collinson's also in a tricky position here because he could sit behind Mažynas, but then he has got to decide. If he goes for the overtake on Mažynas, that might allow Uozaitis to get through. If he sits back, Mažynas might just get past Uozaitis and then just gap all of them. So what do you do here if you're Jack Collinson? In a way, it's almost easiest here for Uozaitis because all he has to do is defend. That's not an easy thing to do, but it might be a bit easier than what it is for Collinson and indeed for Mažynas, who, because Mažynas has to try to attack and defend at the same time. And Mažynas has to think, well, if he focuses on attacking, will Collinson be compliant or will Collinson stuff it up his inside? The thought processes and the strategies that go into these kind of battles. Nose to tail, 46-0 last time round for Miles Mažynas. New fast lap of the race and by a margin as well. 10th quicker than Collinson and nearly 3/10 quicker than Emilis Juozaitis. Here he goes up the inside into the final corner. It's a late move, it's a brave move. Collinson's got to follow through as well. Mažynas to the front of the field. Collinson up into second. Emilis Juozaitis from first drops down into third position. Is this race done? Can Miles Mažynas gap the field? Jack Collinson will be eager to say no, he cannot. Stankovičius has broken clear of Fluksna and Vaškelis, but will he be able to close into these three now that Miles Mažynas is at the front and trying to pull the pin? Let's have a look at what this lap time is like, because Mažynas has had clean air. He didn't get a great exit out of the final corner, but he still has had clean air. Jack Collinson has seemingly pulled from Emilis Juozaitis. Over the line we go. Miles Mažynas. It's a 46.2, 46.3 for Collinson. We go through turn one, fast lap of the race. Oskaras Pitkovas, 46.0. He's just gotten past Jokubas Vaškelis up into 6th place. No overtakes into the left-hand hairpin. I think Collinson took a tighter line just to dissuade Emilis Juozaitis from going for the move. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Still plenty of time remaining in this race. Mažynas leads from Collinson, then comes Juozaitis, and then it's Stankovičius, who's kind of become a dark horse now in this race. He needs the top three to battle. Well, he doesn't really want second and third to battle. He needs first and second to battle so that he can close in for a battle for the win. Oskaras Pitkovas is really, really fast right now. Another 46.0. He's closed in onto Juris Fluksna. And surely he's going to go past Juris Fluksna into turn 3. We'll keep an eye on that battle for P5. Pitkovas still in 6th place. He's not gone for the move just yet. Actually, I think he's gone for the move. He's actually dropped back. I think, no. It is still Jokubas Vaškelis who is in 7th place. Miles Mažynas just has the measure of Jack Collinson at the moment. Emilis Juozaitis, is he sitting here patiently, not wanting to battle with Collinson, or does he not have the pace to go for the move? 1 minute 20 on the clock as they cross the line. Pitkovas, another 46.1, 46.0 from Juris Fluksna. That is an incredible lap from Juris Fluksna. Nearly fastest lap of this race. Still, we've not seen a 45. Collinson, again, not going to be close enough to go for the move into the left-hand hairpin of turn 6. Stankovičius again too far back. Stankovičius will just be feeling so frustrated. He's almost within touching distance of this three-way battle for the win. Almost within touching distance of a podium. Miles Mažynas, though, you cannot fault him. He has driven so well as Mažynas. There is a reason why he's the Lithuanian champion, the Lithuanian representative, and why he did so well at the grand finals as well. Did Miles Mažynas. He's an incredibly quick and gifted driver. He won the grand finals as well, don't forget. So that makes him the best junior driver in the world. And Jack Collinson and Emilis Juozaitis are doing a really good job to keep him honest. But Miles Mažynas is not cracking under the pressure. You have to force a mistake. You cannot sit behind. They are going to be heading onto the final lap of the race. And Emilis Juozaitis won't be sitting back patiently anymore. He's going to go for the move on Collinson if he can. Miles Mažynas is 1 lap away from victory. 46.0 being set again. New fast lap of the race for Oskaras Pitkovas. Nose to tail through 1, 2, 3, 4. And a 1-kart advantage for Miles Mažynas as he rounds 5 and into 6. Collinson's having to go defensive. That's it. Mažynas is gone. Collinson's focusing on covering off at 2nd place. Mažinas has the win as long as he doesn't have a mechanical. No! Contact between Collinson and Emilis Juozaitis. Oh, well, what are the stewards going to say about that? Well, it looked to me that Emilis Juozaitis had the run coming out of the corner. Jack Collinson didn't see him there, took the racing line and absolutely yeeted into him. Well, Majas Mažinas takes an incredible victory, a well-deserved victory. Jack Collinson in second. Joris Zigomantas Stankovičius will inherit third. Juris Bluksner in fourth position. Then comes Oskaras Pitkovas in fourth place. What a drive from Pitkovas. Jokubas Vaškelis in a best ever fifth. Then comes Juris Bluksner, Patrikas Josias and Emilis Juozaitis in eighth. Well, you have to feel for Emilis Juozaitis. He had at least third in the bag, if not second. We'll have a look at it when it comes up on the screen for the replay. And I don't want to go out there and say whose fault it is, but we will try to be realistic with what happened and give an honest kind of view of it. But again, of course, the steward's decision is final in these incidents or these instances. Well, that was a crazy, crazy race. So Majas Mažinas, who started second, dropped down to third at the start. There was a battling with Stankovičius, who went up into third, then here went up into second as he overtook Jack Collinson. They all then went a little bit haywire after that. And here was Mažinas going up the inside of Collinson. Stankovičius dropped back a little bit after that point. Mažinas went up the inside into the final corner. And after that, he just drove away. Now, this was the battling. So, it was a switchback out of the corner. Collinson then sweeps across. That's a really, really tough one to call because I don't think you can blame Emilis Juozaitis one bit. Because Juozaitis has got the switchback. You know what? I don't think he's far enough alongside. That's tough. I think that's one of those that you could see a decision going either way, and I don't think you could really fault either, because the argument for Jack Collinson will be, well, I'm taking my racing line. My racing line is to go to the outside of the circuit to take the racing line into the left-hander. If you aren't fully alongside me, you cannot put your car there. Emilis Juozaitis will say, well, you knew I would have had the switchback, so you should have been aware of it. I think I have to side with Jack Collinson on this one. I don't think Emilis Juozaitis was far enough alongside for Jack Collinson to not be able to turn across. There might be an argument that Jack Collinson maybe moved across too aggressively, too quickly. If he had gradually moved across, then Emilis Juozaitis could have backed out of the move. But I do think if you're Emilis Juozaitis, maybe you should have known that Jack Collinson was coming across. It is a really, really tough one to call. But I think I have to side with Jack Collinson by a tiny amount. I think it's kind of one of those 70-30, 60-40 incidents. We'll see what the stewards say about it. But that is, well, it's a contentious issue, isn't it? And again, I think you can see a decision going either way. You can talk to probably 50 racing drivers and you'll get different responses from the lot of them. But I think Jack Collinson was in his right to take his racing line. I don't think Emilis Juozaitis was far enough to go for that move. But regardless, an absolutely fantastic race from all three of them. And just really, really unlucky for Emilis Juozaitis that he wasn't on the podium, because he deserved to be on the podium. He 100% deserved to be there, either in third or in second in some order. He did not, it's so unfortunate that he ended up dropping down the field as he did. So we'll take a minute break or two before we return with our senior final. We are green for our Rotax Senior Finals. Our day is gradually coming to a close. 4 more races left today. Rodrigo Kakers starts on pole ahead of Linas Volungavicius. Artyom Sestakov in 3rd place ahead of Matas Balchus. Denis Karlis Kirikov ahead of Gidas Rimkus. Marius Karshauskas in 7th ahead of Hans Markus Narusk. Marta Spike in 9th ahead of Alice Stolzamano. Watch out for Alice coming through the field. Ilya Sheremeta in 11th ahead of Domas Tomasonis. Then comes Martin Zvalds. Dovidas Gudlevic is down in 14th place. He's one to watch out for. Expect him to finish well into the top 10. Laurinas Karlavicius is in 15th ahead of Adrian Sions. Then comes Kate Robiseva, Domas Karlavicius, Ricard Kekulis and Kaya Zapetkus complete the top 20. Right, we are ready to go racing. Linas Volungavicius, this is the highest he started for a final, I think, this year. But Artyom Sestakov has been really the driver to beat in some ways this year. We're going to have another race start. So Artyom Sestakov has been really quick. And without any Fernando Paimra, Tom Strel, who are usually the kind of two who show, you know, the quickest pace sometimes. And I say that with no disrespect to Sestakov, because Sestakov sometimes does pull out these world-class drives. And I think the last round that I commentated on, Sestakov's absolutely handed it to Paimra and to Tom Strel. And I think over the course of this year, Sestakov's has just got better and better. But there's no Tom Strel, there is no Fernando Paimra, there's no Marcus Papp, there's no Wallström. Yes, Volungavicius is incredibly quick. Yes, Kakes is quick as well. But Artyom Sestakov is going to be seeing this as a phenomenal opportunity. He knows he's going to be in 2nd at turn 1. He might even be able to go for the lead into turn 3. Here we go then for the senior finals. Being led by Rodrigo Kakers, and I think we might have another race restart again. Rodrigo Kakers, red flag is out whenever we have 2 full starts. The field is red flagged so that the race officials can have a chat to the front row drivers, remind them what is expected of them so that we can have a clean start for the races. So I'm sure Rodrigo Kakers is going to be told to be a bit slower, back the field up a little bit more before starting the race so that the field's a little bit closer and for the field to stay within the tram line. So we'll have a minute or 2 of a break before we can get this race underway. So you can see Rodrigo Kakers having a chat or being given some information. Again, it's not really a big telling off, it's just a reminder, this is what you do. And I'm sure they'll be saying, and if you do it again, we'll give you the Fernando Paimra treatment, which is to make him start from the back of the grid for not following instructions. Which I think was actually here as well, at the Bačiūnai Manda circuit, which was really, really funny, I do have to admit. I felt bad for Fernando, but it was quite a funny incident. Now Rodrigo is going to be hoping that Linas and Artyom's behind him start battling for seconds so that he can pull away in much a similar way that we saw from Emilis Jurozaitis. He'll just be hoping though that he can maintain that gap once he is able to pull it. Right, we're green and we are ready to go racing once more. Let's see how this all pans out. Oh, and someone's had an issue. That's the 347 of Domas Tomasonis. So Domas Tomasonis is trying to get this car started. And well, I think they're just going to pull this car off the circuit, aren't they? He's trying to jump start it himself. And he's got it going. So a mechanic running, I think, trying to get there to help him out. But is he going to be able to he could take the cut through. If he takes the cut through, he might be able to get to the back of the field in time. There's a big cut through at turn 3 that connects to turn 6 and then turn 8. But he'll still be at the back of the field. We're ready to go racing. Kakers, Volungavicius on the front row of the grid. Keep your eyes out on Sestakov. We're starting this race from 3rd. We're green and away we go. Very good start from the inside of the grid. Volungavicius will drop down a couple of places naturally, being on the outside heading into turn 1. So he's down into P4. Sestakov is up into 2nd position. Volungavicius down into 4th place. And I think, I'm not sure who that is, who has made their way up into 3rd place. Let's just check. I think that might be Matas Balchus, who is up a position and now defending from Volungavicius directly behind him. There's Stolzer Mana having got to the front of this group of karts. Stolzer Mana, who started this race in 10th place. To be able to hold on to that top 10 starting on the outside is a bit of an achievement, and Stolzer Mana has gained some places as well on this opening lap. So really good job from Elisa Stolzer Mana. We've got a kart that is stationary on the exit of turn 5, I think. Volungavicius searching for a way through on Karlis Kirikovs. So it's Kirikovs who is up to 3rd. Here goes Volungavicius up the inside. Quick. Oh, was that under yellow flags? Well, there was a yellow flag there, and I think Volungavicius, well, he's lost the position. I wonder if he gave the position back after he realized he did that move under yellows. He's now been overtaken once more. He's going for the switchback, but he's on the outside of the circuit, is Volungavicius. Now he is truly battling with Balchus. There's a bit of contact between them. So Volungavicius holds his nerve, goes up the inside. That compromises Balchus, and that allows through Marta Spike in the 337 upper position. So Marta Spike having a really good race up into 6th place. Remember, Marta Spike started in 2nd in the opening heat of the day. Dropped down the order in both of them. Finished, I think, in about 9th, 10th place in both heats, give or take. Now, Lisa Stolzer Mana up into 7th at the end of this lap. Volungavicius a little bit wide. 2 karts up his inside. Well, this final is not going the way of Volungavicius. Rodrigo Kakers holds on to the lead, and he's putting in some stellar laps. He's gapping Artyom Sestakov's quickly, 3/10 in the last couple of laps. As there it goes, Volungavicius back up the inside. How's Dovydas Gudelevicius doing? He's up into 12th. I think he started down in 16th place or 14th place. We expect him to gain even more positions. Oh, Stolzer Mana, aggressive move up the inside. And that's going to cost her a bit of time. Gets a switch back, trying to get past the 328 now on the outside into the final corner. Will again look for yet another switch back. But not going to be able to get through. So Stolzer Mana getting 7th place behind Matas Balchus, and has Dovydas Gudelevicius just 2 places behind. And yet again, Rodrigo Kakers 3 more tenths quicker than Artyom Sestakov. The gap is up to a 2nd. And up the inside of Sestakov goes Karlis Kirikovs. You know what? I take it all back, Rodrigo Kakers. What a drive he is having. Sorry, I wasn't quite familiar with your game, as the Shaquille O'Neal saying goes, but this is a drive and a half from Rodrigo Kakers. What a performance from the young man. So let's see if Kakers puts in another mid-46 as he comes over the line. So over the line we go. It's a 46.5 for Kakers, his new personal best. Fast lap of the race, so it's a 46.1 for Dinas Rimkus, who's down in 17th place. Well, that is a crazy lap. That is 4 tenths quicker than anyone on circuit. How has Dinas Rimkus done that? That is ridiculous. We've also seen a 46.1 from Adrian Stion. So there's a couple of drivers who've done 46 once, and then the next best time is 46.3, 46.5. So I think there's something super going on with them. They're driving the wheels off their cart, respectively. Karlis Kirikovs, now that he's up into 2nd place, let's see the kind of pace that he can put together in clean air. Over the line they come. 46.5 from, sorry, 45.7 from Kakers. 46.1 for Kirikovs. 45.5 from Alisa Stolzer Mana. 45.8 for Dovydas Gudelevicius. So, well, Kakers is doing everything he needs, which is faster than the 2 drivers behind him. It doesn't matter if Stolzer Mana and the Gudelevicius are quicker. They are too far down the order, down in P6 and P7 respectively. The Gudelevicius, well, he just had terrible qualifying luck. Had to start right down the order. another 45, 6 acres. Continues to pull out his gap on the field, now 2 seconds. Well, I think all that Kirikovs and Sestakov can hope for is that he runs out of tyres or something along those lines, because pace-wise, they've got not a chance to close into him. Dovydas Skudelevic is now a 45.2. He really is the driver to watch out for at the moment. He's currently in 7th place behind Alisa Stoltz-Sermane. And that's the 3.35 of Hans Markus Narus. There you can see Skudelevic is in the corner of your shot, along with Stoltz-Sermane closing in to the likes of Marta Spike. Marta Spike is in 4th place. What a drive this is for Marta Spike. This is a really impressive drive for Marta Spike, considering that in the heats she started in the 2nd, dropped down the order. Now we're seeing a completely different version to Marta Spike. This is the qualifying Marta Spike that we're seeing. And there, up the inside of Volungavicius, goes Alisa Stoltz-Sermane. I wonder if Marta Spike maybe just saved the tyres in qualifying, or saved the tyres in the 2 heats, and now has this incredible amount of pace underneath her. Marta Spike is all over the podium spots, as there goes Dovydas Skudelevic. I remember here last year, Skudelevic had contact with another driver heading into turn 3. I think it was with Paimre or Volungavicius, one of those two on the last lap of the race. It handed over the race win to Lizzie Mentier, and that was a really, really fantastic race. Dovydas Skudelevic ended up cutting through all of the grass between turn 3 and turn 6, rejoined the race in 2nd. There goes Stoltz-Sermane, up another position. Well, this race is quite something, as there's a bit of contact. Skudelevic will go through. I think that might have been a little bit of a push to pass from Dovydas Skudelevic as he goes through on Karlis Kirikovs, and through goes Linus Volungavicius. This race is absolutely crazy. We've got 7 minutes left, and it looks like for 3 of our drivers, their tyres have just died. So Marta Spike, Alisa Stoltz-Sermane, and Dovydas Skudelevic look so quick. It's almost like they've got brand new tyres on, as Volungavicius has to deal with Karlis Kirikovs trying to fight back. Dovydas Skudelevic, 45.5 last time round. However, all of this being said, Rodrigo Cakers is still putting in 45.2s, low 45s. Even if he might not be the quickest driver, he's only about a 10th off the fastest lap that we've seen today. And he's quicker than Stoltz-Sermane and Skudelevic at the moment because they're stuck in traffic. Now, Marta Spike is closing in onto Artyom Sestakov. Sestakov, who I was praising at the start of this race, but just hasn't seemed to have the pace that we've seen from him in previous events. I mean, he's still running in 2nd place, but Marta Spike, what is this performance from Marta Spike? It is out of absolutely nowhere. And, you know, I'm thinking to the previous races that I've seen Marta Spike in, usually, I don't recall seeing her in the top 10 for an A final. And now she is looking like a different animal completely. Well, Marta Spike has done something phenomenal. She has changed her fortunes around since I've lost, you know, Dovydas Skudelevic all over the back of Alisa Stoltz-Sermane, going to go up the inside of Stoltz-Sermane into turn 11. Makes the move work. Dovydas Skudelevic, who started well outside of the top 10, and I said he'll be well into the top 10 come the end of this race. He's already up into the top 4. 45.1 on that last lap, and he's got a lot more pace under him as well. He's the only driver to have eked into the 44s. Now, Marta Spike is on the back of Artyom Sestakov, so we've got a back marker in front that will hopefully pull to the side and not cause too much of an issue for these drivers. Oh, this is going to compromise Sestakov maybe a little bit. Oh, they lose the rear end. Skudelevic is around. Oh dear. Well, Skudelevic is gutted. I'm gutted as well. We've just missed out on what could have been an incredible race. I don't want to blame the back marker for it, because there'll be an argument that maybe Skudelevic and the others should have got through cleaner, but you're running at the back of the field and you've got all of the leaders closing in and you've not pulled off to the side. Dovydas Skudelevic is rightly so upset, and he knows he was the quickest on circuit. He knows he was going to be hunting down Rodrigo Cakers for the win, and he knows that there was a good amount of time left in this race. Well, oh, your heart goes out for Gudelevicius. Gudelevicius and Drama had the Bačiūnai Manda circuit. We saw it last year on the last lap of the race at turn 3. Now we've seen it, not in a battle for position, but with a back marker. And I do think, you know, Gudelevicius will be fuming with the situation, but I think a part of him will also be thinking, maybe I shouldn't have gone for it. You know, he had the pace. I think this might be something of a learning experience as well. You've got the pace. Why did you have to risk it past the back marker? And it's one of those things. I remember having a conversation with one of my sim racing friends who's the Estonian sim racing representative. He went for a move and it cost him. He had an incident, he crashed out. It wasn't his fault, but we had the conversation afterwards and it was, yeah, it's not your fault, but why did you have to risk it? You knew that you'd be able to get him eventually. There was no need to do it then. And maybe that's something that Gudelevicius looks back on, or maybe he just looks at it and thinks, well, there's nothing I could have done. If a back marker wants to take me out, then he takes me out. But I think credit in the back marker's defense, he had one cut on one side of him, didn't expect a cut to come flying on another side of him. So, well, it's just heartbreaking no matter how you look at it. Rodrigo Cakers is storming clear. Artem Sestikov in second still. Marta Spike on for a third place finish. Now, I don't know what happened to Alisa Stolzmann because she's dropped back by 1 and a bit seconds. I think she had to take evasive action to avoid Dovydas Gudelevicius. I really don't know what to say from that, because that is... It's hard to really talk about the rest of the race when you know you could have had such a phenomenal battle for second, even maybe for the race win, and it has gone. Well, Rodrigo Cakers, take nothing away from Rodrigo though. You know, even with the likes of Gudelevicius, the pace that we've seen from Gudelevicius, Stolzmann, his bike, Rodrigo Cakers has had the pace to match them. Yes, he might have been a 10th or 2 tenths off, but he has consistently put in those times. And he started this race on pole. You know, he did everything he needed to do in the heat. He used up that life on his tyres that I think the likes of Gudelevicius was able to save a little bit. So not only has he been incredible in the heat, he has been phenomenal in the finals. To just pull a near a 4-second gap from Artyom Sestikov to... Sestikov has not had to defend. Sestikov has not had to fight. This is on raw pace. Rodrigo Cakers has pulled a blistering gap at the front of the field. A Grand Canyon, a chasm of a difference at the front of the field. Rodrigo Cakers, what a drive he has put together. Artyom Sestikov, I'm sure he'll happily take second. Marta Spike as well. Her drive of the season, her drive probably of the last couple of seasons, really. I expect to see Marta Spike being absolutely ecstatic over the finishing line in a couple of minutes' time. We've got this lap and then 2 more laps to go. Last lap, 45.4s for all of the top 3, really. Rodrigo Cake as well. This is one of the best drives that I've seen in the RMC Latvia or the RMC Lithuania Championship. Pure pace all day long. He kept it even with everyone in the heat, and he did enough to take pole. And in the final, he has destroyed everyone. And I think now he's just taking it easy. He's had a look over his shoulder, and I think, you know, with a couple of laps left, when you've got that much of an advantage, I think sometimes the drive might just come out of you and you just know, just bring it home. Wow, Rodrigo Cakers, what a drive. Marta Spike, does she have anything for Artyom Sestikov? A third is amazing. A second would be even better. Alisa Stolzmann up into 4th place ahead of Karlis Kirikovs. We are on to the last lap of the race. Rodrigo Cakers a 45.4, matching the 2 behind him. into the final. A couple of corners we're halfway through the circuit for these two, but your race leader, Rodrigo Cakers, is making his way through 9 and into turn 10. There he is into turn 11, Rodrigo Cakers. We've not had a chance to talk about him much. He's been so far clear at the front of the field. And Rodrigo Cakers, what a drive. Fist pumps, deservedly so. Marta Spike happy with that third, rightly so. Artem Sestakov with a very good second. Linas Volungavicius will take 4th place ahead of Kasper Kusquela. What happened to Elisa Solstadmana on the last lap? A drop from, I think, 5th or 4th place down into 9th. So Carlos Kirikov's in 6th, ahead of Martin Svalts in 7th. Then comes Hans Markus Narus in 8th. Solstadmana in 9th, Adrian Stions in 10th. Kate Drobiseva, then Dobidas Vaselis in 12th. Kristen Kuvain in 13th, ahead of Normantas Arvesavicius. Jonas Liotkauskas in 15th. Then comes Laurinas Karalevicius, Kajot Petkus, Ren Smith, Ugne Pusko Riute in 19th. Then is Tomas Tomasonis in 20th. And then your DNFs, Ginas Rimkus, Dovidas Gudelevicius, Matas Balcius, another driver who started in the top 5. Tomas Karalevicius, Marius Karshauskas, and Maja Gomberga, all DNFs. Fast lap, the only driver in the 44s, 44.9. Dovidas Gudelevicius, fastest lap by over 0.2 of a second. Well, we've got the highlights up. Let's have a look at what happened once again, because I think it was a driver in front of Dovidas Gudelevicius dove one way. I think it was Marta Spike, went in one direction. That kind of threw the back marker off, who then went in the other direction, right into the path of Dovidas Gudelevicius. Well, that was a crazy race. So that's when Linas Volungavicius lost a couple of places. Really nice move from Volungavicius up the inside of the 328. And that was Stolstadmana, a little bit of contact. And continue to work our way up through the order. And Stolstadmana was up into 5th place at that point. And Dovidas Gudelevicius up the inside of Volungavicius. And we're slowly getting to that kind of race-defining point, the big talking point of the race. Gudelevicius up the inside of Stolstadmana. And that, well, sadly, we've only seen the end of that incident. And also, Gudelevicius caught his spinning cut, caught another driver as well. Well, what a race. And there is your race winner. Thoroughly deserved. Thoroughly deserved. We're going to take a minute break or two before we return with our next race, which is going to be the DD2 and the DD2 Masters. So on to circuit we go for our DD2 Master Finals. We have this followed by two more finals to come. Edgars Vilekan starts on pole with Roman Rodionovs alongside. Then it is Tomas Rudokas in third ahead of Andreas Opkalp. Joel Kasper Juepere down in P5 ahead of Donis Johannes Tomingas, the three Estonians all alongside each other. Nois Gerolaitis is in seventh ahead of Ricards Kalensins. Then comes Mikolas Mažinas in ninth ahead of Rudis Glavin completing the top 10. Kajas Butkevicius is in 11th ahead of Paul Eke Bethlehem in 12th. Then comes Ibis Us, Juris Zalitis, Rodrigo Fram and Aris Jankevicius. Keep your eyes out, I think, for Rodrigo Fram. He's normally well into the top 10. So starting down in P15, but Edgars Vilekan, will he be able to check out at the front of the field? Can Rodionovs keep him honest from second? What about Joel Kasper Juepere starting this race down in P5? We are ready to go racing. Here we go then, out of the final corner to start our final. Well, it's not a good start for Edgars Vilekan, and I think he might have almost been overtaken. No, never mind, he has been able to take the racing line ahead of Tomas Rudokas. Roman Rodionovs has lost a couple of positions. I think he's dropped down into fourth place. So Joel Kasper Juepere is up into third. So good start for Juepere, but it's already starting to look like this is going to be the best of the rest as Edgars Vilekan checks off into the distance. The master of the DD2 karts is Edgars Vilekan. He stretches out a lead. I'm trying to think, usually in DD2, I think the only two drivers that can really hold a candle to him are the likes of, what is it, Ragnar Virus and I forget the other driver as well. There's a Finnish and maybe Estonian driver that are very, very quick. However, here is our battle for second place, being led by Joel Kasper Juepere. So Juepere up into second, ahead of Rodionovs, and then comes Tomingas in third position. Well, in fourth position, third in this battle. And then is Tomas Rudokas in fifth, having been in second momentarily, or at least for one lap he was in second. Now having dropped down into fifth position. Can Juepere hunt down Vilekan, who has been just unstoppable this year, really. Rodionovs has Tomingas directly behind him, as well as Rudokas. Rudokas having a little look, Tomingas a look over his shoulder, just to make sure he can still turn into turn one. Through they go through two, and into the heavier braking zone of turn three. And there goes a move up the inside from Rudokas, up the inside of Tomingas. Through turn three, and he has the position coming out, and Tomingas almost loses another position as there goes, I think that was a 445 of Nois Gerolaitis going for a move, a bit of contact behind as Opkalp tries to get involved in this battle for P6. No changes in positions. A little bit wide from Tomingas through turn 10. As there's a 577, all contact. And the 466 goes round, gets collected by 421. That's Kajas Butkevicius being collected by Rodrigo Fram, so never mind, we won't get to see how Rodrigo Fram works up through the order. Still, Andreas Opkalp trying to find a way through on his fellow Estonian of Tomingas. Meanwhile, second and third are quicker than Edgar's Vilkan, so bringing that gap down. It's now 1 second. Yellow flag is out for this part of the circuit. Kasper Juepere, the leading Roman Rodionov in the charge towards Edgar's Vilkans. And they hunt him down. 46-0 for all of the top three on that lap. It was Vilkans with a fast lap. It's a lovely move up the inside. And that was, I think that was Ricard Kansins up the inside of Opkalp. Yes, it was. So Kansins, the highest placed master driver, giving a fight to these young'uns. Kansins slams the door shut in the 407 of Opkalp. Let's try again later, buddy. There is Kansins in the 509. So the DD2 Master drivers, all of their numbers are triple digits starting with 5. So they're all in the 500. 45.6 for Vilkans, 45.8, 45.7 for Juepere and Rodionov. So maybe the charge for the lead is over. 10 minutes on the clock. There's still a while to go yet. Nine minutes and 30. Let's see what the lap time is looking like for our leading trio. Vilkans over the line, 45.5, 45.4 for Juepere, Rodionos 45.6, 45.4 for Rudokas. So gaining a tiny bit of time, a tenth on that lap, but the gap is still over a second at the front of the field. And this is that three-way battle for P6. Being led by Tonis Johannes Formingas. Formingas has been able to pull a kart length or so as fast laps coming in up ahead. 45.3 for all of the top three. That gap still over a second. Last lap of the race, so goes to Kasper Juepere at 45.340. Again, it's a similar situation to what we've seen before, where at points it looks like the likes of Juepere and Rodionov have the pace to match Vilkans, but they're always just too far behind, and then they just end up sitting at this kind of half a second, 1 second, 2 second deficit, and unable to really put any pressure onto Vilkans. Well, 45.2 from Rodionovs, 45.3 from the top two, also 45.2 from Tomas Rudokas as well. Formingas 45.6, he's still got Kansins and Opkalp directly behind him. Opkalp, did he go for the move? No, I thought he had an opportunity to go up the inside into the hairpin of turn 7. Decides better of it. We're going to have about 7 minutes on the clock once this lap draws to a close. Edgar's Vilkans will cross the line, 45.2 again. Juepere 45.1, 45.2, 45.1 for Rodionovs and Rudokas. Again, that gap is still sitting at 1.1 seconds, which is what the gap has been for the last 5 minutes, really. Just staying at that 1 second point. Rodionov's just 2 tenths behind Juepere. There you can see the pair of them. That is what 2 to 3 tenths looks like on circuit. And there is Edgar's Vilkans, who is not far up the road, which is why I don't think these two are battling. Even if they could battle, I don't think they would, because they know there's still a chance of hunting him down. Vilkans 45.1, 45.1 for the two behind as well. And it is Juepere who picks up a new fast lap of the race, but again, he's only 2,000ths quicker than Edgar Vilkans. You know, he could have about 100 of those laps. It wouldn't make a jot of difference. It'd still be 9/10ths behind the race leader. A reminder as well that you can scan the QR code in the bottom left of the screen to help support the Rotax Championship in Lithuania. Seen some fantastic racing in this series, and you see the drivers going to do really good things on the international stage. At the grand finals with two champions coming from Lithuania last year, Majas Mažinas and of course Martinas Stankevičius in the Masters category. It'd be excellent to have more and more support for what is a fantastic series and a fantastic RMC series as well. When you look at best nations, after the UK that has a lot of strong talent, Lithuania is right up there as one of the next best countries. Edgar Vilkans, 45.0 fast lap of the race. The gap is up to 1.4 seconds, 45.1 for Juepere on that last lap. Nicolas Mažinas has overtaken Rudis Klavins and Ricards Kanseens on the last lap, so it's now Nicolas Mažinas who is leading in the Masters category. There's a really good battle for the Masters lead between Mažinas, Klavins and Kanseens, the 5.77, 5.92 and the 5.09. And there's another 1.5 seconds back to Ivers Us. Still 4 minutes on the clock. Rodionovs tries to find a way through on Juepere. We'll keep our eyes on this battle. Nicolas Mažinas now 4/10ths ahead of Rudis Klavins, who is second in that Masters category. Knowing how, like, if we go to look at them, there'll be a change in this battle for second place. So we'll keep our eyes on this fight for second for now. And there is that battle. Not much separating them. Well, that's the corner that we see a lot of overtakes at. Rodionov's not going to go for a move into turn 6 this time round. More through 7 as they make their way through 8 and down into the double left-hander of turns 9 and then turns 10. Edgar Vilkans now 1.5 seconds today. He's done a 44.999. We finally saw a 44 being set. And it was from your race leader, Edgar Vilkans, who's won both of the heats today and is on course to winning the final. Still Rodionovs, he's close, he's going to go for the move, backs out of it at the very last second. Not quite late enough on the brakes to find a way through on Juepere. Now, Ricards Kanseens has overtaken Rudis Klavins, but he's 1 second behind Nicolas Mažinas. So Mažinas has one hand on the Masters victory. Rodionovs still behind Juepere by, well, he's been on the back of Juepere for the majority of this race now. Will he go for it this time round again? No. I wonder if he's just building up his confidence to go for that send into turn 7. That's twice he's had an opportunity to go for the overtake. 43 seconds on the clock. Next lap will be the penultimate lap, so 2.5 laps remaining in this race. No way through 11, or indeed into 12. Edgars Vilkas just getting his head down. Another 45.0. He's got the gap up to 2.1 seconds. Nicolas Machinas, who's leading in the DD2 Masters category, has pulled out a 1.1 second lead over Ricardo Calin-Seams. Now Thomas Rudokas is closing in onto these two. But he's going to run out of time. Right. And as Edgars Vilkas comes over the line, he's going to have one more lap left in this race. Does Rodionovs have enough of a pace advantage to go for the move on Uepere? He hasn't been able to do anything except for just sit behind Uepere for this entire race. He's so frustrated. Too far back to go for the move into turn number 7 through 8. And it looks like this race is done. Edgars Vilkas, 2 more corners to go. Rodionovs, well, the inside is covered by Uepere into turn 11. Look over the shoulder from Uepere, but crossing the line, Edgars Vilkas takes yet another DD2 victory. Uepere gets the best of Rodionovs in the battle for second. Thomas Rudokas in a very good fourth ahead of Nojas Kerolaitis. Tonis Johannes Tomigas is going to be a drag to the line between Tomigas and Opkau, but Tomigas wins it by 500ths of a second. Nicolas Machinas wins in the Masters category ahead of Ricardo Calin-Seams. Then it's Rudis Clavins in, Ricardo Calin-Seams in second, and then Rudis Clavins in third. So Rudis Clavins third in the Master category ahead of Juris Salitis and Ivers Uz. Paul Eke Betlem in 13th, and DNS for Rodrigo Franz and Aras Jankevicius. And with that, we're going to take a short break before we return with our penultimate race of the day, the DD2 Club and the DD2 Heavy Final. So out onto circuit we go for our DD2 Club and DD2 Heavyweight final. Carlis Brisis and Marcus Spikis on the front row of the grid, ahead of Edmund Zusevics and Armand Kanks. Then it's Endais Vasnis and Kristaps Smeltniks on row 3. Artis Genis and Antonevics Dimitrais are on row 4. Yuri Spikis completes the field. So Marcus Spikis, the highest placed heavyweight driver, who had a really good battle with Carlis Brisis actually in heat number 2. He did get past him, however he ended up losing the lead. But let's see if he can do something similar today. And Marcus Spikis, the driver with the orange helmet, starting on the outside of the grid. And then it'll be a battle for second in the heavyweight class between the likes of Smeltnik and Genis, Dimitris and Spikis. Carlis Brisis has looked to be in a different league versus the other club drivers. We're green, and away we go for our race. And it's a really good start for the outside of the grid. So to the lead goes Marcus Spikis. No yellow flags being waved. And Spikis is just leading fair and square ahead of Zusevics. And Carlis Brisis, he's somehow gone from first down to third. I've never really seen that before for a pole sitter start. So it looks like Marcus Spikis somehow absolutely predicted Brisis and just jumped him on the line. So really, really good start that is for Marcus Spikis. And now he just needs to get his head down and try to pull clear and hope that Brisis is stuck behind Zusevics for at least a few laps in this race. Well, we've got 8 minutes to go. I'm seeing differing information because on our timing screen it says we've got 13 minutes. There we go, 13 minutes. So my timing screen has now updated. 13 minutes remaining for our final, a 15-minute race in total. So Spikis already a second up the road. Defensive line from Armand. Now, don't forget, Armand Kanks will not want to work with Carlis Brisis because Marcus Spikis is in a different category. So right now, Armand Kanks is leading in the club category. So he will want to hold on to this lead, which is going to make things all the more difficult for Carlis Brisis and give more of an opportunity for Marcus Spikis to overall win this race. So look over the shoulder from Spikis, and I'm sure you'll see a rather good gap to the group behind. 47.8 for Spikis. He's pulled a 10th on Brisis on that lap, but Brisis is now going to be a little bit stuck. Oh, wide goes Kanks, and Brisis says, thank you very much, don't mind if I do, and easily takes a position, didn't even really have to work for it, as Kanks handed that on a bit of a silver platter for him, and now Zusevics is closing in onto Kanks in the battle for second place in category, third place overall. So now we can see whether Brisis is able to close in onto Spikis, and if so, by how much. Spikis has to look over his shoulder. You'll see the gap, 47.4. So the gap is now 1.67 seconds. And it is a straight hunt for Brisis. He can close in on Spikis. I thought for a second we saw a yellow flag, but it's going to be the first proper clear lap for Carlis Brisis. Can he match the pace of Spikis? Can he go quicker? Here they come over the line. Well, it is a 10th faster for Brisis. But if he only gains a 10th every lap from here to the end of the race, he'll probably finish this race, well, about 2 tenths behind Spikis. So he needs to gain, I'd say, on average, 1.5 tenths a lap. Don't forget, once you get to within about half a second, or maybe 7 tenths of a second, you start to get a toe effect. So maybe this 1/10 a lap will be enough. It'll be really tight, but it might just be enough if he can average at least 1/10 a lap, because then when he's within about 6/10 of a second, he'll start to get a bit of a toe effect and might gain about 2/10 a lap. Over the line then. 47.0 for Speakis, 47.1 for Brisis, and the gap goes back up to 1.65 seconds. So Brisis now well and truly does need to gain 1.5 tenths a lap. Cannot afford to make any mistakes. Every lap has to be his best. Meanwhile, Edmund Zusevic second in the club category, half second ahead of Armand Kanks, while Kristaps Smilnik is second in the heavyweight category ahead of Dimitri. And through the final couple of corners we go. 46.9 was the last lap for Speakis. 46.84 was Brisis' last time, so he gained half a tenth. And again, we're getting to the point now where Brisis is almost going to need to gain 2 tenths a lap. 1.5 tenths still enough for him to close in on to Speakis. Fastest lap of the race though, Edmund Zusevic with a 45.797. Sorry, 46.797. So he gained half a tenth on Brisis. And there comes Speakis over the line, 46.7, 46.587. So Brisis has gained 2 tenths on that lap. The gap is down to 1.3 seconds. He needs more like that if he wants to be able to hunt down the race leader. Zusevic, so 47.0. So he's in no man's land, 2.5 behind Brisis, 1.5 ahead of Kanks in fourth. This time round, 46.8 for Brisis, 46.9 for Speakis. Half a tenth gained. The gap's now 1.3 seconds. So it does look like Speakis is doing enough currently. Out to the final corner. A look over the shoulder again for Speakis. I think that gap's come down by a little bit. 46.7 for Speakis, 46.9 for Brisis. So the gap has expanded to 1.5 seconds. It really does need to be 2 tenths a lap now for Brisis. Speakis is doing a fantastic job of maintaining this gap to Brisis, despite being in the heavyweight class. There's the 5.29 of Kristaps Smilnik, being hunted down by Dimitris for second place in the heavyweight class. Well, it's nearly 2 more tenths gained by Brisis on that lap. The gap's now 1.39 seconds. Move there between the 5.34 and the 5.33. So Yuri Speakis pass Endais Vasnis, but that allows Artur Zhenis to overtake the pair of them, or at least overtake one of them. Couldn't quite make the move on Yuri Speakis. 46.7 for Marcus Speakis, 46.6 for Carlis Brisis. It loses nearly half a tenth, but that is not enough. There is a 5-3-4. Of Judy Speak is trying to keep Endais Vašinis at bay. And Endais Vašinis just having a look at the front left tyre. Two more cars nose to tail. Still sneaks with Dimitrais behind him. So 46.7 for your race leader, 46.8 last time around, 1.4 seconds to gap at the front. Well, we're at a point now where it needs to be at least 3/10 a lap for Carlis Brisis if he wants to hunt down the race leader. 47.04 Speakies, 46.7 for Brisis. So the gap's down to 1.1 seconds and 3/10 were gained. But I have a feeling that was more of a mistake from Speakies that lap, more than anything else. It's his first lap in the 47s in quite a while. Dimitrais still right behind Smiltniks. That's the battle that is on your screen right now. Smiltniks in the blue car and the blue helmet. Smiltniks in the Sodi white, black and orange suit with the green and I guess a bit purpley helmet, or neon green purple helmet. So last lap round, 46.9 for Speakies, 46.77. So another 1.5 tenths gained by Brisis. But he's running out of time. He needed to do this about 2 laps to go, or 2 laps earlier than he started to anyway. So Brisis, he's just taken another 3/10 out of Marcus Speakies. The gap is 0.7 of a second. 46.5 versus 46.8. The battle is well and truly on. And Speakies is still putting in some of his personal best times. Only a 10th off his personal best, but he's going to need to find a little bit more. Just when we were starting to think this race was over, we've got 3 laps left in this race. Can Speakies hold on to the race win? 46.7 for him, Brisis 46.5, so another 0.2. The gap is half a second, but this is the point where Brisis is going to be getting some slipstream. And we'll see what the gap is this time around. At this point, it doesn't really matter how much Brisis closes in by. He just needs to be within touching distance when they start the final lap. And touching distance is only about 2 to 3/10 of a second. Over the line they come, 46.6 for Speakies. That's his best of the race. 46.4 though for Brisis. 2 more tenths gained, just under 4 tenths separating them. Can gain another 0.2. He will be right onto the back of Marcus Speakies starting the final lap of this race. Smiltniks and Dimitrais still separated by less than 0.2 of a second. That's a battle for the heavyweight second place finish. Well, Speakies, I think he needs to start defending. He needs to start making sure that he closes the door on Brisis. Because otherwise, he's going to be a sitting duck. But he's trying to take a defensive line through the final corner. That might compromise him on the straight towards turn 1. He goes defensive. And Brisis looks to the outside. Go on. Will he keep cover off the inside into 3? Doesn't matter. There's no way through for Brisis. We are on to the last lap of this race. Defensive from Speakies. 47.2 last time round for Speakies. And only about 4 more corners to go. Carlis Brisis, he's closed in maybe a little bit too little, too late. Well, it's not too little, he has closed in, but I think he's done it a bit too late. Into the final couple of corners, Marcus Speakies, he half won this. Oh no, it's going to be a move up the inside. No, backs out of the move. For a second, I thought Brisis was going to go for something audacious. Marcus Speakies wins, fist pumps the air. An incredible victory for him. Carlis Brisis will take second. The race was largely lost for him on that opening lap. Edmund Zusevics in third, then comes Armand Kanks to take fourth, and third in the club class. Kristaps Smitniks will finish in fifth. Second place in the heavyweight class ahead of Indais Vashinis. Artis Shenis finished his third in the heavyweight category ahead of Yuris Speakis and Antonevics Dimitris. So with that, we're going to take one final break for the day before we return with the last final to come, the Tillotson T4 Series. We are on to the track for our final race of the day, the final for the Tillotson T4s. You agreed. Starts with Daniels Peteris Bertens on pole once again ahead of Christian Slasdans in second. Then it is Arturs Gorenko in third ahead of Kirill Dmitrievs in fourth. Then it's Maris Slasdans in fifth ahead of Miroslav Novik. Christopher Zlakis in seventh ahead of Rudolf Skomsbergsson in eighth. Completing the top 10 is Ralph Leyens and Kirill Savins. Row 6 sees Edward Skimenes ahead of Marco Blidniks, and Dasik Rosberga is ahead of Ingus Just on row 7. Roel Stigals and Ricard Ozols complete the 16-car field. Now, we've seen some good pace from Laustans and Gorenko. Will it be enough to beat Daniels Petris Berzins? Gorenko gave a really, really good battle to Berzins in heat number 2. Can he do it again in the final? Here they go. Round the final corner to begin the race. It's a nice, orderly 2x2 race start. Berzins leads, and it's a good start for Gorenko, who moves up into second place ahead of Laustans. So Christian Laustans drops down into third place, which we've seen so often today for the drivers starting in second place. It's a big gap from fourth back down to fifth. So the top 4 have gotten away really well. The question is, can Berzins pull a larger gap? As there goes Laustans straight up the inside of Gorenko, wasting no time to make his way back up into second place and leading the charge towards Daniels Petris Berzins, Mr. Tillotson T4 in Latvia and Lithuania. He has won many titles, he's won many races. Can Laustans really take the challenge to him today at the Bačiūnai Kart Track? Through the final corner they go to start lap number 2 of this 8-minute race. I think it's been a slightly shortened race due to the red flags that we had earlier on. And that means less time for Christian Laustans to close in the drivers up ahead. Our highest placed junior, Christopher Zalakis, in 5th position. Kirill Savin second in the junior class. He is in 7th place, and our highest placed heavyweight is Rudolf Toms Berzins in 6th position. The next highest placed heavyweight is down in 13th. That's Marco Blidniks. The gap at the front, 1 second separating your top 2. We'll see what the gap is between your 2 leaders once they come over the line. That's a little bit wide from the driver in the black suit, the 953. That's going to open up the door for the 909. From Berzins through on Christopher Zalakis. So I think it was Zalakis, the junior driver, who made that small mistake. That drops him down into 6th position. Berzins 52.2, 52.8 for Laustans. Wow, what a gap. Daniels Petris Berzins has pulled out nearly, well, 0.6 of a second in that one single lap. That is an incredible, incredible lap for Berzins. 52.5 for Gorenko. So Laustans also with a slow lap. Sees him under pressure from the duo behind him, as Manis Laustans is also closing in. See whether we can get 2 Laustans on to the podium for this final race of the day. Rudolf Toms Berzins now with a stream of juniors behind him. 3 juniors behind the highest placed heavyweight driver. There is Laustans and Gorenko, this battle for second place, both in the senior category and overall. Over the line, 52.1 for Berzins, 51.9 for Laustans and Gorenko. They are up to pace and they are bringing down the gap to the race leader, but how Laustans will be wishing he hadn't squandered that previous lap. He threw away the best part of 0.6 of a second. And he could have been about 8-7 tenths behind Berzins at this point. Now there's a lot more work for Christian Laustans to do, and it's already hard enough to close into someone of the caliber of Daniels Petris Berzins. He's just made that a little bit harder for himself. We'll see though whether he can keep this pace going, whether they can stay in the 51s, and whether Berzins, more importantly, can stay out of the 51s. There is a 909 of Rudolf Toms Berzins with Christopher Zalakis directly behind. Over the line comes Daniels Petris Berzins, 51.9. He matches the pace of the duo behind him, and that gap has come down from 1.40 to about 1.38. Fast lap of the race, 51.8, set by Artis Gorenko. Will Gorenko try to push for a move on Laustans, or will he just happily sit behind and try to close into Berzins for the time being? Time will tell on that front. And the timer has updated, so we have 9 more minutes to go. I thought there was something a little bit fishy with the timer. Well, the timer and the timing tower has been playing with us for the course of today, trying to throw us off. Rudolf Tomsbergen still with Christopher Zlakis directly behind him. Remember, these two are not in the same category. Heavyweight versus junior. Experience versus youth. 52.1 for Berzins, 51.7 for Lazdans. The gap is under a second for, I think, pretty much the first time this race now. At least since the opening lap. Well, I've just had a notification on the timing tower. Daniel Petridis is in the lead and flying. The gap is now 1.4 seconds. Well, I think that is a little bit off because flying is Lazdan Zingarenko. That gap has dropped down to a second. We'll see whether it comes down any further and how well Berzins can defend this lead, because it looks like Lazdan Zingarenko closing into the race leader is almost guaranteed. I guess he was flying when the gap went up to 1.4 seconds. It was a really good lap. Pulled, what was it, 6/10 for Lazdans, 52.0 for Berzins that time, 51.7 and 51.8 for Lazdan Zingarenko. The gap is now down to 0.7 of a second. Zingarenko, I think, will be happy to sit behind Lazdan so you can visibly see that the gap to Berzins is being whittled away. Christopher Zlakis has overtaken Rudolf Tomsbergen, so that's how junior driver passed a heavyweight driver. And quite importantly, actually, no, he's lost that position again. So Berzins has been able to fight back, reclaim the position, and now has, actually, no, it's a big gap that has been pulled by Lakis. So Christopher Zlakis has pulled the gap to Berzins, who now has Savins and Novik behind him, two more juniors to contend with. Oh, that was a mistake. That was a mistake that Lazdan didn't want to make, and Gorenko, well, he's got to take the opportunity to go up the inside. 51.9 for Berzins, 52.2 for Lazdan, 52.0 for Gorenko. I think if it wasn't for that mistake, the pair of them would have done 51.9. But now that it is Gorenko ahead of Lazdans, can Lazdans lead this charge? And will can Gorenko lead the charge, and will Lazdans happily sit behind? Or will Lazdans be desperate to reclaim the lead? The fast lap of the race is a 51.4 by Christopher Zlakis, the junior driver, half a second quicker than anyone else on circuit. And Lakis is putting in some really good times. We'll see what the gaps are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There is Lakis now ahead of Maris Lazdan. So Lakis, from dropping the position, dropping behind Rudolf Tomsbergens to overtaking Berzins, overtaking Lazdans, and now hunting down Christian Lazdans. He's only half a second behind. You know what? Christopher Zlakis could win this if he keeps his pace going. The 953, there he is, black suit, black helmet, is seriously a driver to watch out for in this race. 953, watch out for him. 51.9, he gained half a second on Christian Lazdans on the last lap. Artur Skorenko gained 0.2 on Daniel Petridis to get to 0.9 of a second once again. He's pulling clear from Christian Lazdans behind him. And Lazdans, who's struggling, might become a bit of a sitting duck for Christopher Zlakis. Over the line, 51.7 for Lakis, 51.9 for Lazdans, 51.7 for Gorenko, 52.2 for Berzins. So the gap is 0.4 of a second at the front of the field. Now, Berzins will presumably start to defend at the start of the next lap when that gap comes down to maybe 0.2 of a second. When that happens, Lazdans and Lakis will close in, and this battle will well and truly be on. But keep your eyes out for fourth place. I think he might actually be a favourite to win this race as things stand, because he has the ultimate pace of 51. That is a phenomenally quick lap, regardless of whether he needed slipstream to do it or not. Now, this lap hasn't been quite as quick, but maybe it's been a very good lap for Lazdans. Let's see as we around the final couple of corners. As that is an issue for Berzins. I think he's got a right rear puncture. Oh, so last heavyweight driver who was leading in class, 52.0 for Berzins, 51.9 for Gorenko, 51.8 for Lazdans, and a 52.0 for Lakis. So Christopher Zlakis just struggling with consistency right now. He certainly has the ultimate pace, but not the ultimate consistency. As there is the second Berzins, the heavyweight driver, pulls off to the side. So Leading the heavyweight class now is Marco Friedniks. And here is your overall race leader, Daniel Petris-Bertens, ahead of Artur Gorenko. Gorenko looking for that wide line through turn 11 to close in. And this is going to allow Lazdans and Alakis to close in. Lazdans is there, he's on the train, 3.5 minutes to go. You can see Christopher Lakis trying to close in. This is going to be a really good experience for Lakis if he can get involved in this three-way battle for the lead. 52-2 at the front, 52-1 for Gorenko, 51-8 for Lazdans, 52-1 for Lakis. Lakis needs to work on that consistency. He did a 51-4. You cannot be able to do a 51-4 and then later on doing 52s, you know, over half a second off your personal best when you're in clean air. That is the working point for Christopher Lakis. He has the raw pace, but he needs to work on that consistency. And hopefully in future rounds we can see him fighting for race wins. Berzin's now on the defensive, a look over his shoulder before he heads into the final corner, so he's happy to leave that door open. But Berzin's ahead of Gorenko, not by much. And Lazdans is right there as well. Half a second separating your top three. Another 52 for Lakis. And Lakis is being dropped now by this leading trio. Well, Gorenko, he's closed into the race leader, but does he have the pace advantage to go for these overtake? Defensive from Berzin's. That opens up the door for Lazdans. It's going to try to go around the outside. The wide line is taken by Gorenko, and that holds on to the position for him. Berzin's again going semi-defensive, heading into the left-hander of turn 8. Now they go into turn 9. Remember, big overtaking opportunity is turn 11 and 12. Through 10 they go. The gap's big enough. And into 11 up the inside goes Lazdans. But he's not able to make it work. So Lazdans has to yield into turn 12. And this is just working out for Berzin's. I don't know if Lazdans has the raw pace to cat and fight Berzin's. I think Gorenko's the only one who might have that pace to do it. Maybe Lakis as well, but Lakis hasn't been able to show that same pace we saw from earlier. Really nice move up the inside, clinically done by Lazdans. Gorenko now got to go for the switch back, but Lazdans holds on to P2. That's allowed Berzin's to check out, and we're only going to have, I think, about 2 more laps remaining in this race. We might just get a third extra lap, but it is going to be very, very tight. Well, Berzin's will be mighty happy with the fact that Gorenko and Lazdans are fighting behind him. Lazdans now leading this charge, and he's putting in a good lap as well. This race might not be over just yet. 52-0 from the top two, 52-4, 52-2 from 3rd and 4th place, respectively. Christian Lazdans needs to put in the lap of his life. Yeah, I didn't check what the time was when they came over the line, so it might be nip and tuck with whether they get another lap. I think they're going to be heading on to the last lap of the race. Yeah, this is going to be the last lap of the race coming up, and Christian Lazdans is a little bit too far back. I don't think he's going to be able to challenge Daniel Petris-Bertens. He's going to have to focus on defending from Christian Lazdans. There we go, the time is hit 0. On to the final lap of the race we go. Defensive from the driver in second, Lazdans covering off Artur Gorenko. He knows that Berzin's is too far gone at this point. He won't defend going into turn 3 though. 52-0 from the top two, 51-7 for Gorenko. Well, it is Gorenko that had the pace out of these 3. But he is too far back to have a go. Maybe up the inside into the right hairpin. No, backs out of it through 7. It's just going to be turn 11 and 12 that he has the opportunity, which is where Christian Lazdans overtook Artur Gorenko in the first place into this upcoming corner here. Lazdans leaves the door open, but Gorenko can't go for the move. Rounding the final corner, Daniel Petris-Bertens will take the checkered flag and another Tillotson T4 victory. Lazdans very happy with that second ahead of Gorenko, and fist bumping is Christopher Lakis. A really, really impressive drive from Lakis to be that close to the top 3. There's nothing to scoff at, and he wins in the junior class. Ralph Slayens in 5th. Miroslav Novik comes 2nd in the junior class. ahead of Edvards Jimenez. Then comes Maris Lazdan's winning in the heavyweight category is Marko Kridniks. Then comes Ralf Igals, Kirill Dmitrievs, Ingus Just, and Dace Grossberger. Kirill Savins finishes in 14th, and Rickard Ozolds will be our final finisher in 15th. Our one DNF, sadly, was Rudolf Toms Berzins, who was leading in the heavyweight class until he suffered a mechanical failure about 5 minutes from the end. Fast lap of the race goes to Christopher Zlakis, an exceptional 51.461. Clearly a talent for the future in this Tillotson category. And we excitedly will wait to see what he can do in future rounds and future events. But a fantastic set of races that we have had for the third round of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania and the fourth round of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia at the Bačiūnai Kartodromas circuit. We'll see everyone for round number 4 on the 29th of August at Riga, which should hopefully be another exceptional day of racing. But a big thank you again to everyone at the circuit, from the marshals and stewards who allowed this racing to go ahead, and to our drivers who put on spectacular racing for all of us to witness, and of course for all of our fans, mechanics and families for showing up to the circuit and giving their support. We'll see you all in August for round number 4 of the Lithuanian Rotax Max Challenge. Goodbye.